Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Michael, and we're going to be getting right back into some more Reddit stories. If you enjoy the video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Now, without further ado, let's begin. This story was posted by a user named ExoArmy in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, "I am staying no contact with my entire family because my brother is a grapist. Did I make the right choice?" Long story short, I fled across the country from my family last December, about a week before Christmas. I left because my brother abused me for years. I have other posts going more in depth, but my parents are devout African Pentecostal Christians. This means they believe in praying in tongues, being filled with the Holy Spirit, experiencing spiritual manifestations, and seeing visions. My parents are both pastors and own their own church. I was 17 when the truth about my brother's actions came to light. My parents' reaction was to suppress everything, force me to forgive my brother, and protect the church's reputation. My dad said he never understood family secrets until then, and both my parents told me I should never tell anyone about what happened to me. They allowed my brother to move back into the basement and continue living with us for years. During and after all of that, I felt like I was dying inside. Living in that house felt like hell on earth, and I was struggling mentally. I went from graduating high school with a 4.1 GPA to dropping out of college with a 2.3 GPA. I stopped attending all my classes and responding to people, and it was getting really dark for me. So in December, my boyfriend and I decided that I had nothing to lose by packing a suitcase, taking my important documents, and flying across the country to live with his family. I sent my parents a very long email detailing why I left and renouncing religion. I blocked their numbers and emails, and I haven't spoken to anyone in my family for the last 8 months. Recently, I've noticed emails from my mom while checking my spam folder, and my boyfriend has received voicemails from my dad. He has about 4 different numbers, and we forgot to block all of them. The emails have been making me feel extremely guilty for leaving my parents. In all of the emails, my mom tells me how she cries herself to sleep every night because I was her only daughter and prays I'll come home. Despite everything, she's still the woman who sacrificed a lot to raise me for 21 years, and it hurts me to know I'm actively causing her pain like this. Most people with immigrant parents know how hard it is to form an open and trusting relationship with them. Even if they didn't support me mentally and emotionally, they supported me financially for 21 years, and I feel extremely selfish about never speaking to them again. It still hurts a lot 8 months later, and I'm starting to wonder if I really did make the right choice. Edit. Firstly, I'd like to thank everyone for the overwhelming support. I did not think this many people would read my post or care enough to leave a comment, so thank you all so much. Secondly, I see a lot of people telling me I need to go to the police and open up a case against my brother. I did do that when I was 17. My parents begged me to stop talking to the detectives. They told me that the police were never on my side and they were looking for reasons to put me away as well. They said my dad's reputation would be ruined and they wouldn't have a church anymore. So I refused to talk to the detectives anymore because I didn't want to destroy my family's livelihood. A few weeks later, when my brother got the call that the case was dropped, he came into the church singing and proclaiming his testimony that the devil sent demons to try to put my brother away, but God defeated them and he's free. He intentionally kept it pretty vague in front of the congregation. My dad promised me that he would never let my brother spend another night in the house again. A year later, they moved him back into the basement, and that's when I started spiraling. Now that I'm across the country, finding the detective to reopen the case might be difficult, but I think there's a picture of her contact card somewhere in my Google Photos I need to dig up and give a call. User Historical Sources said, if you ever feel like responding, you could say, "You chose your daughter's abuser and our reputation over your daughter. Your tears are for yourself." You could also send a formal cease and desist letter regarding the contact. Even if you do nothing, remember that you chose yourself. You chose to love yourself. That's what's important. They can play the victim all they want, but you know they chose to protect an abuser over the victim. They made the wrong choice, and it's not something they can ever make up for. You don't have to hate them or love them, but remember to keep loving yourself and put yourself first. User Quanvoom said, "You are making the right choice. Your parents raising you or supporting you financially is not a gift. It's literally a basic necessity of being a parent. Instead, they damaged you emotionally and mentally by turning a blind eye to your trauma and are actively continuing to hurt you by staying with your abusive brother and burying everything. This makes them not only inadequate parents, but also morally compromised individuals. You are not selfish for leaving them, and you made the right choice by disassociating from them. User Cryptographer said, "You have to protect yourself first and foremost. You know you are not healthy or safe in their home. You know that they won't change their stance and that they won't protect you. A parent's most important job is to provide a safe and healthy environment for their child, and they failed dramatically when it came to you. Have they apologized? Have they admitted any fault? Have they removed your brother from the home? If not, this is likely just them knowing how to manipulate you. You owe them nothing. They're most likely reaching out because having one of their children disappear suddenly without warning has caused comments and questions in their community. It makes them look bad because most of the community would expect an adult child to move out openly and with the support of family and the wider community. You left everyone and everything, which is a massive red flag that something wasn't right. And now they have to lie, don't they? They can't tell everyone what your brother did and what they failed to do. They can't admit that they failed you, so they have to try and get you back first by talking to you, then by manipulating you into returning. Don't fall for it. Update. A few days before Christmas, my mother unexpectedly showed up at my boyfriend's family's front doorstep. She had traveled across the entire country to find me unannounced. I had no idea she was coming and was very surprised by everything. She asked to speak with me, and I was really hoping that things had changed, so I agreed to listen to her. We sat on chairs in the front lawn. She asked me if I was okay and started telling me how happy she was to see me. She said that she and my father had been in and out of the hospital with worry and stress about me. She also said that she was sorry for the things she did not know and things that were done out of ignorance. After all of that, she asked me if I wanted to talk to my brother, and I really missed him, so she called my father. He began to tell me how he was finally going to sleep well for the first night since I left the house now that he got to see my face. He also repeated most of the things my mother said, almost word for word, including apologizing for what he didn't know was happening. He also said, "Find it in your heart to forgive us just as we have." He trailed off there, and that line was literally a wake-up call because at that point, I had been crying and feeling so guilty for what I've been putting my elderly parents through. But that line made me pause because I couldn't understand what he possibly had to forgive me for. What had I done to him? Flee for my safety? I think my mother noticed my change in demeanor because she ended the call with him pretty soon after and asked to take me out to eat. I brought my boyfriend with us so I wouldn't be driven to an airport instead. We went to a local restaurant and the silence during our meal was palpable. When my boyfriend went to the bathroom, my mother began questioning me about where I work, what I am doing with my future, and if I am going back to college. She asked me if I was thinking about returning to our home state to finish college, and I told her I was not leaving with her under any circumstances. I noticed that throughout all the questions she asked me since she arrived at our doorstep, she never truly asked how I was doing. She didn't ask if I had a bed to sleep on, food to eat, means of transportation, or even money in my bank account. I never told her that my food stamps were halted for the month of December because I missed one letter, so I have to wait until mid-January for a recertification appointment. She probably would have been appalled I was taking government assistance anyway. I never told her that I am working a job paying $1 above minimum wage to save $3,000 to pay my old university to release my transcripts, but even if she offered to help, it most likely would have had heavy strings attached. After we left the restaurant, she tried asking for my phone number. I told her that I have a new Google Voice number after the one my father used to pay for was turned off. She was apparently under the impression that he was still paying for the phone. So she called him again, and when asked about the old phone plan, he stuttered heavily before saying that he was still paying for it and had no idea what happened. When my mother tried to tell him that he needs to investigate, he told her that she should stop worrying about that and offered to buy me a new phone plan. I declined because I did not want my parents to be able to hold anything over my head. He then went on to start lecturing me about finishing college and how whatever anybody has said about my parents is not true. He even managed to very quickly drop in a, "Well, you said you don't believe in God anymore, but anyway." I didn't give him the satisfaction of a reply. After getting off the phone with my father, my mother asked if I wanted to spend the night at her hotel room because she missed me so much. I also declined that, and she dropped us off at the house. A few days after she left, I received a Christmas card and a $50 gift card from her in the mail. I guess the point of my update is to ask if I am still doing the right thing. I mostly feel really guilty about my mother because she's old. She believes and does whatever my father says, and I think my father's pride about power and reputation makes him a very difficult person. I also know for a fact that they are still in contact with and working with my abusive brother, so I know that I really shouldn't care about them either. But my heart hurts and I am really confused. I appreciate all advice. Thank you for reading. This next story was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named OKButterfly. The post is titled AITAH for telling my wife she's just as racist as her parents. I am white. My wife of 30 years, Naomi, is Japanese. We have 3 children. This story focuses on my oldest son, Kyle. When Kyle first got to college, he began dating a Japanese girl, and when he introduced her to my wife, Naomi loved her. They didn't end up working out. For the past 3 years, my son has been seeing Danny, a black woman. My son was in medical school across the country and met Danny because they both volunteered at a soup kitchen. I remember the first time he sent a picture of her, my wife immediately didn't like her. I'm going to try to phrase this without sounding insensitive myself. Danny has a style that some might associate with urban black culture. She wears large hoop earrings, long nails, and long eyelashes. I think she looks stunning, but I've never been deeply involved in African American culture. Recently, my son moved back to our city for residency, and Danny moved with him to start law school. They were staying in an Airbnb while looking for a place, and this week they finally found one, so they invited us over for dinner. Danny cooked soul food, and it was amazing. I complimented her food, and my wife gave me a side eye. Naomi then pulled out her phone and asked Danny why she dresses like that and why she was dancing provocatively in public. Kyle asked his mom what her problem was. I then took the phone to scroll through Danny's Instagram. While she did have some videos of her having fun, she also had plenty of pictures of her academic achievements. Before Danny could answer, I told my wife that Danny is young and having fun. I asked if she saw that Danny graduated cum laude or all the time she volunteered. My wife looked angry that I would bring that up. Naomi then said that she thinks Danny isn't good enough for our son. Danny then asked why Naomi loved Kyle's ex so much. She didn't graduate with honors and has posted about many different romantic interests on social media. Danny then said it's evident the reason Naomi doesn't like her is because of her race. Naomi doubled down and said, "So what? I've never heard Kyle even disrespect his mother, but he told her to get out." Naomi left crying. In the car on the ride home, I asked her what her problem was. She asked why I didn't defend her. I said because she was being racist and a hypocrite, and she's acting just like her parents. Her parents didn't like me because I was white. She just said it's different and was silent on the way home. When we got to the house, she locked herself in the room and started crying. I can't feel bad for her because if someone disrespected my wife the way she disrespected Danny, I would have done the same exact thing Kyle did. But am I the AH because I was also harsh towards her in this situation? One user said NTA, not to pry, but you've obviously been married for over 30 years. How is it possible that you didn't know she harbors such deeply prejudiced views until now? To this, OP said, there was never a situation where we were directly involved with African Americans. She's never displayed this type of behavior before. Racism is not a preference, and it's not even about her, it's about my son. Supporting prejudice is never something I'll do. That's not why I ask this. I'm never going to be sympathetic towards her views. I asked if I was too harsh, not if I was wrong. This is a horrible mentality, and at the end of the day, my wife apparently holds prejudiced views. I'm not about to try and understand that. That's unacceptable. Could I have been kinder? Absolutely. Could I understand where she's coming from? Absolutely not, especially given our situation. I've had contact with plenty of black people. They have never been intricately involved in our lives. For example, her siblings never dated black people, neither has anyone in my family. The closest person would be my middle child's best friend, and they didn't really connect until the middle of high school. Update. I want to mention a couple of things. First, I've been around black people, but they were never part of my inner circle until Danny came along. Also, I think it's ridiculous that twerking has a negative connotation. It's just dancing. And the video my wife found was from Danny at a nightclub. She wasn't dancing that way in a church. My daughter Ari and her mom are very close. So I asked her to breakfast today and we talked. I simply asked if she knew her mom to be prejudiced. She asked why, and I told her about the incident with Danny. Ari told me everything suddenly made sense. She said it was subtle, but when she was in high school, she lost a chess match to a Hispanic boy, and Naomi said he must have cheated. But during another round, when she lost to a white girl, her mom just said she was really good. She listed a few other incidents, but it was heartbreaking to see Ari realize her mom is not who she thought she was. Ari then explained how this is problematic because Kyle was about to propose soon. I guess Ari talked to her before I could because my wife asked how I could bring the kids into the argument. I said this argument is about their brother. Our kids are very close, so they were going to find out eventually. I said, since she's done crying, does she want to explain what last night was about? She said it wasn't serious. I thought about how if my son and Danny got married and had children, I wouldn't be involved if I chose to stay with Naomi, and that's not a chance I was willing to take. So I packed my bag and told Naomi if she's not even willing to talk to me, I can't stay in this relationship. She said stop before I left out the door and started crying again. She admitted to having prejudiced tendencies. She also admitted that she's jealous of Danny. She said she was supposed to succeed like her and be smart like her. She said it's not fair. I said it was fair. Growing up, my wife was not poor or had it hard by any means. She had access to tutors and the best schools. I said that's a sad and pathetic excuse. She then said she was losing both of us to Danny. I asked how, and she talked about how I complimented Danny's cooking but don't like Japanese food. I explained how I'm just not a fan of Japanese food, but I eat it when she makes it. But it can't be about the food because she already had a problem before we got there. I told her I'm leaving, and that until she changes her ways or gets help, I'm not coming back. And I'm getting a divorce if she doesn't apologize to Danny and mean it. I have just been driving around since that conversation, and I'm hurt that the love of my life is not who I thought she was. User 41 Flavors and Then Some said, if you've never had your thoughts truly challenged regarding racism, and that probably applies to most people, I can understand why OP didn't realize how racist his wife is. People often distinguish between overt racism and diet racism, which some might dismiss since OP's wife isn't yelling, "Go back to your own country." I'm glad he took decisive measures once he realized. User Potential Click said, her racism may not have been apparent because traditional Japanese racism may be different from traditional American racism. To this user, Dammit, Gravity said, American racism is often refreshingly blatant and direct. In contrast, other countries may have far more subtle forms of racism, which many Americans have difficulty recognizing. This story was posted by a user named BullyStalkedGF in the relationship subreddit. The post is titled My BF, and I have been together for 2 years in an open relationship. My recent Tinder hookup turns out to be my BF's former bully. Could he have targeted me somehow? How do I tell my BF? Okay, first off, I need to make it clear that I absolutely adore my BF and love him very much. We've been together for 2 years now and we have an amazing relationship, so I am really freaking out right now. We have always had an open relationship. We started out as kinky friends with benefits and he has a bit of a cuckold fetish. So we just kind of naturally progressed by meeting in the middle as open because I want to be fair to him. Though admittedly, he's never acted on his side being open. We have a few rules, mainly just not to play with anyone we both know or anyone he works with. I pretty much just hook up with guys from Tinder here and there. I made sure to include my open relationship status. My BF rarely ever wants to see or know who the guys are. I usually just tell him the juicy details after the fact to feed his kink. He's watched me with one guy twice before, but that's it. About a month ago, a guy on Tinder matched up with me. He was the one who made contact first. He's this really tall, muscular 28-year-old guy, not a pretty boy, but decent looking face. Admittedly, I was into him pretty much immediately. He was charming, but pretty cocky. He eventually bragged about being large downstairs and sent pics to prove it after getting my okay first. I was honestly pretty proud of myself. This was the type of guy my BF loved to hear he got cuckolded by. So about a week later, I met up with the guy for a drink, then we went back to his place and hooked up. He was really into himself and wouldn't shut up about his big package, but the was really good, so we ended up continuing to meet up a few more times over the next couple of weeks. He got a bit more take charge than I am used to a couple of times, but he just seemed like a naturally dominant type of guy, so I just rolled with it. Looking back now, he had made a couple of comments here and there that seemed odd. I realize now they were little hints he knew more about my personal life than I had disclosed. Then this weekend, my BF and I were out at the movie theater and I went to the restroom after. When I came out, I saw my BF was talking to the guy I've been seeing. My BF looked annoyed and a bit out of place. Big guy pretended to be surprised when he saw me walking up, and I got introduced, but he seemed to be faking that surprise. He played dumb and acted like we'd never met with almost a creepy grin on his face. I was really thrown off. After we left and were driving home, my BF starts in about the guy. He apparently was my BF's bully all through high school. My BF is this amazing, intelligent man, and I adore his geekiness, but he had always said he had a terrible time in school, being a small guy and really nerdy. He got bullied a lot. Apparently, this asshole was the ringleader behind a lot of that and made his life hell. And now I've gone and had sex with that jerk several times. Every time I think about it now, it makes my skin crawl and I want to throw up. He apparently texted me right after the theater incident. He just said to let him know when I was ready to meet up again for a good time. I just know this guy knew who I was when he contacted me. I don't have any proof, but I know it. His knowing creepy smile said it all. I haven't texted him back at all. I haven't told my BF that this was the guy I've been hooking up with. I know I have to, but what the hell do I even say? This is going to mess him up so bad. Please, someone tell me how I even start to deal with this. Update. Thank you all so much for the helpful advice and encouragement. I was really feeling depressed and hopeless about this entire situation, especially after posting to another sub first and seeing the reactions I got there. After reading your replies here, I felt centered and resolved to do what needed to be done. I know this whole thing probably sounded overdramatic, but I never dreamed we would end up dealing with a situation like this. I finally gathered the nerve and told my BF everything. I sat down with him last night and had a long talk. He was understandably very upset. We both went through a lot of emotions last night, but for the most part, we managed to do so together. He mostly seemed a bit in shock. He acknowledged that this wasn't my fault, but he admitted it is difficult to be around me or look at me right now. He wanted to sleep alone, so I volunteered to sleep on the couch. But during the night, I finally heard him break down and cry, so I ran in and held him and we had a good cry together. We both took the day off and spent time together. He's still upset with me for waiting a few days to tell him, but I have begged him to forgive me for that, and I hope he will be able to soon. He said he's still absorbing everything. He wants to close our relationship, at least for now, and I wholeheartedly agreed. He's also apologized to me, of all things, for his fetish leading to this happening to me. I told him he absolutely had nothing to apologize for, but that I love him even more because he's the kind of man who would feel bad for me in this situation. We've obviously got a lot to work through over this. He has a traumatic history with being bullied throughout most of his school years by that guy, and this has reopened some very painful old wounds for him. I tried to be as comforting and reassuring as possible. We discussed it, and we still don't know if this was all planned or just a really horrible coincidence. At the very least, once he realized our situation, he took advantage of it. I will still try to reply to your questions individually as I can, but since it was asked by several people, the town they grew up in is about an hour's drive away. We live in a decently sized city, so that combined with my BF being a bit of an introvert is why we didn't have a better system in place. If we reopen the relationship, we are going to have much firmer safety rules in place. We both agree that the bully is potentially dangerous and are taking steps to keep him away from us. We are going to warn all our friends about him. Now that my BF knows everything, I've completely blocked the bully everywhere and in every way I can think of. User The Darkest Beer said, "You dude, that is creepy as hell, and I'm so sorry you're dealing with this. Just be straight with your boyfriend. I didn't know how to say this at the time, but Bully is the guy I've hooked up with a few times recently. Obviously, I didn't know who he was at the time, and I won't be contacting him again. The way he acted at the movie theater, along with some things he said that I didn't quite understand at the time, made me wonder if he knew I was dating you and never said anything. I feel really disgusted and upset by the whole thing. Ask for the support you need and offer him the support you can give. This is a difficult and strange situation for both of you, because old trauma can bring up some complex emotions. I feel like I should say, don't let him blame you for this. This wasn't your fault, and if he did target you, then you were absolutely taken advantage of in a truly disgusting way." User Rebel Scientist said, "Assuming you're living in the same town or city that your boyfriend grew up in, and given the well-documented tendency for certain individuals to swipe right on every girl on Tinder, I could easily see you happening to meet up with this guy being a coincidence. I don't think it's likely that he was stalking you or targeting you, since the majority of people don't sit around waiting for an opportunity to get one over on the kid they bullied in school a decade ago. That's some cartoon villain behavior. That said, you should definitely tell your boyfriend. If he runs into this guy again, the bully will almost certainly try to use it against him. He should be prepared for that. User Amberhawk said, I was bullied a lot in high school. I consider myself lucky because they all have come forward and apologized, and one is even now a friend. So I have a little perspective here. Now, I'm probably going to get downvoted for this, and it's against what I normally preach. Honestly, I wouldn't tell him. It's shitty to think of it this way, but while you may gain peace of mind, it really doesn't do anything positive for your relationship or your partner. It's kind of how I feel about someone admitting they had an affair. It clears their mind, but not the partner they cheated on. I believe you that you probably were found just to get one over on your boyfriend. He probably sees it as a power and dominance thing. Many people are into that kind of thing. Now, there is a chance that he may decide to shove it in your boyfriend's face. If he does and you don't tell him, I wouldn't double down, but just come clean. You didn't know, and when you did, you felt horrible and ended it. If you decide to tell him, I would say it that way too. In the end, you were used in a very intimate way. That sucks. It may eat at your boyfriend and ruin the relationship. He may request that you're not poly anymore. I don't think you did anything wrong as you didn't know ahead of time, but you're now stuck with how to proceed. I wish you luck either way, and I'm sorry you're in this situation. 2 more quick things. If you tell him, I might bring it up by asking if he had any other bullies that you need to know about, and then explain why. Second, no matter what you do, I would say that sex was bad and you thought it would get better. No need to rub salt in the wound. Again, I'm usually a proponent of helping partners feel better about themselves while still being honest if the sex was amazing. This isn't exactly a normal situation though. If he is still hung up on this guy, and it sounds like he has good reason to be, not all wounds heal cleanly, then I would be cautious. He may think that you'll just leave him to be with this guy. This next post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a user named Extra French Toast. The post is titled, My 29M boyfriend is trying to be a streamer. It's hard to explain to him that it won't happen. I know this is a bit lighter than what this sub is used to, but I don't know who else to tell this to that doesn't know him. My boyfriend and I have been together for roughly 5 months. For Christmas, one of my gifts was an Xbox. A while back, I was reading something out loud to him from a gaming news site, and I mentioned that Ninja makes something like $500K a month on Twitch. Since learning this, he has wanted to become a streamer. Now, every time he plays a game, he streams it. I stated in my title that he's trying to become a streamer, but he really isn't trying at all. He's just streaming what's on his screen from his Xbox with no face cam or even a mic. He told me that he's really shocked he doesn't have many viewers. I tried gently explaining to him that streaming and YouTube are all about personality, but to no avail. He's also really camera shy and doesn't even have many pictures of himself over the years. His mother even gave up trying to get him into family photos. So I don't understand how being a streamer would even work for him or how he thinks it's a good idea. He also sits very quietly, muttering the occasional fuck as he plays video games. The popular streamers he's trying to emulate have natural humor and commentary, and he just doesn't have it, if you know what I mean. He even mentioned that I should start streaming because I'm pretty good at some games. I laughed it off and said I have no interest. In a past relationship, I was called a negative, so I didn't want to rain on his parade. For some background, he is in school to be an architect and has a good union job where he gets paid pretty well, so it can't just be about the money. This week, I was running errands when he said he was going to pick up his laundry and groceries for me to cook dinner before I got there. When I arrived, he was sitting in his room in boxers, streaming for no viewers, and the laundry and groceries still hadn't been picked up even though it had been about 6 hours. This really pissed me off, but I didn't say anything. He doesn't usually play video games for that long, but now it's all he does in his spare time. We have a trip to Japan coming up in June, and now he's talking about buying expensive equipment for his stream. My money for the trip has been set aside for a month, and he still hasn't started saving for it. I am afraid that he will spend money on equipment and ruin our trip. The other night, he happily told me that he has one dedicated viewer who watches every time he's on. What he doesn't know is that Twitch counts you as a viewer when you start the stream, so the follower he's talking about is himself. I just didn't have the heart to tell him because I know how embarrassing that would be. It's become a point of annoyance every time I hear the word streamer. Any advice here, or should I just let this Twitch stream fizzle out without my input? 2 days later, OP gave us an update. Some of you may not have been around to read the comments after I posted this, but I wanted to share some more details about the situation that I didn't initially mention. A Redditor related to me and explained how her ex was the same way and seemed to have a video game addiction. Her experience eerily mirrored mine. You can read my responses here. Yesterday after work, I had to rush home to deal with some family matters, so I didn't get a chance to sit him down and talk to him, aside from a 5-minute phone call and passing him at work. Today, however, my path was clear and I was determined to speak to him about this. When I woke up and showered, I checked the Xbox app and saw that he was last online 30 minutes ago at 7 a.m. This meant that, once again, he had not slept at all. I didn't contact him. His day off was today and he called me at 3 p.m. to say that he had just woken up. I could hear Overwatch in the background and he asked how my day was going. Before I could respond, he very angrily said, "Why the F won't this guy get off Hanzo? He effing sucks." I had a client approaching me, so I swiftly hung up. I called him back after work while I was walking home and decided to start with small talk before addressing the main subject. I didn't even have a chance to begin with the small talk before he asked me why I was slightly out of breath. I said it was because I was walking through snow up a hill. He replied, "It's snowing?" It had snowed heavily for quite a few hours. His place is built so that you can't enter the hallway to the kitchen or front door without seeing outside. He hadn't even looked out of his window at all today and had spent all day in his bedroom playing video games. This prompted me to ask him if he is planning to do anything else with his life besides playing video games. He said, "Of course, just not right now." He had not showered or eaten at all that day. I asked if he thought that was healthy and he said with an edge, "What? Playing video games? Of course. Am I smoking meth or something?" I clarified and decided to be direct. I said I think he has a problem, skipping work, not sleeping or eating, and the sheer number of hours he dedicates to playing games. He then did what most addicts do, got angry and turned it back on me. He said that I bought him the Xbox in the first place and that I've been playing video games long before we were together. I said I do not obsess over games or skip meals to play and that I would have never bought it for him if I knew this is what it would lead to. He got angry and asked if I just called to harass him. I said I called to speak to him and share my thoughts from the past few months. He said I was crazy, that everyone plays video games, and to whoever said that the streaming was just a decoy and an excuse to play video games all day, you were absolutely right. He feels justified in doing exactly that as long as he tells me there's a goal to it all. I told him that my mind isn't changed and that I think he has a problem and should speak to someone. He said nothing to this. I then said that I don't feel we have anything more to really discuss and that I can't spend my time worrying about him. I feel like I am going to get hate for this, but I won't budge on it. He is not my child and I can't force a grown man to eat or go outside. I have done my research and slept on it. Many people messaged me and commented to share their stories of dealing with a loved one with video game addiction or that they were once in his shoes. This is not a battle I want to be in. He is not the person I met last year. He responded in a very mellow voice that he knows he's been inattentive and would like a chance to make it up to me. He said he wanted to go on a date tomorrow. I declined and he started rambling about how perfect I am for him. I thought the same once. He kept going and said I'm being ridiculous, starting to tell me the things he could be doing instead of playing video games, such as I'm not a drinker, I don't cheat, etc. I am sad because before we dated, he was really a good friend. I said that I was almost home and had to go. He stayed quiet for a while and then said, okay. The fact that the video game noises didn't stop during the entire phone call didn't go unnoticed by me. I didn't bring it up because I don't think he would have stopped even if I had asked him to. We hung up and that was that. Luckily, I only see him in passing at work, and I will now make sure not to see him at all. It's a huge building. It isn't hard. I would also like to note that I received some very unpleasant messages calling me an absolute jerk for not supporting him in playing video games. They said I'm going to regret everything when he becomes a famous streamer. Some even went so far as to say that I only care about him skipping work and potentially being fired because I'm in it for his money. I am prepared for more of those messages for now abandoning him, and I am still going to Japan. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "My boyfriend has feelings for his good friend. I don't know what to do. Me, confused and unsure whether to cut my losses." BF, the man in question. Lauren: from what I can tell after Facebook snooping, a sweet lady. I met my boyfriend on July 3rd on Bumble. He is super sweet and very funny. Our city had shut down a month prior, so we were unable to go on any dates in person until about a month ago, but the instant connection was there. He informed me that he had gotten divorced over a year and a half prior and that I was his first real shot at dating again. We just became Facebook official a little over a week ago, both changing our statuses to in a relationship, but not tagging each other in the post. When I saw his post about it, there were multiple congratulations, but I noticed a few of his friends referring to a woman named Lauren and how they finally got their acts together. He deleted those comments from the thread and messaged those friends privately that he was dating me and not this Lauren person. I asked about her and my boyfriend said she was a good friend, whom a few of their mutual friends thought they would become a couple for a while. Out of curiosity, I looked up this Lauren girl and she seemed nice enough. She even liked his relationship update status. My boyfriend mentioned their history so casually that I just brushed it off. My boyfriend works at a local piano bar club, and due to the shutdown, he wasn't doing very well financially when we met. He told me that he did live streams at the start of the shutdown, but that it got too hard to maintain. The club just recently reopened, and he is also doing a donation-friendly Facebook live stream of the events. Last weekend, I decided to brave the outside and go support him at his performance. I got there and managed to slip into the back before he saw me because I wanted to surprise him when he finished up. While I was there, I saw a woman at a back table wearing a very pretty burnt orange dress. I went over to ask her about it and then I noticed she was crying. I was very concerned and went up to ask her if she was okay. She said no, and when I got a good look at her face, I realized this chick was Lauren. She begins crying about men, and I am so shocked that I'm not even sure if I said anything at all. She states that she and the amazing piano guy were almost something until she ruined it. Lauren mentions that she's known my boyfriend for years and caught feelings about a year ago. After that, she and my boyfriend got closer and flirted. Lauren states that she confessed her feelings to him back in April and they entered a limbo where he seemed really interested but was still processing his divorce. He told her he wasn't sure if he was ready for a relationship. Lauren said she was fine with this, and they agreed to take things slow and wait for him to process his feelings, as they wanted to ensure that if anything did happen between them, he would be in a place for it. For a while, Lauren says that everything was really sweet. There was lots of cuddling after live shows, talking about their feelings, meeting his sister, and apparently one kiss on the forehead while discussing how much she meant to him, but then Lauren and he got into a big fight. Lauren says he was becoming frustrated with the length of the citywide shutdown and how he wouldn't be able to support himself with just donations. When Lauren offered financial help, he yelled at her and stopped speaking to her. Lauren tried to reach out multiple times, but received no response. She eventually gave up, and then all of a sudden he posts on Facebook that he has a girlfriend. This made her burst into tears about how this new girl is probably prettier and less pushy than she is. I ask her why she even came here tonight, and she mentions that because she attended many of his performances prior to the shutdown, she is actually good friends with many of the staff. Additionally, she wanted to prove to herself that she was over him after being ghosted. That didn't work out because apparently, as soon as she walked in, my boyfriend looked up and said, "Hello, beautiful," stopping the performance mid-song to hug and talk to her. She said that after convincing him to finish his set, he started playing her favorite song of his, which is When She Retreated to the Far Back Table. I managed to calm her down a bit, but I didn't mention that I am the new girlfriend because, good God, how would I even start that conversation? My boyfriend's set ends and Lauren slips out very quickly without even talking to him. At closing time, I ask my boyfriend about Lauren again and he avoids the question. I point blank ask if they ever slept together, which he instantly denies. I then ask if he ever wanted to sleep with her and he hesitates before trying to change the subject, saying that I'm killing the buzz of a good show. I ask if he has feelings for her and he just says, all of that is really messy. I'm surprised she even came here tonight. My boyfriend states that he had lots of family and money stuff going on all at once, bottled it up, and yelled at her for no reason one day. He explains that by the time he realized he was in the wrong, over 2 weeks had gone by without him responding to her messages, and he wasn't sure how to apologize to her, so they just never talked again. He said he got excited when he saw her because he honestly thought he would never hear from or see her again. At this point, I didn't have anything to say in response, so I just went home. Out of curiosity, I decided to watch the live stream of my boyfriend's set after Facebook recommended it to me. And sure enough, right there at 41 minutes and 23 seconds, you can see my boyfriend's face light up as he says, "Hey, beautiful." He immediately stops the song he's in to get up and talk to Lauren. When he gets back, he's super giddy and looks like he's over the moon. That was Saturday night. Since then, my boyfriend had been texting me, but I did not answer. Tonight, I got bold and decided to ask point-blank questions. He admitted that he and Lauren had their fight the day before he messaged me on Bumble and confessed he was matching with everyone to blow off steam. I asked him to tell me about his relationship with Lauren. He said that he and Lauren were in that weird place right before dating and described their relationship as an unfinished sentence. He explained that it was going somewhere great, but then just stopped suddenly without conclusion because I suck at talking when overwhelmed. My boyfriend then turned around and stated that he doesn't want to end our relationship and wants to work on things with me. To me, it seems obvious that my boyfriend still has feelings for this girl, and it seems like she likes him back. I am unsure if I should even try to save this relationship or just walk away now. On one hand, this is my boyfriend. We have fun together, I enjoy spending time with him, and I do not want to end this because before last weekend, I viewed our relationship as solid. On the other hand, all I can think about is how he lit up on stream upon seeing Lauren, and I don't think he's ever been like that with me. We've only been dating for 3 months, half of which was during lockdown. If I am going to cut and run, this is probably my best chance. Honestly, right now it feels like I'm in the middle of a romantic drama TV show, and I don't think I'm the girl the audience would be rooting for. TLDR, my boyfriend clearly still has feelings for his recent relationship and has shown regret for ending it. I know she does too. I don't know whether I should just bail or stick it out at this point, as up until now we have had a solid relationship. A deleted user said, "Honestly, I would end things now while they are not serious between you two. One of the hardest relationships I ever had was with a guy who still had major feelings for someone else. As much as he likes you, and he does, as long as he has feelings for Lauren, he will end up hurting you or both of you." Duke said, "I think the red flag here is not him having feelings for this girl, but the way he reacted when seeing her. He has unresolved feelings towards her. That isn't his fault, and is something you both could potentially get over. But him treating her like that, even when he has a girlfriend, is what's inappropriate here. It seems to me that you are invested in this relationship way more than he is. This seems to be a rebound relationship for him. He didn't get into this relationship because he liked you. He did it to get over his ex. You should understand that. Ending it is the best thing you can do now. Good luck." User Always Sunny said, "Sorry to say it, but it sounds like the best thing to do is rip that band-aid off now and have a clean break. Your boyfriend and Lauren clearly still have feelings for each other, and there's a lot of raw, intense emotions still present. The way you describe your boyfriend dodging your questions about it is also a red flag. No one deserves to be the third wheel in their relationship. It sounds like your boyfriend turned to dating apps for a rebound and needs to sort himself out. It'll be healthier for your heart to bail 3 months in than be stuck 3 years into a relationship where you aren't a priority." A year later, OP gave us an update. Okay, so this may be a long one. First and foremost, I am not down for any poly shaming. That's not the point of this post. Polyamory is a valid dating and relationship model when done ethically, and I want to establish that first and foremost. Any advice given that carries the air of "but poly is gross" will be ignored. I will simply keep scrolling past it. My best friend Cindy and I have known each other for roughly 15 years and have been roommates for about 5 years. Cindy is poly and has 2 partners, one who lives close by and another named Mark who lives in Oregon, which is pretty far from us. I knew Mark through mutual friends before he met Cindy, and we actually slept together a couple of times back in 2016. He's poly and I am monogamous. We decided it wouldn't work between us, but we maintained a good friendship because we get along really well. I introduced those two in 2017 and they hit it off. In 2019, Mark had to move to Oregon for work, but they have been making it work via long distance, and I am happy for them. In 2020, I kind of lost my mind. I had to break up with a boyfriend who was in love with someone else. I realized I hated my job, and I turned 30 feeling deeply unhappy with where my life was headed. So I decided it was best for me to start living. I quit my job, found a new one that made me happy, and started going on solo hiking adventures. I mentioned in a group chat that I always wanted to camp in Crater Lake National Park in Oregon, and Mark offered his place for me to stay and volunteered to be my hiking buddy. Cindy hates camping, hiking, and nature, but was excited for us to have fun and even helped me plan the trip. Until 2 weeks ago. Out of nowhere, Cindy became as cold as ice toward me. We take turns cooking, and suddenly on her nights to cook, she would only make one portion and leave me nothing. She was short in conversation, didn't want to hang out with me in shared areas at all, and just seemed really upset. I asked her if something was wrong, but she straight up ignored me. I went to our mutual friends who said they had no clue that anything was wrong. Then yesterday, she invited me to a video chat with her and Mark. They told me they've discussed it and that I have permission to sleep with Mark on this trip. Apparently, one of the boundaries in their relationship is neither of us can do anything with either of our partner's friends. Mark mentioned 2 weeks prior that he would be down to sleep with me on this trip if I was interested, which led to fighting between the two. Mark argued that he had already slept with me previously, so I shouldn't count, and Cindy was firmly on she's my best friend, so no. They reached an agreement and were excited to tell me, but I blew up at them. So many thoughts are swirling in my head right now, and I cannot even verbalize all the reasons why I am mad. It's like my best friend and her boyfriend, someone I considered to be a good friend too, view me as a sex object in some ways, but somehow worse. Sleeping with Mark wasn't even a concept to me, as he is squarely in the best friend's boyfriend and good friend boxes in my mind. I logged off the chat, told Cindy I was too angry to look at her, and have been at a friend's place for the last day. I need advice on how to convey my feelings to them when I am so angry. I barely want to go on this trip anymore. TLDR, planned a trip with my best friend's boyfriend, who is also my good friend. Best friend was absolutely terrible to me for 2 weeks, then said I could sleep with her boyfriend like it's something I wanted to do all this time. Staying with a friend and having trouble verbalizing all the reasons I am mad right now. And 3 weeks after that, OP gave us her final update. It's been just over 3 weeks since my last post, and I wanted to provide an update. If you didn't read my original post, I was planning on going on a trip where I would be staying with my best friend's partner for 5 days. She was fine with it until she wasn't, and treated me coldly for 2 weeks. Then she and her boyfriend told me that I had permission to sleep with him on the trip if I so desired. I got upset and stayed at a friend's place for 3 days. It was such a fun experience. I went home after 2 or 3 days when Cindy sent me a message saying she wanted to apologize. Apparently, Cindy reached out to the mutual friend I was staying with, and that friend went over every cruel thing Cindy did to me during her 2 weeks of shutting me out and told her to get herself together. We sat down and talked, and it was pretty illuminating what she had to say. Cindy and I have known each other for over 15 years now. For the majority of that time, I was the more introverted and shy type, while she was the let's drink shots on the roof with this new friend I made 30 seconds ago type. When the pandemic hit, we both had very different responses. After realizing I was deeply unhappy with all parts of my life, I flipped everything on its head. I found a new job and made a bunch of work friends. I started doing solo adventures and felt happier than I ever had been. It turns out that happy me is very bubbly and engaging. While I couldn't go out for obvious reasons, I started actually using Discord, engaging more with friends, and going on virtual dates. Cindy did the opposite. Her job transitioned to work from home pretty early on, which cut her off from most of her work friends, and she lost an aunt she was close to due to the virus. Cindy works in customer service at an online store, so after 8 hours on the phone in front of a computer, she doesn't want to Zoom or Discord or message anyone from the exhaustion of it all. Cindy admitted that she felt like she was falling apart while the person she grew up with was doing better than ever. Cindy is not one to express her feelings, so apparently she decided that the best course of action was to bury everything in her chest and do nothing about it. Then Mark asked if he could sleep with me, and everything started leaking out. Cindy admitted that the rule neither of us can do anything with either of our partner's friends is a bit more flexible than I originally thought, and is more of a please ask if I am cool with this before you flirt with my friends situation. Apparently, Cindy was cool with the concept of us sleeping together previously. Back in 2019, I was planning a trip to Seattle for the summer of 2020. Mark offered to join me, and we were planning on splitting a 2-bedroom Airbnb. It didn't happen for obvious reasons, but apparently Mark asked Cindy during the planning stage if he could even broach the topic with me, and she was cool with it. Mark, going off how she was previously okay with it, checked in again with her before he was planning on talking to me about it for the most recent trip, and that's when the blow-up happened. Cindy apologized for how she treated me the past 2 weeks and admitted that she felt like she was failing at everything in her day-to-day life, and then felt like she was going to lose her boyfriend to me if something happened between us. I honestly feel like a shitty friend in some sense because while I knew her depression was flaring up again, I didn't quite realize how deep she was in it despite living together. I did stand my ground on the fact that while her feelings are valid, the way she treated me wasn't, and that type of behavior cannot happen again. She agreed and even invited me to sit in on a session with her therapist, which I said I would do after she had more solo time to process it. I did end up going on the trip. Mark apologized for blowing up my home life with his question, and we had a conversation about how, while he is sweet, I really don't see any future where I sleep with him again. He was cool with it and said he was excited to have a good friend come up for nature adventures. I just got home yesterday from my adventures and have been sharing the photos with Cindy for the better part of the day. She thinks the shots are beautiful, and her biggest concern is that I could have hurt my lungs since it was pretty smoky out there on one of the days I was out there due to wildfires in California. This next post was made in the relationship subreddit by a user named Understand04. The post is titled, "My fiance lied about speaking Korean fluently for 3 years. I've been with Jimmy for 3 years now. We first met in college and we pretty much instantly hit it off. I'm full Korean while he's half Korean, even though he doesn't look like it at all. I was slightly disappointed when I found out that he didn't speak Korean. Pretty much everyone in my family speaks it. He told me that he didn't know it but was studying it, which I thought was a nice gesture. He met my parents for the first time, and while they speak English, they prefer not to speak it much. My parents complained to me pretty much the entire night and even bad-mouthed him quite a bit because of his actions and lack of understanding. At the time, I didn't realize how much I was defending him. Although most dinners at my parents' house involved them being fake nice to him, I tried my best to stick up for him. The first time my parents met his dad and sister, they spoke very poorly of them. It was downright insulting. His dad had some pretty rude and weird behavior that was frowned upon. I would always talk with my parents on the phone while we lived on campus, often on speakerphone, and Jimmy would just kind of play dumb. Even with my friends, many of them were very rude to him after I told them he didn't understand Korean. He proposed to me at our favorite park 3 months ago in Korean, and I was so blown away by it. I thought it was the sweetest thing in the world. I cried for joy and happily accepted. I was so proud of him. Fast forward to last week. One of Jimmy's longtime friends returned from his assignment overseas and met us for dinner. He was a really nice and respectable guy. While talking, he suddenly started speaking in Korean to Jimmy, and I was taken aback. "Oh, he doesn't know much. He's still learning," I said. The guy scratched his head and replied, "Jimmy is the guy who helped teach me Korean. What are you talking about?" At first, I didn't know what to think. I was relieved and excited that Jimmy actually knew it, but the more I thought about it, the angrier I became. When I confronted him about why he didn't tell me sooner, he said that when his mother passed away on his 18th birthday, he stopped speaking altogether and just started telling people he didn't understand it anymore. He said that speaking Korean reminds him of her. While this is understandable, I'm not sure if I can accept something like that. When I told my parents, my dad was overjoyed while my mother had a panicked look on her face as she recalled all the nasty things they said about him and his family in front of them. My dad seemed to brush it off and fully understood Jimmy's reasoning for not speaking anymore, but I don't know if I can be so forgiving. I feel like he's been secretly spying on me for the past 3 years. He lied to me about it. Even with my friends, he treated everyone kindly, even though they all talked badly about him at some point. I don't know if he's being noble and romantic or if he's just been using this to his advantage. Our relationship is otherwise perfect, and it seems like such a silly minor detail to get upset over, but I don't know. Any outside perspective or input? Am I wrong for not letting this go so lightly? I think he should have told me way sooner. I found out through an old friend of my fiance that he actually speaks and understands Korean fluently, despite telling me that he was learning it. I feel relieved yet betrayed and deceived. I'm unsure if I should let this go or what to do next. User McJeebus said, "I can kind of relate to your boyfriend. My parents are full Korean, but I have not lived in Korea. My Korean is not as good as a native speaker's, but I can read and write fluently. Because of my accent, Koreans at church tend to say I was not Korean and always spoke to me in English. Since then, I only spoke English, and whenever people asked if I spoke Korean, I said I didn't. This has allowed me to hear a lot of bad things from Koreans, such as calling me stupid for not learning the language. This further cemented the idea to never speak Korean to people, as you get to see their true personalities. And since your boyfriend is half Korean, I can almost assure you he had a lot more teasing than I did, as mixed race people tend to be looked upon less favorably by older generations. The only person I spoke Korean to is my mother. I recall telling her that if she ever died, that would be the last time I would ever speak Korean. I have a feeling your boyfriend does not speak Korean because he was probably ridiculed for his accent and wants to wipe away his Korean identity, which was the case for me. Now, if he says he is learning Korean, that means something very special. He is able to forget the bad past he had with Korean just because he loved you. Just my opinion. Although I am certain he probably faced an identity crisis sometime in his life, which likely affected his decision to not speak Korean. User Deep French said, "In your shoes, I would feel more ashamed than betrayed. Your family and friends badmouthed him in his presence. It's extremely rude. Your boyfriend looks very brave to me. He stuck to his decision and didn't use it against you in any way. He didn't hold the bad things he heard against you." Edit. I don't think the theory that he did this for nefarious reasons holds any weight. It would be a convoluted and difficult way to gain information when there are dozens of cheap software and hardware solutions available to spy on people. User 3 More said, "The way I see it is, the Korean language has some baggage attached to it for him. When you first started dating, he didn't want to reveal that baggage, so he stayed quiet. Then he started hearing the things your family and friends say to him and didn't know what to do. He was placed in a very difficult position. Admit that he knows all the horrible things said about him and unload his emotional baggage when he wasn't ready, or write it out and try to ignore the hurtful things they said about him because he loves you. I think you're right. 3 years of hiding something so important to you is really painful. I think he could benefit from some therapy if he is still dealing with the after effects of grief. He wasn't spying. He was just in too deep and made a mistake. People do that. Be upfront with him. Tell him that you understand why he stayed quiet, but it hurt you. Tell him you love him and want to be a steadfast rock in your entwined life that he can cling to when he needs it, and that he shouldn't be afraid to tell you anything, even the hard stuff. You'll get through this. He sounds like a great guy who just didn't know what the right call was." Update. First, I want to say that I admit I was totally wrong for trying to make this about me, and I realized my parents, friends, and I were all horrible people, which I agree with. I spoke with Jimmy the same day I posted the thread. I actually invited him over to my parents' place for dinner, but before that, I stopped by his parents' house to apologize to him, his dad, and his younger sister for everything because I felt so embarrassed and horrible. I apologized profusely to his dad, who did nothing but laugh. His dad was beyond understanding and actually spoke Korean quite well himself. He laughed and said that he understands why my parents were the way they are. He even told me the story of when he first met Jimmy's mom's parents in Korea and how much she warned him about their behavior. He said that she explained it to him and he understood and was able to respect where their concerns were coming from in terms of wanting to preserve their language and heritage. He told me it started off rocky, but they quieted down so fast when he surprised them by speaking fluently. He said his relationship with her parents is now stronger than ever, especially since she passed away, and he calls them twice a week just to chat. He mentioned that when he heard that I stood up for Jimmy, he was proud of me even though he never said anything. Jimmy's sister is only 12 but is super sweet and mature for her age. She said that when Jimmy started dating me was the day he began teaching and talking to her in Korean again. It was really precious the way she described it. His dad teaches her as well, but she really likes when Jimmy does it. As for Jimmy and me, we've been working together to resolve our communication issues and we've spent a lot of time talking about us. I admitted all my concerns and he addressed them one by one, telling me exactly what I needed to hear. He apologized for keeping it from me for so long and told me that he didn't do it maliciously. He just didn't want to associate Korean with the negativity that my parents and friends brought into our lives, which I find extremely understandable. He said he regarded the language as something pure that he and his mother often shared together, and he didn't want to engage with my parents and friends in that context. He admitted that it probably sounded silly, but I understood him on an emotional level. He told me about how close he was with his mom, and I cried like a baby because I could tell how much he loved and missed her. He mentioned that she always teased him about the complications of marrying a full-blooded Korean while he was a teenager, and he didn't truly understand until he met my parents and friends. I even found out that Jimmy was born in Korea and lived there for 12 years. I feel like our relationship is stronger than ever. My doubts and worries are gone, and we're going to be a lot more open with one another. I'm ashamed I ever tried to doubt him. He has been speaking Korean to me a lot more exclusively since I apologized to him. Most people probably won't understand, but he took me to see his mother's grave, and it was one of the most touching moments I've ever had with him. I was kneeling beside him, listening as he told her about me. Basically how he knew he had found the person with whom he would make new memories, and how he would have to go back on a promise. I don't think I've ever cried so much in my life. I couldn't even stop. We had dinner with my parents on Tuesday, and Jimmy spoke to them in Korean for the first time. My parents apologized for their previous comments. I think I didn't make it as clear as I should have in my original post, but after I defended him, they cut back significantly on their negative remarks. Jimmy apologized for their years of disappointment and teasing regarding their original concerns. He told them a little about his mom, and when he mentioned his mother's maiden name, my father's eyes lit up. He didn't go into detail, but he thinks he might have known her family. It made him extremely chatty and open. I have never seen my father so excited to talk to someone before in my life. Jimmy also brought up that his family is planning a trip to Korea this summer, and he offered to pay for all of us to come with them. My parents haven't been back in years, and they happily accepted his offer. Jimmy is wonderful. I'm lucky to have him, and I'll never let him go. Thanks for the advice. Edit. Jimmy's apology to my parents for years of disappointment was made in a joking manner, not something sincere. It was meant as a joke, and everyone laughed about it, sort of like breaking the ice or easing the tension in the room. I apologized to Jimmy and his dad and sister. I learned about Jimmy's mother and a bit about his past. He's decided to speak Korean more. He forgave my parents and is even offering to bring them to Korea with his dad and sister near the end of the summer. Overall, everything worked out perfectly. This story was posted by a user named Gaudet in the Entitled Parents subreddit. The post is titled, "Mom felt entitled to my wish after I was diagnosed and survived cancer. Today, at 29, I am 13 years in remission from cancer. I had a very aggressive type with less than a 20% chance of survival for the first 5 years. But that's not the story I'm here to share. It's just relevant background information. When I was 16, I qualified for Make-A-Wish. I had explored various potential wishes, destination vacations, meeting my favorite band, and getting electronics. Once the idea of traveling somewhere warm came up, my mom was convinced that was what would happen with my wish. The discussion of Barbados arose, and that's what she set her mind on. However, I was still undecided, and after discussing it with my Make-A-Wish correspondent, I wanted to meet my favorite band. We would not have been able to go to the Caribbean due to costs, but we could have still gone somewhere warm and out of the country. There were discussions about Florida, California, or even Hawaii as a destination to meet the band. I wrote a letter to the band explaining how listening to them helped me through treatment. My correspondent mailed it to the band's managers, who were preparing to schedule time for my wish. When I told my mom what I wanted and the plan to meet the band, she became furious. She ranted about how she deserved this trip as much as I do because she was there for me the entire time. She declared that if I wanted to do anything besides going to Barbados, I could find another adult to supervise the trip because neither she nor my stepfather would join me since it wasn't what she wanted. She then told me to pack my bags and stay at my dad's place until I came to my senses and told Make-A-Wish that we were going to Barbados. I spent over a month at my dad's with my Make-A-Wish correspondent trying to convince me to pursue my original wish several times before I eventually gave in to my mom's demands. My parents made a compromise with me, saying they'd drive me to the band's concert in Toronto if I paid for the entire trip. Naive 17-year-old me thought this was a great idea. I'd get to see the band in concert and make my parents happy. It cost a lot and my parents complained the whole time, but at least I'd seen them perform. Occasionally, when the Barbados trip comes up, my mom portrays herself as the victim, saying, "Could you imagine if you'd gone through with it and we'd missed out on going to Barbados? You would have gone with someone else's mom and left us behind. I would never have forgiven you if you'd done that." To this day, I am still a huge fan of that band. They were on hiatus for a while but came back, and this whole situation really sticks in my mind, especially when I see them performing on shows and during their 2 tours since their return. Yes, I saw them in concert and it was a great time, but I could have physically met them and gone to a concert through Make-A-Wish while traveling to another country without having to pay out of pocket for the experience. All of this happened because my mom felt entitled to make my wish about her rather than focusing on what I wanted as the actual recipient. I understand that she didn't care to meet the band herself, but there could have been many opportunities available aside from just that. I nearly died. It shouldn't have been a question of doing whatever I wanted for my wish, especially given the extremely high chance of my cancer returning. Edit to add, many people have asked if I am still in contact with her. There are too many questions to answer individually, but yes, we do still have a relationship. There have been other things that she and my stepdad have done since this major incident, but nothing compares to what she did regarding that trip. Part of the reason I maintain contact is so my son can have a relationship with them, but I limit personal conversations with them. Edit 2, the band was the Jonas Brothers. The youngest of the three, Nick, has type 1 diabetes. He wrote a song called A Little Bit Longer about his struggle when he was diagnosed between ages 12 and 14. It was released a month before I was diagnosed with cancer, and it resonated with me during difficult days. Edit 3, thank you everyone for all the awards. I didn't think this post would blow up so much. I just wanted to share this situation for a long time because it has always bothered me. User Lungus said, your mom is a real piece of work. Every time that trip is mentioned, you should express how much you hated having to change your trip to appease her entitled attitude. But you did it because she's acting like a giant baby. User Desu said, holy cow, I am so sorry you were in that situation and I'm so happy you survived. I just can't wrap my head around what your mother was thinking. I mean, this very well could have been the last thing you ever did, so why wouldn't it be all about you and what you wanted? Personally, I would have gone no contact with her at some point. User Silent Bob said, so I've been told that I can be incredibly petty when I choose to be, so I understand if you choose not to do this. But I swear to God, if I were in your shoes, every time your mom made that comment about if we'd missed out on going to Barbados, I would look her dead in the eye and say, I know. Right? How crazy of me at the age of 16 to think that, as the one suffering from a near-terminal diagnosis, I would get to choose the wish I wanted fulfilled. Thank goodness I had you there to show me that the true intention of the wish was to make you happy, and then have to hear you complain about it for the next 10 years anyway. Then I just hold eye contact until she either shut up or walked away. This honestly makes me so sad and angry. I know you did the right thing for yourself at the time, and I understand that there's no going back and changing things, but I truly wish your mother would have been a mother in that moment instead of a selfish prick. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Fuzzy French. The post is titled AITAH for wishing that my stepmom died in a car accident. For some background, my dad cheated on my mom with my stepmom. They ultimately got divorced, which was really hard on our family. My mom ended up moving back to her home country in Europe, while my twin sister and I had to stay with our dad. I am 17 and I live with my dad, my stepmom, and my younger brothers. Last year in September, my twin sister and I had a volleyball game at school. My dad was usually the one who picked us up from our games and practices, but he couldn't that night because he was out of town. Our stepmom had to come pick us up instead. She arrived an hour late because she took a nap and forgot about us. As soon as we got in the car, she started ranting about how we disturbed her nap. Long story short, she ran a stop sign at an intersection and we got into a horrible accident. Most of that night was a blur, but I remember the last few minutes before the crash. I was hospitalized for weeks, but my twin sister passed away that night. I can't describe how I feel. I lost my best friend with whom I shared everything. My sister knew exactly how I felt about everything because we experienced life together. Now, I constantly feel like a zombie. I'm not depressed, but I often imagine or think about ending my own life because living is unbearable without my sister. Last night, my stepmom made a special dinner for her birthday. After the accident, I stopped eating dinner with the rest of my family. It just feels wrong to eat without my sister at the table, so I eat alone in my room. My dad insisted that I eat with them downstairs. I protested, but he begged me. Dinner started off normally. My stepmom announced to my brothers and me that she was pregnant. My brothers were really happy and asked about the gender of the baby. My stepmom excitedly said that it was a girl. They kept talking about how excited they were to get a younger sister and mentioned how they could help decorate her nursery. I looked up and asked her which room would be the nursery. She excitedly said that she was going to use my twin sister's room and mentioned how she had already started removing things from her room in the morning and putting them in the attic. I asked her why she didn't bother telling me before she she went ahead and started moving my sister's stuff. It was a big deal to me because aside from me, no one has been in her room since she passed away. Sometimes when I miss her, I sit in her room to feel closer to her, and some nights I fall asleep there. My stepmom got really defensive and said that I needed to accept that she was having a baby and needed the empty room. I told her that I understood she was pregnant, but a heads up would have been nice before she started removing things from my sister's room. She looked at me and said that she didn't need to tell me anything because she was the mother of the household. She claimed she was doing what was best for her baby and didn't need my negativity. I stayed silent, trying to tune her out, but I snapped when she mentioned how I needed to accept my sister's death and move on. She said something along the lines of, "Your twin passed away and you need to accept that. It's hard, but you've got your father, your brothers, and me. Plus, you're getting a new sister who you can build an even stronger relationship with. You need to move on because nothing will bring twin sister back." I knew I was getting angry, so I excused myself and left the table. My dad started yelling about how I was being dramatic and that I needed to come back or I'd be grounded. I continued walking away until my stepmom said, "I don't understand what her problem is. She couldn't even bother to be happy about my pregnancy, but she's angry about me moving things out of an unoccupied bedroom." I turned around and stared at her in disbelief. My stepmom often acts like my twin sister never existed. For example, 2 months ago, I was at Walmart with my dad and stepmom. We were buying a birthday present for my younger brother when they got into a conversation with an older man. I wasn't paying much attention, but the old man asked my dad how many kids he had. My dad said he had 4 kids, but my stepmom responded by saying no, 3. She does stuff like that all the time, which drives me insane. I started going off on her, and she sat there quietly. I mentioned how she's been the cause of every major traumatic event in my life. I reminded her that she knowingly started sleeping with a married man. She knew he had a wife and kids, but she didn't care. She broke up my family, sending my mom into a deep depression that ultimately led her to move away. Then I reminded her that she was too preoccupied with ranting about how we disturbed her nap, which ultimately led to a car accident that had me hospitalized for weeks. I lost my twin sister because of her carelessness. I told her that she had no right to just take things out of my sister's room. I wasn't angry about her new baby. I was upset that she started boxing up and removing items from my sister's room without even telling me in advance. Finally, I told her that it was cruel of her to tell me to move on from the traumatic death of my twin sister. She argued back that the accident happened and that I was living in the past. She said everything happens for a reason and that God works in mysterious ways. I straight up asked her if she thought that my sister's death could not have been avoided, and she responded by saying it was just unlucky fate. I reminded her that my sister would be alive if she hadn't been distracted. My stepmom then told me that I make her feel like I want her to die instead. I stayed silent while she kept asking me if she was correct. When I turned to walk away, my stepmom grabbed my arm. I asked her to let go, but she kept saying, "You want me dead, don't you?" I stayed silent again, but she kept repeating it. Eventually, I got mad and truthfully told her that my life would have been easier that way. She started crying and my dad called me heartless. A few minutes later, I did apologize, but my dad snapped and asked me to leave my stepmom alone. Since then, my dad has been giving me the silent treatment while my stepmom just avoids me. User Jim Mapp said NTA. Your stepmom learned an important lesson. Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to. The way your stepmom acts about your deceased sister strikes me as cold and insensitive. I don't see anything wrong with what you said. User JTD said, you are NTA, your stepmother is an AH, but your father is the biggest AH for not standing up for his own child who is suffering, especially when that suffering is compounded by his irresponsible mistress. As a fellow twin, you have my condolences. I can't imagine what you are going through right now, but you are in my thoughts. To this user, Boeing said, Dad has been led around by this woman for years, and it's not going to change anytime soon. And under this user, Knight Rider said exactly, her dad is just as culpable. First, he chooses to cheat on his first wife with this woman, not caring that he's breaking her heart. Now, his second wife didn't just take his daughter's life, she's trying to act like his daughter never existed. He callously goes along with it whenever she denies that his daughter existed. And then he has the nerve to act like his other daughter is the bad guy? Seriously, this man is a real piece of work. His wife is evil, but he's willingly allowing her to do this. Update. I'm sorry it took so long to get back to everyone, but a lot has happened in the last few months. To start, thank you all for the overwhelming support. I wasn't able to read most of the responses to my last post because I went to sleep right after posting it. When I woke up, there were several viral TikTok videos about my situation. I didn't know about any of that, but my stepmom's younger sister saw one of the Reddit videos and sent it to their family group chat. My stepmom saw the video and lost it when she read the comments. She took my phone and laptop and grounded me right after I woke up. When my dad got home from work, he backed her up. Her entire family was furious, and my dad got yelled at by her parents. They tried to force me to take the post down, but I wouldn't give them my phone's password, so there was little they could do about that. They kept calling me insensitive and disrespectful for bringing strangers into a private matter. As part of my punishment, I wasn't allowed to leave my room. They wouldn't let me use my phone or laptop to communicate with my mom at all. They said I could get those privileges back after they deemed that I had learned my lesson. A week after everything, my stepmom lost her baby and she blamed me for it. She said I was causing the entire family too much stress. She just kept yelling at me that I did this to her, and she refused to even glance in my direction. She had a huge argument with my dad about how she wanted me gone. She ended up staying with her parents for the night. My stepmom even tried to turn my younger brothers against me, and it worked with the older one. My dad tried to convince me to apologize to her, but I didn't even understand what I would be apologizing for. His wife's pregnancy was already high risk due to many other issues. She had miscarried 3 babies in the past 2 years. I don't know anything about her medical health, but I once overheard her talking on the phone about an abnormality she had that caused her to lose her other babies. After that, I fell into a really bad place mentally. 4 days after everything happened with my family, I tried to take my life. My dad and stepmom went out with my brothers, and I attempted to overdose on Benadryl. It was the most painful experience of my life. I didn't feel anything at first, but eventually I passed out. I don't know how long I was out, but when I woke up, I started throwing up. I was in so much pain and could barely move. I can't remember much, but I think I passed out again. My little brother found me passed out and covered in vomit, and my dad ended up calling 911. I ended up in the ER. I can't remember everything because it was a blur, but I had to drink activated charcoal. They ran a bunch of tests, drew my blood, and gave me an IV. I was hallucinating for hours and woke up in a different hospital. I lied to my doctors about everything because I didn't want to get in trouble, but I was still involuntarily sent to a psychiatric hospital anyway. My dad was against it, but I was there for a little over a week. I got into a lot of trouble for attempting to take my life. My dad didn't speak to me for a week after I came home. While I was gone, my dad read all my journals where I wrote about how much I hated myself, my life, and wished my sister was still alive. He also found out that I was hurting myself by reading it. He eventually made me read all the pages out loud to him, my stepmom, and my pastor. My pastor then gave me a 3-hour lesson on letting go of anger and the past. They also took away my door because I lost that privilege. My stepmom made it verbally known that she didn't want me there anymore. My dad told me that he was going to send me to a behavioral camp/teen residential program for troubled kids since I tried to take my life. I still didn't have any of my electronics back, and they refused to leave me alone for extended periods of time. So I had to stay in the living room all day and could only go to my room when it was time for bed. My dad made me keep my door open while I showered so my stepmom could monitor me. I wasn't allowed to play volleyball this year as a punishment, which really sucked. I just felt so stuck, and I knew that I'd be sent away to one of those awful camps. I've heard so many bad stories about them, so I took my stepmom's iPad in the middle of the night. I was able to call my best friend. I explained everything to her. She told her parents, and they agreed to help me. I packed a few bags, took a bunch of things that reminded me of my sister, and planned to leave 3 nights later. I was able to get my birth certificate and social security card because I told my stepmom I needed them for a job interview at our church's daycare. She surprisingly gave them to me. For 2 nights, my best friend would drive to my house at around 3 a.m. to get some of my things and my sister's old stuff. On the 3rd night, I finally found where my dad was keeping my phone and laptop, so I took them back. I left with my best friend that night. I don't want to accidentally incriminate anyone, so I can't say too much about what happened the night I left or who I was with afterward. My dad tried to press charges on several people, but that went nowhere. He gave up on trying to get me to go home because my stepmom was happy with me gone anyway. It's been 3 months since I left, and I'm happy to say that I'm safe. I haven't heard from my dad or his wife in weeks. From what I've heard, they're not on good terms. I'm currently staying with my mom's cousin, but once I graduate high school, I plan on moving to Europe to be closer to my mom. I turned 18 today. I'm happy that I no longer have to legally see my dad again. Also, thank you to those who personally messaged me, gave me legal advice, or even suggested I look into pursuing a lawsuit against my stepmother. Please excuse any spelling errors. This brought back a lot of negative emotions. Final update. My twin sister was killed almost 2 years ago in a car accident caused by my stepmother. My life has been a living hell since, and I've tried to find the will to keep going, but I'm so tired. I think of her every single day, and everything reminds me of her. I remind myself of her just by looking in the damn mirror. I don't want to forget about her, but it just hurts so much being constantly reminded that she is gone. My sister was such a beautiful soul. I hate that her last moments on earth were so horrible. Before she passed, I hadn't been away from her for more than 12 hours. I'd give anything just to see her again. I can't explain how I feel. I don't necessarily want to die, but I don't want to be here anymore. Every day is a blur, and I feel like I'm just going through the motions. The only thing keeping me alive is my mom. She's been doing really well with staying sober, but she'd probably return to alcoholism if I ended my life. I just don't know how long I can keep staying for her. I know how selfish it is of me to even be thinking of it, but I'm in pain all the time. I just want it to stop and nothing helps. User Clearly a Cat said, "It sounds like you need to seek some support for your mental health. What you've gone through is not a small thing, it is life-changing and traumatizing. Please reach out to a therapist and consider looking for grief support groups in your area. I don't know you, but I have a sister, and I know that if I died or she died, we would want the other to be happy and healthy. I truly hope you can find some peace. I know that's what she would want for you." Pandora said, "Grief is such a huge, obnoxious, and cruel jerk. It punishes us for losing the people we love and then keeps popping up to punish us in new, mean ways when we least expect it. You're not alone, and you need to get some help from a therapist, a grief group, family, friends, or all of those places. I'm not going to minimize how you feel, it's terrible, but you are worth staying alive for. You deserve all the love and care you give to your sister and your mom." User numero uno said, "Your sister would not have wanted you to hurt yourself. She loved you. She would have wanted you to be happy and to remember the good moments you shared. Please consider honoring her by living your best life. I agree. Your mom wouldn't do well with both of you gone. Please seek medical services for your mind and body to help you heal from your loss. Life will get better with treatment and time. Blessings." User Mindless Scientist said, "I lost my sister. It hurt so bad. She wasn't my twin, but we shared a room, a love for gymnastics, and she was my best friend. She died slowly from cancer, so we had time to say our goodbyes. She told me she wanted me to be happy. She told me she loves me. I know your sister felt the same. She would be so upset knowing her death has caused you this horrible pain. It is the worst pain in the world. But ask yourself what she would want. I'm sure it's not to end yourself. It took me 6 years of depression and pain to seek help. Do not wait. Get on medication. They will help you transition through this horrible time until you can feel normal again. And then honor your sister by living your life to the fullest and happiest you can. She will be looking down on you, cheering you along. It may have been her time to go, but yours isn't up yet. Live, really live, even if it's painful some days. Choose happiness by choosing to get out into the sun. Exercise through the pain. It will feel like surviving some days, but it will get easier. I am so very sorry for your loss." This story was posted by a user named Luna Love in the relationships subreddit. The post is titled, "My boyfriend of 3 years abruptly dumped me via text because of someone else's Facebook. A few minutes ago, my boyfriend of 3 years dumped me via text. It really shocked me. His reasoning was that he found a Facebook profile that was apparently mine and that I was a lying who plays games, and that we were done. This completely came out of left field. The last time we spoke, which was not even 2 hours ago, everything seemed fine. I'm a few hours away at the moment because I was visiting my family for Father's Day. I've also been helping my dad after a car accident that has left him disabled. It's been really hard for him, so I decided to spend the weekend with him. My boyfriend had to stay behind because of work. My phone was on vibrate, and I woke up to it vibrating somewhere in my room. He called twice in a row, which is a little unusual, so I tried to call him back. A part of me was worried something bad had happened because he never just calls seconds apart. He forwarded my call to voicemail after one ring, and then I received a string of enraged texts. The first was a picture of a profile of some woman who shares my name, and the rest were filled with anger about how I played him for a fool and that he was done playing games. Firstly, the woman in the picture looks nothing like me. She has black hair and blue eyes. I have auburn hair and green eyes. I also have a beauty mark above my lip on the left-hand side, while this woman has nothing like that. My boyfriend blocked my number, Facebook, and all that lovely stuff, and I am at a loss. This is all very sudden, and all I feel is anger and pain. I don't want my dad to hear me crying. He has enough on his plate to deal with. A little background. My boyfriend cheated on me a few months into the relationship, and I didn't learn about it until a year later. I ended up forgiving him, and things seemed fine. He was remorseful and did his damnedest to regain my trust. I can't help but wonder if he did this because he did something wrong and wants an excuse for it, or if he wanted to dump me so he could cheat without cheating. Tomorrow is his birthday too. I wonder if he wants to be free for that day. It just makes me cry. I won't be taking him back. No way in hell. He's living in my house, nothing is in his name, so he can just leave. Right now, I'm feeling shattered because I invested so much time and emotion in this person. I forgave him when he cheated on me, and now he's pulling random Facebook profiles out of thin air to use as an excuse to break up with me and claim I'm the shady one. What can I do to help myself? I am really at a loss right now. Thank you. My boyfriend of 3 years dumped me via text, accusing me of having another Facebook despite the fact that the woman in the profile looks nothing like me, and the only thing we have in common is our name. How do I move on and heal from such a callous action? User Vivi said, you head home as soon as possible to deal with this. You have a friend meet you there and you tell your boyfriend that he needs to move out. You might have to give him the formal 30 days, but let him know that it is over and he needs to leave. User Subsorian said, he's living in your house and cheated on you, then made an impulsive decision based on some flimsy evidence. Either he's remarkably stupid or there's something deeper going on here. Either way, take some time to cool off. Have a friend with you if you decide you've had enough and choose to kick him out. You own the house, you have the control here. User Miss Medic said, it definitely sounds like he was just using that as an excuse to break up with you. Since everything is in your name and he's living in your house, tell him to have his stuff out by the time you get back and move on. You don't want to be in a relationship with someone who will look for excuses to break up with you, even for a day. I can't say whether he's cheating on you or not, but I wouldn't discount the possibility. Update. Thank you guys for your encouraging words and wisdom. It has helped a lot. My brothers, my lawyer uncle, and 6 other people went to my house this morning. My ex was sitting in his computer room playing League of Legends, seemingly oblivious to my arrival and the fact that anyone had entered the room. I promptly tapped him on the shoulder and asked him to turn off the game and pack his stuff. He shrugged my hand off and continued to talk to his teammates through what I assume was Skype or TeamSpeak. My patience for his BS is in the negative, so I bent down and unplugged the surge protector from the wall. My ex flung the headset that I bought him off his head and it bounced off his monitor. He stood up screaming about how that was a ranked game and that I was messing up his stats or whatever he was foaming about. My brother stepped between us and told him that he had 10 minutes to pack his things, only his things, before we called the cops to have him removed. We all stepped out of the room and watched him unplug his computer and neatly stack his belongings. He tried to take my Ethernet cable, but I said no. A friend brought in a box and we watched him go through the house taking the few things he owned, all the while texting away on his phone. It turns out he was saying some ugly things on Facebook, but whatever. That is childish stuff and water off a duck's back to me. He tossed a box of clothes, sneakers, DVDs, and console games into the backseat of his shabby 1995 Honda and then made a production out of taking his computer out. He was more concerned about his League of Legends game and his computer than about me. He didn't make eye contact or speak to me. There was just an air of hostility that I can't even explain. I can't comprehend how someone could suddenly hold such animosity towards someone they apparently loved. I sat on the stairs watching him go back and forth, my friend Jess recording the whole process on her cell phone just in case. It was really hard. I felt anger brewing beneath the indifferent exterior I was showing. A part of me wanted to throw an egg at the back of his smug head, but I know that it isn't worth it. He isn't worth any energy, negative or positive. The whole process took about 15 minutes and we all watched from my lawn as he drove away. My uncle gave me a big hug before leaving and the rest of us ate pizza and watched some TV. As uneventful as it was, the whole experience was draining. It's easy when there are people around to talk to and occupy my mind, but when I'm alone, what he did keeps popping into my head, and I start to feel anxious. I tossed all of my bedding and sprayed my couches and chairs with deodorizer in a lame attempt to exorcise whatever foul things he may have done. I know it's irrational. Today, I'm going to head to Bed Bath & Beyond to buy some new bedding and treat myself. I realized that while I was with him, I didn't really love myself. I was too preoccupied with appeasing him. Any action I took to spoil myself, whether it was new clothes, a game, or makeup, was met with suspicion. It was all in his warped mind. Being alone after being in a relationship for such a long time is daunting, but I know I'll be fine, if not awesome, after getting that cancer out of my life. I had to set up a rule with my friends and family not to talk about him because a friend texted me about how he was flooding his Facebook with pictures of himself smiling and being happy. I don't want to hear it. If he's happy living in his mom's basement and cheating on good women with gutter scum, then so be it. In the end, whether it's 6 months from now, a year, 5 years, or whatever, something in his brain will click, and he will realize the massive mistake he made in the last few days. As crappy as it sounds, I hope it makes him miserable. I will be changing my locks despite taking his copy of the keys, and I think I will add extra security just in case. When he was a teen, he vandalized houses of people he didn't like, and judging by his behavior, I wouldn't put it past him to do it again. Also, I am going to the doctor tomorrow to get tests done. I don't feel anything is wrong, but I won't be taking chances. This whole experience has been a life lesson. He hasn't ruined any future relationships for me. He did me a favor by raising my standards and reinforcing my self-worth. I know what to look out for now and what kind of person I deserve. Thank you again, you guys. You brought up a lot of great points, and it helped tremendously. Went home with an entourage consisting of big, burly brothers and a lawyer. My ex had a temper tantrum when I interrupted his ranked League of Legends game to kick him out. Other than that, it was peaceful. I'm going to splurge on nice things today, and tomorrow I will be getting STI tests done. Thank you so much for your words of encouragement and compassion, Reddit. Edit. Some people are mistaking the reason our relationship ended as being because he played League of Legends. No, it had nothing to do with it. It was only a detail in the post, not a factor. My ex cheated multiple times and had an oppressive paranoia about anything I did and who I interacted with. If I bought nail polish, wore makeup, or did my hair differently, it meant I was trying to impress some guy he had in his head. He even accused me of wanting to cheat with my own flesh and blood cousins and my doctor, who is in his 70s and married. He demanded to see my call logs and have access to my Facebook and email. He even tried to get access to my work email, and I had to tell him it was a violation against HIPAA to make him stop. He had a very dysfunctional relationship with his mom and had cried on occasion that he would sabotage any relationship he had with any female close to him. I did a lot for that man, more than he ever deserved. I paid for his medical bills, helped him financially, supported him emotionally. I helped him build his PC. I did so much for him, and he really didn't give a damn about me. My brother died from a drug overdose, and not a week later, my ex pulled a fight out of thin air over nothing. Literally nothing. He just started screaming at me about something and hung up. I didn't hear from him for 5 days. It turns out he was contacting a girl he met at Subway and had previously cheated on me with. That was days after my brother died. Who does that? And I was stupid to take him back and forgive him. My self-worth was in the gutter, and I allowed this to happen to me. I allowed myself to be bullied by this man because I felt like I didn't deserve better. I do deserve better, and I had a great day today. I got the STI test done, and now I'm going to install new locks and look at security cameras. Thank you everyone again for your support and awesome words. It's helped me a lot. User Megatrain said, it's pretty clear there were plenty of other reasons for you not to be together, but did you ever get a better explanation of why he actually thought that other Facebook account was really yours? Or what he thought was going on? Did he really think you were living a double life, or was he using it as an excuse to break up? To this, OP said, he even thought I was having an affair with my elderly doctor and my own cousins. It was very bizarre. When he cheated before, he did the very same thing, throwing around wild accusations and then cutting contact. I think it was an excuse for bad behavior or a projection of something he did, or he wanted to be single for whatever thing he was planning. Past behaviors are a strong indicator of future behaviors. I'm really kicking myself at the moment for not seeing it sooner. User Swangthing said, due to his reaction and previous actions, I'd be nervous about staying alone in that house until you get your locks changed. If you call a locksmith, they can usually be there in a few hours. I highly suggest you do this today if at all possible. While they are there, have them put a deadbolt on any other doors that have flimsy locks and make sure all of the windows have working locks. Do not open the door if he comes knocking, saying he forgot something. Have him send a mutual friend to pick it up or leave a box outside or something. You do not want him back in your home, both for personal safety reasons and because he might try to squat there, which could require an eviction if he's been living there long enough. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled AITAH for divorcing my husband because he wants his son in his life. My husband and I have been married for 2 years. About 6 months ago, a one-night stand of his called and told him about their son. After a DNA test, my husband is confirmed as the father. The kid is 5 and we've been together for 4 years, so it's not like he cheated. He agreed to meet his son and they have hit it off well. They have been spending a lot of time together and the mother is happy to let her son connect with his dad. But the problem is we both agreed to a child-free life. Neither of us wanted kids. He even got a vasectomy and I got my tubes tied. We had a talk about this and he says it's his responsibility to take care of his kid and he hopes I can support him, but I don't want a stepmother's life. This may be cruel of me, but I can't stand children. My husband knew this about me. I don't dare to force my husband to choose between me or his kid, but this isn't the life I agreed to. I haven't told my husband yet, but I'm already talking to a lawyer. I don't know, I just don't know what to do here. User Nobody Asked Me said he is doing the responsible thing and it shows he's a decent person for stepping up. You are more than welcome to feel the same way you felt before. Neither of you knew about the situation previously and it does change things, but you should really talk to him with the mindset that neither of you is in the wrong and that nobody did anything to intentionally hurt the other person. He's trying to do the right thing and you're trying to have the life you want. To this user Sea of Scorpions said, yes, this is OP. Both of you sound like decent, rational people. Nobody is at fault here. Speak with your husband. It sounds like he'll understand. And both of you will make the divorce easy while maintaining respect for each other. It's rare in divorces, but I believe that will be the case for you. User 9Kitty said, child free here. Circumstances have changed. Even though he didn't want to be a father, he is now one. If you don't want to be married to a father and be a stepmom, you can either live separately for 13 years or divorce. Just know that your husband will not be able to be as available, and his finances and plans will always include his son now. I feel bad for both of you. I wish you the best with whatever you decide. User Amazing Reality said, you both had an agreement. You both went so far as to be surgically sterilized. So this was a serious agreement. His son is an unexpected change to those terms. He's not an asshole for wanting to be part of his son's life. I would go so far as to say he's doing the right thing. This child did not ask to be born and he needs his dad in his life. However, things have changed drastically for you and it's okay if you still want to be child-free and don't want to be a stepmom. Where you once were in agreement, you are no longer compatible. I agree, don't make him choose. Just tell him you understand his need to be his kid's dad and it's admirable, but you still don't want kids or to be a stepmom, so it's better that you go your separate ways now. Update. So I had a talk with my husband. To clear a few things, my husband wants to spend as much time with his son as possible. He even mentioned wanting half custody and having him live with us. So it's not like he wants to spend a day or two with him, he wants to be as close to a full-time parent as he possibly can. Yes, our vows included being child-free. It wasn't in the wedding speech, but we had several long conversations about kids. This was something we promised each other, so yes, being child-free was part of our vows. I don't like children and I don't want to have anything to do with raising them, but it's not like I yell at every kid I see. I guess you could say I hate the responsibility of raising a child as opposed to hating children themselves. Yes, I would stay with my husband if he got in an accident and became disabled. See, I love and adore my husband and I'm willing to work for him, but only for him. Adding a whole other person to our lives is different. I can't love his kid. I can't be a good stepmom. I love my husband, but I don't love his kid. Now, back to my husband. He almost blew me off again because he was tired from working and spending time with his son. But I insisted and I told him I don't want to live like this. We talked and he said he can't leave his kid, and that is the one thing he can't compromise on. He said he's going to see him as much as he can and that he needs to prioritize his kid's well-being over anything else, including our relationship. I told him I don't want to live like that. He said he won't budge on this. We both agreed that we should separate for a while. Neither of us straight up mentioned divorce, but I'm pretty sure that's where we're headed. I feel empty, angry, and frustrated. I know my husband isn't at fault, I know the kid isn't at fault, but my life is just changing so much. Final update, it's official, we're getting divorced. I wasn't even the one who mentioned it. My husband is the one who said it. He said that if I can't be supportive and caring toward his son, then we can't be together. I'd already moved out, and while part of me was hoping for some way to make it work, I think I knew this was inevitable. So it's official. I'm losing my husband, and he's going to go on to be a father. Honestly, as long as I get my car and the money in my bank account, which I earned myself, I'm not going to fight him. I'm willing to let him have anything in our old place. I'll be honest, I don't know what to do now besides going through the divorce proceedings. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do now. All my life was going to include my husband. Now he's gone. User Dwarf Bunny said, the real AH is the woman who didn't tell him he had a kid 5 years ago. You know, before you two got married. Going your separate ways is best. Wishing you all the best with your healing and future. I'm sure you'll find love again. User Happy Communication said, wow honey, things will get better. Life is taking you on separate paths, but neither of you is to blame. Give yourself time to mourn your relationship and heal. You know what you want from life, and with time, you will find someone who shares that. Best wishes. Messy Thoughts said, OP, this is 100%. Give yourself time to grieve and heal. Know that it's okay to mourn the loss of your relationship while sticking to your own boundaries. This was a situation that neither of you saw coming. Please don't waste your time or energy harboring hate or resentment toward him. He's stepping up as a father, even though it has completely blindsided both of you and derailed your relationship. If you're having a difficult time adjusting or coming to terms with your new normal, then seek counseling. Also, while I cannot predict the future, do not be surprised if he moves on quickly and establishes a new relationship. It's possible that he may fall into the category of a man seeking a relationship so that she can provide childcare for his child. But I cannot reiterate enough, take time to grieve. Story was posted by Aggressive Male in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, There is Something Wrong with My Wife. I'm posting here because my wife does not use or even really know what Reddit is, and I can't speak to anybody else but my therapist about it. I've tried asking friends and family, but none of them understand the gravity of what I'm saying honestly. I'm a 37-year-old man and my lovely wife is 36. We have little to no problems with each other. However, I've noticed some small things that are mounting up to a rather terrifying level, and I'm not sure I can ignore this anymore. She's a great person. She has done so much for me throughout our marriage and respects that I do not want to have after a rather traumatizing experience that I don't need to get into. She does little things that show she listens and cares about me, and I do the same for her. I want to stay with her because we've been married for 10 years now, and she is all I know. But lately, I just don't understand what's going on and why she's acting the way she is. The first notable incident occurred when we found an egg on the curb. We assumed it was from our neighbor, given that they have chickens and maybe an egg rolled out or something. Without a second thought, my wife stomped on the egg. Now, I would have been fine had it been an infertile egg or a cooking egg without anything inside, but the entire fetus was visible and I threw up. She laughed, saying that it was funny and at least the neighbors don't have to worry about another chicken. I told myself that it was just an egg and she had no idea that there would be a fetus in it, but her reaction afterwards rattled me. I brushed it off because, like I said, I love her. Maybe that is stupid, but I do. I really love her. However, these incidents continued and my love for her is starting to waver. Here are some notable things I remember. We have a dog. Butter is the calmest dog in the world. He is housebroken and well trained. However, one time he was very sick and irritated and went number 2 on the carpet. My wife screamed at Butter, screamed. I told her to stop because the damage was done already and Butter was sick. I cleaned the carpet and she never blew up at Butter again, but it rubbed me the wrong way how mean she was to him. I understand that she was frustrated, but Butter started crying and trying to give her his paw while she kept screaming at him. My mom passed away in 2020 from natural causes. I was very close with her and it took many years to accept her loss. I keep her favorite bracelet on a table with family photos of her and me. One day it went missing and I had a panic attack. The bracelet was made by my mom's grandfather and she wore it every day. It was a part of her. When I told my wife about it, she said that she sold it. I sobbed, not out of anger, but devastation. Soon after, however, the bracelet reappeared on the table, and when I asked her about it, she started laughing and said, "You should have seen your face." When we were gardening, I noticed I had dropped my keys. She was grouchy since it was hot, and she had been planting flowers since the morning. When she found them, she threw them at my face, and it cut my nose. She felt horrible, but that reaction threw me off. One time after work on Halloween, I was feeling particularly depressed for no reason. I don't blame her for this, but she played a prank on me and jump scared me. I started crying and having a breakdown because it was kind of the last straw for me after my shift. She laughed and kept laughing, then went back to the living room to watch TV. One time on Facebook, we found out that a classmate had been in a car accident. I told her about it and she shrugged, saying that she didn't really know her, so it didn't matter. It's okay for her not to care about the victim, but the poor girl was heavily injured and my memories of her from school were pleasant. She genuinely didn't deserve what happened. My wife and I love horror. We are horror fans. However, I cannot stand violence against animals. It disturbs me. So when we put on When Evil Lurks, as you can imagine, I threw up. The kicker is that she had seen it before but wanted to watch it with me since she loves it so much. I'm happy she loves it, but I would have appreciated a warning, which I vocalized. She shrugged it off and that was that. That's just a few examples, but the worst of it happened just yesterday. I tried my hardest not to say anything, but it might be my last straw. I was cleaning up our room while my wife was at work when I found a journal buried underneath the mattress as I was swapping sheets. For some reason, I opened it and quickly realized that it was my wife's diary. I would have put it back if I hadn't seen the words on the page. I was horrified. She wrote that when she was driving, there was a line of geese crossing the street. Annoying? Yes. But the thing you are supposed to do is wait. My wife wrote that geese are a useless species and that it shouldn't matter if a few get run over. Yes, she ran over 2 geese on the road. I was horrified. I know what people will say, so I'm going to answer a few questions. I love her. I recognize that sometimes her behavior is unacceptable and concerning. I understand the concern, which is why I'm here in the first place. But you all have to realize that for the past 16 years now, she's been my world. We dated for 6 years before getting married, and it's been 10 years since our wedding. In those 16 years, I've witnessed her go through horrific things, and she's witnessed the same. It's hard to sum up those 16 years. It's difficult, and I'm already saying too much. I've noticed a change over the past 3 or so years. Even then, in the moment, I didn't see it as an issue until reading that little journal entry. I can't just leave her, but I can't act the same around her after finding that out. I realized that I need to confront her about what I saw, but truthfully, I am afraid. I never knew she was capable of such things until I read it and started putting the pieces together. Whatever is going on, I don't know what to do about it. She has a therapist and so do I. She seems genuine, but I don't know what to do, knowing that she willingly killed an animal without any remorse. Honestly, I just don't want to leave her. I met her when I was young and all I know is her. She's seen me through the most vulnerable parts of my life and vice versa. Her family and my family are basically intertwined. We all love each other. She's basically been there longer than she hasn't. If I have to leave her, I think that will be it for me. That'll be all I have. I'm 37, which isn't old, but also not desirable either. I don't even know why she had a crush on me because I personally don't think I'm desirable. I don't even know if this post will make sense. I don't know if anyone will take the time out of their day to read my struggles. My therapist is on vacation, so I can't tell her yet. I need somebody to talk to because everybody that I'm telling brushes it off since she is a very sweet person to them. I just want to fix this. Edit answering some questions. I said she's witnessed horrific things. I mean that a family member of hers has passed and one of our mutual friends passed as well, but this didn't happen until months later. We have no kids. I had a rough experience I won't delve into that made me realize I am asexual, and I will ask her soon. User Keeping Her Keys said, I will be super honest with you. I was married for 9 long years to someone just like your wife. The last straw was one of my cats being beaten to the point that her face was so swollen, one eye was shut for a week, and she didn't get out of her hiding spot for 3 days. There was urine and feces in the corner of a closet. I guess she couldn't bring herself to make a run for the litter box in case she would encounter him. I was out the door in a week. It took everything from me, but I knew this would escalate. Don't wait too long, OP. This sounds like psychopathy or covert narcissism. Be safe, take care, and please confide in family members or friends you trust. Let people know what's going on. User Riveria Fantasia said, you have low self-esteem. That much is obvious from the way you write and describe yourself. That is why you want to stay with a woman who has no empathy and takes pleasure in animals being harmed, even killed. While this would normally be unnerving and would freak someone out, you seem keen to turn a blind eye. People who harm animals and take pleasure in it often start with animals, but it can escalate to human beings. I'm so glad you don't have any kids with her. You have said you don't want to leave her, and strangely, you seem to believe that at the age of 37, you're on the shelf. You talk about families being intertwined and that you've known her for years. So what? People get divorced after years of having enmeshed lives, mutual friends, shared assets, children, pets, etc. So what if you share these things or have been together for years? Is that reason enough to ignore and turn a blind eye to what sounds like psychopathic behavior? She seems genuine and she has a therapist. Well, she is very aware of how she comes across and she wants you to remain in the marriage so she can continue to manipulate you. Of course, she can do all the right things and come across as cooperative and reflective. She's not silly at all. She knows exactly what she is doing. She hasn't become this way. Her mask slips every now and then, but she puts the mask back on to keep you where you are, exactly where she needs you to be. This is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm telling you, you don't know your wife as well as you think you do. Update, answering some concerns. Thank you for your comments and your time. I've had a long month and there's a lot to say, but I honestly cannot stress enough how much your support and words, harsh or not, mean to me. I'll share what has been on my mind lately, but if anybody just came for this, here it is. I'm leaving my ex-wife Anna, but we are still living together as I pack my things. I'm not really scared of her anymore, so that's her name. I sat down and had a conversation with her. Everything I wrote down and posted here was copied and pasted from Google Docs. I left some details out since they were identifiable for both Anna and me. I showed it to her and she blew up at me. I understand why she was angry. I did share information about our marriage and life on the internet. Her emotions were reasonable. But I started to get very irritable as the words just spewed out. She didn't interrupt me or yell at me because I think she realized in that moment how badly it was all affecting me. I begged her to just hear me out and surprisingly she did. She admitted to me that she also recognized that she was changing and told her therapist about it. She said that she's been scaring herself and that she's noticed her anger issues flaring up. As some of you predicted, she didn't want to give up, so she cheated on me with some guy she met at her job. Honestly, by the time she explained herself, I didn't care, because I don't. With everything that has happened, this was the least shocking revelation. I asked Anna genuinely if she loved the man she met, and she said yes, which hurt, but also didn't seem like a surprise to me. I told Anna that if she didn't love me, we could get a divorce and figure out the separation and living situation. She agreed far too quickly, but I was so emotionally exhausted and done with her behavior that it didn't register how little she valued the marriage to just toss it aside like it was nothing. I told her that for the next guy, she needs to get help. She agreed that she would check herself into the hospital. Some of you suggested a tumor, but that wasn't the case. Her explanation was that the other man got her into drugs. That's all I will say on that matter because it's all she told me. At this point, I don't even care what the reason was because the impact was the same. Honestly, I'll forever kick myself for not recognizing any warning signs sooner. It should have never gotten to the point that it did, and while it may not be my fault, I'm haunted every day by the thought that I could have been smarter and stopped her from doing everything that she did. When I say that she wasn't always like this, I mean it. She didn't give a specific date for when her affair started, so I can't pinpoint it to an exact event. I miss the woman she used to be, the lovely girl I've known for almost 2 decades. I know this was something that had to be done, but no matter how many times I tell myself that, it doesn't make me feel any better. For those wanting to know, Butter is safe. He's a good boy, and he's staying with my sister while I pack up to leave. My wife never physically hurt him, but she has yelled at him a few times. It hurts not having him here all the time since my sister's house is 30 minutes away, but he's safe and I actually get to see him tonight. I also informed my family about this situation. I didn't want to, but I knew it was necessary. They understand and apologize for brushing off the situation. To be fair, I downplayed it, so that could also be why they didn't see it as an issue. Her family knows we are splitting as well. As for me, I don't really have friends who are available that often, so I've spent most of my time alone in the house, thinking to myself, it was our house at one point. I remember when we first bought it and how excited she was. My best friend and I are going to eat out together, so that's something to look forward to. And she still admitted, I don't hear from her because they take your phone away at the hospital. I hope she can recover, but after everything that my therapist, family, best friend, and you all have said, I can't bring myself to stay with her. Breaking it off felt like ripping my own arm off. I was devastated and still am. She seemed distraught as well, but I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't think she doesn't care about me. I think there's a part of her that still does care, but maybe I'm just wishfully thinking. Even through everything, I can't be mad at her, but but I know that loving her isn't good for me. Is it wrong to forgive her, to try to see everything from her side? It hurts. It really does. I don't know anything but her. It feels like my life is over even though it isn't. I don't want to date again, but I just want to connect with other people. It didn't click how isolated I was until I left, and I realize now that she is at fault for my lack of communication with anybody. If I had to conclude this jumbled mess of an update, it would be this. I'm going to be fine. It's only been about 2 weeks, but it's been the longest 2 weeks of my life. I realized that there are more people around me who support and care about me. It was honestly really hard to accept that Anna was a disturbed individual who didn't love me. Sometimes I still convince myself that she does, but everybody around me says that she doesn't. I'm coming to terms with this. It's progress. I've spent more than 16 years with this woman tormenting me, and I have a warped perception of reality. It truly is not easy to experience any of this, and honestly, sometimes I want to go back to her. But I know that maybe I can find the woman for me who will love me the way I need to be loved. I'm working it out in therapy, and honestly, I am still frightened of Anna, but I am thankful that she was the catalyst for a new chapter in my life. I learned a lot from this, mostly what love is and isn't. Thanks. You all have good perspectives on things. I can't say that Reddit fixed my problems, but I can say that leaving was a result of the extra push you all provided. I wish Anna the best, wherever the future takes her. While I'm sad that the future will not include me, I think this is best for both of us since she didn't seem to love me and now I fear her. This should be the end of my updates. I don't really see myself updating further unless something happens with her. I want to be done with this and I want to move on. Update 2. I won't write a big essay, I'm just going to lay out what happened so I can make sense of it. I'm not asexual and I recently discovered that. I let a lot slide with Anna, but I think the reason I was afraid to have sex with her was that the last time we did, she drew blood, so I was afraid of her. Either way, if you read my previous posts, you'll know the trouble my ex was causing. I was mostly recovered, but today as I typed this, she forced me into sex. It's not something I'm going to get into, but she's being taken care of. I scheduled an emergency therapy appointment and I'm holding my dog. I just honestly need a break. I'm so tired of her coming back to me when I'm finally in a better place. Apparently that rehab didn't work. Whatever. I feel gross and I just need somebody to tell this to, but I can't tell anyone about it. I just can't bring myself to talk about it. Update 3. I was hoping I would never have to use this account again, but unfortunately it seems like this woman is haunting me like a ghost. Anna is out of rehab, but as a few of you speculated, she lied the whole time. I do not care whatsoever, but it was quite a shock to see her. I walked into the house that we used to share to grab something, and of course, she was there. She was inebriated and unloaded on me about how she misses me, how she was lying in her journal, how she wishes she never cheated on me, and that she misses sleeping next to me. All that manipulative stuff. I admittedly felt awful for her because she looked so much worse. Despite how horrific she is, I still spent so much of my life caring about and loving her. Something happened during the time it took for me to get what I needed, which I don't need to delve into because I already posted about it, but it's never been harder to have a mental breakdown. I'm not going to date seriously anytime soon, but I will admit that the man I'm talking to is a breath of fresh air. Unlike Anna, he has empathy. Regarding people asking me to take legal action, I'm going to file a restraining order against her. For extra measure, I do have plans to move in with somebody as well. I'm doing my best to keep everything vague because she knows I have social media and I'm afraid she'll find a way to locate me. I'll be safe, but I don't think she will ever fully go away. Therapy has been good. I still have a lot to work on. As for Butter, whose real name is Buddy, he's still a good boy who cheers me up. Things are looking up despite the fact that today was hell on earth. I cannot thank this subreddit enough though. Anna took away a lot of my support systems, but now that she's fully out of my life, I can meet new people and talk about my problems with those who won't make me feel insane. P.S. Regarding people who mention my throwing up a lot, I have an awful habit of vomiting when extremely anxious. It's better now that I'm sober. As for the fact that I identified as asexual, I've figured out that I am not. I omitted some things Anna did to me, and all I will say is that I was not asexual. I was petrified of her. If any of you ask about the man I'm talking to, Anna knew I'm bisexual and was cool with it throughout our whole relationship. Lastly, some people said I cried a lot. I did. I do. I'm emotional. but also, looking back, living with her was like living in an active war zone. Update 4. I have put up with your shit for nearly 11 years at this point. I genuinely hate myself for not leaving you after you raped me. I genuinely hate myself for letting all the things you did to me slide. The audacity you have to grape me again is ludicrous. I've never been so whittled down to nothing in my entire life, and just as I'm starting to get past the psychological torture you put me through, you show up and do this to me. Anna, if you are reading this because you always find a way to invade my privacy, just know that you are a deeply disturbed individual whom I never want to see again. I can't believe that I've let you abuse and disrespect me. I truly hope that whoever you're with now gives you whatever you need that I was missing. I defended you every time people came to me with their concerns and deluded myself into thinking that you were a good person. It hurts because you screwed me up to the point where I became a bad person. The difference between me and you is that one of us is capable of self-reflection. You have completely shattered my confidence, my ability to feel safe, and my trust in anybody. You claim that you miss me and still love me, but you're fooling yourself. No person who loves me would ever make me feel like this. You clearly hated me so much. Just leave me alone. I just want to feel safe. You have a whole other man. Just go to him and leave me behind. You are deeply sick. User Shamesock said, "Mate, I've been in your shoes and it isn't fair. You get ridiculed and mocked no matter who you tell. It feels like no one is on your side. Hopefully the tide is changing. Hopefully the media and the world can see that men can be victims of domestic violence and assault. How many men do we lose to self-harm over this? The suicide rate among men is far too high. Chin up, soldier. I promise you it gets easier. Please find someone you trust to talk to, even if it's professional counseling." User C-Stan said, "I'm a girl, but I could have written this. I say this to let you know that you have taken the first step in recovering and healing. Now you have to do the hard part, which is to look back and find what's wrong inside you that caused you to be with and stay with that person. Once you do that, you will never be that person again. In a few years, you will be grateful for the things she taught you about yourself, and your life will be so much better. Patience is key, but you totally got this." To this user significant ad said, "Same here. It took me about 5 years to fully recover. I honestly didn't think I was going to make it. He pulled me away from everyone I love, made me solely dependent on him, and gaslighted me to stay just so that he could come home from work one day to say that we're just not compatible and kick me out so that another woman could move in. I lost everything and was homeless for a bit, but then I was taken in by family. I'm much better now. I worked on myself, and as shitty as all of it was, I took what I could from that relationship and grew from it. It was extremely difficult at times, but he had already taken so much from me that I couldn't allow him to take more. Stay strong, OP. You got this. Take what you can from this experience and move on." This next post was made in the relationship subreddit by a user named Nico Oku. The post is titled, "My parents took down all the trophies in the house except for my sisters. I have 5 siblings, an older brother, 2 older sisters, a younger sister, and a younger brother. My second oldest sister, I'll call her BB, is a year apart from me and has always been the golden child. Not to say that the rest of us were scapegoats. BB did everything. She kept straight A's through school and was always the MVP or champion on her sports and academic teams. Our parents kept a bunch of shelves for her trophies and medals, and they were always filled. They kept having to add more space. Since the rest of my siblings and I also participated in athletics, we got shelves for our trophies too, but they were never as filled or as successful as BB's. She was competitive and always a winner. The only sport we were ever equals in was soccer because we played on the same team, but she always got MVP. There was a little resentment, sure, but I knew it had to be benched. BB didn't have an ego or anything, she was just good at what she did, and it wasn't her fault that our parents recognized it. We get along really well. We both go to school near our parents' place, but they've been in the process of moving houses and doing remodels, so neither of us has been able to visit. I know that BB continues to do sports and actually has most of her college paid for by sports scholarships. When our parents' remodels were finished, we both came down to celebrate. They gave us the tour, and in the living room, they have a huge shelf of trophies. I figured they had consolidated all the trophies, but later on, I went down while everyone was out on the deck and read the nameplates. They're all BBs. I could understand if my parents had maybe gotten rid of my older sister's trophies. Most of hers were for participation, but my brother was really successful with lacrosse. I did well in soccer and swimming. My younger sister has numerous academic accolades, and my younger brother is a really talented weightlifter and wrestler. The fact that they got rid of all our trophies for BBs is insulting. I'm assuming ours are either in storage or in the garbage because they're not displayed anywhere else in the house. Our parents have never treated us any differently. They love and appreciate us equally, but I guess not. I just feel insulted. I was always vocal about how much I loved soccer and how important it was to me, and when I moved on to college, I kept with it. Sure, I was never the best, but I was good and I earned trophies and medals. They just got rid of them all for BB. I don't know how to feel. Am I just being petty? What could I even say to my parents? Right now, all I want to say is screw you guys, but I feel like that's unreasonable for a 21-year-old. Is there anything I can say to them? Seriously, is this just me being petty? A few days later, OP gave us an update. So I spoke to BB the night I wrote my post. I pointed out that it was only her trophies on the shelf and it wasn't my favorite interaction. I think being away from her for so long definitely changed my perception of her, and I didn't really notice that she had changed, especially her ego. I showed her each trophy and nameplate and she said, "Well, of course they're my trophies. When was the last time you got better than bronze?" I asked her if it didn't upset her that the rest of ours were basically hidden even though we had dedicated a lot of time to our activities, and she replied, "No, dedication doesn't make you a winner." BB told me I was wasting her time and to grow up and get over myself. Then she went to hang out with our parents and I think I finally got it. She was the golden child and we were the scapegoats. The entire time I'd been there, they'd just been hanging out with BB while I was there too. I felt so upset and admittedly I self-imploded. Having my own sister, whom I looked up to and admired, treat me like that was just a slap in the face. Our older siblings were so far in age from us that we really got close and relied on each other. Later, I separated my parents from BB and asked them about it. They pretty much echoed her sentiments, telling me I hadn't earned my spot on the shelf and that my trophies had gone in the garbage because they didn't impress anybody the way BB's did. They said that I was an adult and should basically just suck it up. I have never been more hurt by anything. I don't think I fully realized the scope of it when I was younger, but it clicks now. My game was on the same day as BB's and they went to hers. They brought snacks to BB's competition, but not mine. Everything for BB was hosted at our house, but nothing for the rest of us. I pushed so much of it aside and called all of my suspicions jealousy because my relationship with my sister was more important. But it didn't matter half as much to her. Her ego has been stroked for years on end, and they finally let it all come out and rear its ugly head. I was just flat out offended, especially that they threw everything out as though we didn't matter as much as BB. They'd thrown everything out. I was so mad that I ended up leaving and my parents yelled at me for causing drama. I told my siblings about what had happened because I thought they had a right to know that their trophies had been removed, and I tried to sound unbiased. It didn't really work because my whole family is in a dramatic sinkhole. My younger brother called our parents sobbing, my older sister has been playing passive-aggressive phone tag with BB, and my little sister was so upset she just called me bawling. I've been trying to do damage control, but everyone else is just mad about what's happened. We all got a text from BB that basically read like, "I'm sorry I'm better than you, but I deserve our parents' love more than you," which naturally got everybody riled up again and caused more problems. This has been basically the worst week of my life and I hate it, so yeah. There's my update. My family won't speak to one another and we're all in a big dramatic mess. UserTac Wombat said BB asks her siblings for help in taking care of their parents, but instead she receives a certificate from all of them announcing her as the winner of the Golden Child Award and the grand prize of being the sole caregiver. User Pandoratastic said, "I feel so badly for OP and her neglected siblings, but the one I really pity is BB. The others are now figuring out that their parents don't love them. They're grieving and hopefully they can find strength and support in each other. But their parents don't actually love BB either, and she hasn't figured that out yet. They only value her the way someone values a fancy boat. They're proud to show it off while it's still fast and shiny, but when it loses its shine, they discard it. And that's what's going to happen to BB, but she won't realize it for years, and by then, she won't have anyone else to turn to." This story was posted by a user named It's Everly Bear in the Raised by Narcissists subreddit. The post is titled, "My motherly aunt wants me to give up my unborn baby girl to my infertile cousin. I am currently 8 months pregnant with a baby girl, and my aunt and cousin have been giving me trouble since I announced the news. My partner and I already adore our girl and have no plans to give her up, but my aunt wants me to give my child to my cousin who has been suffering from infertility for the past 5 years. For more context, my aunt has raised my sister and me as a motherly figure after our mother passed away when we were very young. We have been quite close with our aunt and cousin throughout our lives and have been trying to support my cousin through her struggles with infertility. My aunt is also very religious, being a Mormon who regularly attends church and has a very rigid, close-minded view on morality, values, and living a good life. She believes that a child deserves a strong, foundational religious upbringing with a strong, providing father and a loving, attentive mother. Since my partner is not Christian and because we both have full-time jobs and careers, she believes that my child will grow up confused and misguided in our household due to our religious differences, lacking a proper sense of identity and adequate care. She says she fears that our child's well-being will not be put first in such an environment and that our kid could likely go down a dark, immoral path. According to her, my cousin, who works part-time from home, and her husband are far better able to provide my child with a loving home with good values and religion. I have both my aunt and cousin blocked on most forms of communication, and I have moved to a new home where they do not know the address. My partner and I also got married in a private ceremony, so they won't have control over my medical decisions. Out of the two, my aunt has been more aggressive towards me and even showed up at my old apartment one day to scream and argue with me about the situation. She, in a fake nice tone, tried to get me to go with her to a cafe near the church to speak about the baby, even when I told her there is nothing to be discussed and that I'm keeping the baby. I spoke with the apartment manager and had to hide until she left after half an hour. My aunt also has her church friends targeting me. They sometimes send me hostile text messages and voicemails. My cousin has been on the quieter side towards me and has been struggling with depression and trauma from her latest pregnancy last year, ending in a stillbirth of her baby girl after preterm labor at 30 weeks. She has been regularly posting on social media and has joined motherhood-related groups. I've heard through gossip that she is trying to get a baby through those groups and has been banned from a considerable number of them to her dismay. She had been harassing young moms and widows for their babies. My cousin is desperate for a baby to fix her family and is apparently waiting for OP to give birth for my baby girl, whom she apparently sees as her own late baby. My aunt and she are apparently sure that I will be overwhelmed with my decision and the responsibilities of motherhood, and that I will give up or give more of my baby by letting my cousin and her husband adopt her. My aunt says that giving my baby to my cousin shouldn't be as hard as it could be because we are family, and that I could have a baby later on as I am still young and have plans to attend grad school after working for a while. My cousin also apparently wants to get back in contact as we had before my pregnancy. I will not be speaking to her again until after I give birth to see where she stands then and to prevent further stress during my pregnancy. I have been very supportive of her through her infertility journey and generally liked her more than my aunt growing up, but her behavior and thinking have shocked me and are making me fear for my safety. I am planning a big wedding party for next year since my partner and I privately got married this year, and I am not sure if my cousin and aunt would be invited or able to come. I have a lot of family support from both sides right now, apart from those who are close to them and on their side, but I'm not sure if that support will be as strong in a year and what my relationship with my aunt and cousin will be then. I have skipped some family events that I know they will be at, but I don't want to miss out on those family gatherings and fun forever. I'm not sure how the future will look with my aunt and cousin after my baby and the issues that arise from that. Any support would be appreciated. User Bad at Bougie said, "Please start a paper trail and report any harassment from them to police. This isn't some minor family issue. This is way out of line and could get worse if they're allowed anywhere near you and your baby. I say this as someone who has lost a pregnancy. The way you've described how your cousin views your baby is unhinged. There is no wrong way to grieve, but this is not grief. This is a pair of people who are not mentally well." To this user, Mad Maid said this, and I'd like to add, it's not normal to find any allies for this plan. Even religious fundamentalists don't support taking away a child from their parents for no other reason than having a job and different beliefs. Your aunt and cousin have likely spread some sort of rumors about you to gain sympathy. They might be claiming you're mentally unstable, irresponsible in general, abusive or neglectful, or even worse. Given the fact she's claiming you will get overwhelmed and those remarks about you being still young, I guess she's telling others that you're an immature kid not knowing how life works. Edit to add, so get hold of some flying monkeys and figure out what she's saying about you. User Successful Bit said, this is not an issue to take lightly. This is a threat to your family's well-being. They sound extremely desperate, and desperate people do desperate things, dangerous things, like kidnapping people's children. I'm not trying to scare you, but your concern over wanting to attend family events and being curious whether you'll be able to invite them to your wedding party should be the last thing on your mind. These people sound extremely dangerous, and given the opportunity, they will take your daughter whether you agree or not. You need to keep a paper trail and report them to protect your daughter, yourself, and your family. I have had 2 early miscarriages, a loss at 21 weeks, and another at 16 weeks. I have a son now and a baby on the way. I'd never in a billion years act as either your aunt or cousin has, and I'm familiar with that level of grief. They are not only going after your daughter, but other people's as well. Does that really sound sane to you? They are completely unhinged. Stop treating them like family. They are now dangerous people whom you should feel you absolutely don't recognize anymore. Please protect yourselves. Update. This will be a small update. We got in contact with the local church leader and talked to him about the situation with my aunt and cousin, who are both active members. We talked to him for a while. He initially dismissed my concerns as a personal conflict between family and tried to refer us to counseling services. We explained to him that my cousin is dealing with trauma from her baby's death and that she is having false hopes about adopting my baby, which would be raised in a good home. We also told him that my aunt is feeding into those hopes and has been harassing me on her behalf, causing disturbance and a lot of stress. He told me he understood my side and that he knew what my cousin has been going through with her inability to have children. He said he would contact my aunt and cousin to see what they have to say about the situation. I talked again with him today. He said that my aunt and cousin would like to speak with me and that they were concerned that I stopped communicating with them, especially since I moved away. I explained to him that their behavior regarding my baby influenced me to do those things and pressed him on what they said. He said that my cousin had talked with a church therapist and was looking into adoption to start a family because her IVF treatments were likely not going to produce a child with her condition. I emphasized to him that I was not giving up my baby and that my cousin had been thinking otherwise. He said that he understood that and started asking me for personal details on how I was doing now. He was again trying to set up a meeting between us and my aunt and cousin and referring us to services. I told him I was not comfortable with that at the moment, and he told me to at least call my cousin once. He said he will meet with my aunt on Sunday since I was too scared to do so on my own. Our call ended after that. I'll comment on any update on what he says in the coming days under this post. Edit, I am not satisfied with his response and do not like that he is putting pressure on me to reconnect with my aunt and cousin. He says he understands my concerns, but I think he is being rather dismissive of them and trying to force us to resolve our issues. My partner and I thought it was worth a shot reaching out to him because he has influence and religious authority over my aunt and cousin. I'll see what he says on the next phone call and see what I can do to make him care more. Edit. To make clear, I didn't give him any personal information and have no plans for any in-person meeting with my aunt and cousin. We are in contact with legal help. We do not live in Utah. We spoke again with the bishop. He said that there isn't much he can personally do to resolve the situation within his capacity between me and my aunt and cousin other than refer to counseling services. I asked him if he did meet with my aunt and he said he did. Their conversation was apparently focused on my cousin and helping her heal. He told me my cousin was also grieving the loss of communication with me and my sister, who hasn't been talking much to her anymore. I told him that my cousin was trying to take my baby to replace hers and that her and my aunt's behavior was threatening the safety and well-being of me and my family. I think he was losing interest in the conversation, so he just told me to do whatever I feel is best for my family, but to consider the grief my cousin has been through and contact family counseling services for further help on this matter. My partner and I sent him an email afterwards with a copy to our lawyer to close off communication. I decided to unblock my cousin and send her a message. I told her that my partner and I are keeping our baby and that is not up for discussion. I encouraged her to seek proper therapy if she hasn't already done so, and told her that I am not comfortable with her husband, or my aunt being involved in my child's life. She hasn't responded yet. Regardless of what she says, our relationship will not return to what it was before, and she will not be a part of my child's life. A few months later, OP gave us their most recent update. Here is the update everyone has been waiting for. I have been busy over the last few months with the birth and projects I've been working on as I recover from childbirth and take care of my new baby. I logged into Reddit a few times since then, but haven't had a chance to update. I am 25 now and my baby is almost 4 months old. She is doing well and brings us so much joy. I love going on walks with her, and she is growing up so fast. I am planning to go back to work soon. Thank you all for your concern and well wishes, and I hope everyone is having a great time during the Thanksgiving holiday season. Now, the update that everyone is looking forward to, my cousin and aunt. Since my last update, my cousin and aunt went silent for a while and my cousin didn't respond to my texts. In August, my aunt reached out to me through a new number and asked how I was doing and if I had the baby yet. We talked and she expressed concern about my and my baby's well-being since I had distanced myself from much of my family and left my job. I asked about my cousin. She said they have been trying to adopt a baby through their church connections, but nothing has been successful so far. I inquired whether they consulted with a proper adoption agency, but my aunt said that my cousin's husband's past may become a problem, and she proceeded to rant about how the birth rate is dropping and how people are actively denying themselves parenthood. She asked me if I still wanted to keep the baby and got angry about 9th-month abortions. I reaffirmed that I did want to keep her, and she talked about how my cousin was getting old and that her nest is still empty. She wanted me to at least share the joy and let my cousin be involved in my daughter's life. I told her that would not be possible due to their past behavior. I feared that my cousin would try to become her mother and let her delusions get the better of her again. My aunt said that my cousin was trying to improve herself and had received some church counseling. I still told her no. She then asked if I knew anyone or any resources for adopting a baby. I told her I didn't and that my cousin and her husband should be careful and patient in trying to become parents. My aunt emphasized how important it was for my cousin and her husband to become parents because they deserved children at this point, especially given their reputation since everyone around them is reaching the parenthood milestone. She also asked about my future family plans and pressed me on when I was going to get pregnant again or have my next child. She told me family planning was important, especially after this surprise pregnancy, and asked if they could be involved next time. As the call went on, more and more of her usual behavior became apparent, and I was getting tired of it. I wanted to end the call, but she ended it first because she had some activity to attend. Thankfully, I have my sister to keep me in the loop about what's happening with my aunt, cousin, and other matters regarding my family and my old church. Everything my aunt said was apparently true about my cousin. According to my sister, my cousin's overall mental health seems to have improved from her worst, but she still experiences deep depressive periods. She sometimes feels very empty due to her lack of children and her strained relationships with me and my sister. My cousin and her husband are also trying to find an IVF doctor abroad in hopes of a miracle, since many of their options are shutting down here. My cousin apparently still views my baby as something she lost, but she believes God will give her children soon and has been trying to get her sins forgiven. We are skipping Thanksgiving with my side of the family in a few days for obvious reasons. I plan to return to the workforce soon, likely after all the holidays. I have my childcare arrangements ready with all the necessary precautions, and the future is looking good overall. Again, thank you all for your support, and let me know if you have any questions about anything. User Mad Hatter said, I really wonder if your aunt feels that she also deserves the baby to be a grandmother. Many people like her believe they are owed grandchildren. Good for you for shutting down the idea of your baby having any sort of relationship with your cousin. You are being an amazing mom by protecting your baby girl. Keep those boundaries strong and keep your little one snuggled close. To this, OP said, perhaps so. My aunt has said that she is ready for the grandma life and has been heavily invested in my cousin and her plans to start a family. When we were younger, my aunt also mentioned that she would be a grandma to my sisters and my future kids since we lost our mother at a very young age. I guess she doesn't have that enthusiasm anymore. And thank you. User Best Salamander said, I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. The only thing I would say is that your aunt sounds as crazy as ever. I strongly advise you to keep her on an information diet. Please don't tell them about your childcare arrangements or your routine because they sound crazy enough to try and take your child when you're not there. Also, under no circumstances should you ever let your aunt be alone with your child. It's not worth the risk. The way your aunt talks about how your cousin and her husband deserve children is particularly disturbing. I wonder if she thinks that your cousin deserves your baby more than you do. I'd be very careful if I were you. Your aunt doesn't sound like a safe person. This next story was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "My dad won't spend Christmas with BIL, my mom is blaming my wife." This is a throwaway account as I have work colleagues on my main account that I don't want to know about my family drama, and spelling will be rubbish as I'm fuming right now. So, for the backstory, I am married to the love of my life, Kay. We met when we were 17, she was out and proud while I was still in the closet, so we didn't start dating until I came out at 21. We got married in 2019 and have an adopted 4-year-old son, Jack, which becomes relevant in a minute. My sister Sarah has a long-term boyfriend, Steve, whom the family cannot stand. They've been together for 8 years and the whole family has hated him from the first time we met him. He is rude, obnoxious, arrogant, and an all-around crappy human being. He likes to claim that he is just being honest, but if someone is honest back to him, he flips out and sulks like a toddler. In fact, my toddler is better behaved than him. He isn't abusive to Sarah and doesn't direct these comments towards her. He's actually a good partner to her and treats her well, which is his one redeeming quality. My dad and Kay hate him the most and will do anything to avoid him at family gatherings. Kay usually just ignores him and brushes off anything he says to her as she doesn't like conflict. However, there have been a few occasions when she has said something back, but it's usually said in a joking manner, which amuses my dad to no end. My mom is a peacekeeper and will do anything to avoid drama, so she just changes the topic whenever he starts. She and my grandparents hate him just as much as the rest of us. Sarah is the only one who obviously doesn't hate him. Our son's birth mother, Tess, was Kay's best friend, who sadly died in 2021. This was a real shock as she had an underlying heart condition that she didn't know about and simply went to sleep one night and never woke up. Jack had been left alone in his cot all day, screaming for his mom, before Kay got worried that Tess wasn't answering her texts and went to their house to check if she was okay. She found Jack in his cot and Tess in her bed. We adopted Jack as no one in Tess's family was in a position to take him in. We raise him as our own, but he knows who Tess is. Obviously, this is a very sensitive topic for Kay as it was so traumatic for her and Jack. Now on to what happened last weekend. It was the anniversary of Tess's death on Saturday, so Kay, Jack, and I went to visit her grave. Kay is always quiet after going to see her, and this time of year is especially hard for her. On Sunday, we had a family gathering at my parents' house. These happen every couple of months as just a catch-up for everyone. At first, nothing was out of the ordinary. Kay and my dad were off to the side, talking as usual, and only I could see that Kay was obviously struggling. So my dad and she went for a walk so she could clear her head, something they have done before, so nothing too unusual. However, Steve had an issue with this and asked why they had left and why he wasn't invited to walk with them. I explained about Tess and that Kay just needed a minute. This wasn't good enough for Steve though, and he said she should have gotten over it by now. At this, my grandfather, who is naturally a very quiet guy, said that his best friend had died over 20 years ago and he still had days where he missed him so much it hurt. You don't just get over something like that. Steve shut up at that. Kay and my dad returned and she was in a much better mood. We all sat down at the table for our late lunch and started chatting. Everything was fine at first until Steve tried to butt into Kay's conversation with my granddad. When it was obvious that they weren't going to include him, he very loudly stated, "This is bullshit. She's getting all the attention from everyone because her friend died 3 years ago. Get over it. For God's sake, we're all sick of hearing about it." The whole table went silent and I took one look at Kay and knew she was about to go off on Steve. However, it didn't happen the way I thought it would. Rather than exploding at him, she looked at him very calmly and said that she and my granddad weren't talking about Tess. They were making plans to take him to the Christmas markets, but if he wanted to be a jerk, then no problem. She then went on to tell him that everyone in the family hates him because he's a toxic, narcissistic twat. She said that whenever he can't come to a family gathering, the whole family is much happier. She pointed out that there is a reason he has no friends and that his own family can't stand to be around him. That reason is that he's rotten from the inside out. And while Tess may have only been on this planet for 32 years, she made a bigger impact on people than he would if he lived until he was 150. She added that her funeral was packed with people because she was so loved, whereas he'd be lucky if anyone other than Sarah showed up at his. After that, she got up and went to the back garden, and I followed her. A few minutes later, my dad came out and said that he'd told Sarah and Steve to leave. We went back inside, and Kay apologized to everyone, saying she should have just kept her mouth shut. Everyone except my mom told her that what she had done was right, and that it was about time someone told him off. My dad then found it hilarious that a lesbian had been the one to tell him straight, which lightened the mood a lot. We spent the rest of the afternoon there before going to pick Jack up from Kay's mom's house, as she had taken care of him overnight on Saturday for us. The reason I'm making this post is that yesterday I got a call from Sarah saying that she and Steve wanted an apology from Kay. Or they weren't going to Christmas. When I reminded her that we wouldn't be at Christmas either, as it was our year to spend it with Kay's mom, so it made no difference to us, she got really upset, saying that she wanted an apology because Kay was way out of line. I said she wasn't, and that I wouldn't even contemplate asking her to apologize because I agreed with everything she said, and so did everyone else there. She ended the call, and I just went back to work. Then today, my dad called me and asked if Kay's mom would mind having a few more for Christmas, as he was refusing to spend it with Steve, so he and my granddad needed someone else to go. Apparently, after Sarah had called me, she called mom and started ranting. My mom told my dad to get Kay to apologize, which he refused to do, leading to an argument. My dad has now decided that he's done with Steve, even if that affects his relationship with Sarah. He's not having it anymore. My mom wants Sarah there, but she won't go without Steve, so my dad is going somewhere else, and my granddad agreed with him. I texted Kay's mom, and she said they were welcome, so now my mom is furious and saying that my dad and Kay are ripping the family apart. So basically, this has turned into a shit show. Kay has said she will apologize if I want her to, just to keep the peace, but I've told her no way. Everything she said was true. I just don't know where to go from here. And the people in my life all hate Steve so much that Kay could have physically attacked him and they would all still think she is in the right. That's why I'm asking internet strangers who might have dealt with difficult family members, what can we do to get into a place where we can be around each other amicably? I'm struggling to see a way right now. Wow, I didn't realize how long this got until I went to post it. Sorry about that. User What's My Password said, for things to be peaceful, both parties need to want it. Kay did nothing wrong. I wouldn't ever spend another moment with Steve. I would let Sarah know that I love her and will see her anytime, anywhere, but I'll never see Steve again. If you have one guest who basically wants to ruin the holiday table, there is no path forward with them. To this, OP said, if it were just Sarah who is upset, then I wouldn't care, but it's my mom. She tries so hard to keep the whole family together and she is devastated by what's going on. If it weren't for her, then Sarah could take a running jump for all I care right now. User MC Susie said, I am so sorry that you have a Steve in your life. Yes, I have dealt with a family situation where one family member, my mother-in-law in my case, insisted on including someone who treated everyone horribly. In this instance, the bad behavior came from her own child rather than a romantic partner. Your mother is the key to this issue, and I urge you to stand firm. As reasonable people, both you and Kay will have the impulse to acquiesce because your mother is going to be very upset that everyone is not together. Your mother will not try to tell Sarah or Steve that they must apologize or stay away from the family celebration because they are the unreasonable, problematic people. Instead, she will appeal to you, your wife, and your father because you are kind, gentle, and moral. Please stand up for yourself because if you waver, this can go very wrong. Under this, OP said, take the high road and rise above it have been two of my mom's favorite sayings over the years. I just feel like enough is enough. He crossed a line this time that he can't come back from. I especially don't want my son around him when he's saying things like that about Tess. 2 weeks later, OP provided us with an update. Hi, I know how much this community loves an update, so I thought I would give you one as things seem to be sorting themselves out, kind of. After I wrote my last post, a few things happened in the next couple of hours. The first thing was that I spoke to my grandparents on my mom's side. They were there when this all happened, but they're like my mom and just constantly try to keep the peace. That's where she gets it from. They were supposed to be spending Christmas with my mom this year, but changed their minds and decided to spend it with my uncle instead. They have decided not to be around Steve either, as he causes too much drama. They asked if they could come and see us and Jack on the 23rd before they head off to my uncle's, which I happily agreed to. This really surprised me and outright shocked my mom, as like I said, they are the biggest take the high road type of people I've ever met, but even they had had enough. The next thing that happened was my dad called to let me know that Steve and Sarah had now decided that they want Kay to make a public apology in front of the whole family and admit she was lying and that the family loves Steve. He was laughing as he told me this and called them delusional, so any small chance of a superficial apology went out the window. The third thing that happened was Jack getting home from after school club with a recorder that I am sorely tempted to shove up the teacher's backside. So all in all, it wasn't a great day. Through talking to people on here, I also realized that Steve has been trying to push Kay and me out of the family. He has been organizing trips that he knows we wouldn't be able to go on. We wouldn't have gone anyway, as a weekend away with him sounds worse than a paper cut to the eyeball. He is also constantly trying to get my dad away from Kay whenever we are all together. I think this is because he is jealous of Kay and dad's relationship, as they're very close and go on trips to classic car shows several times a year together, usually with my granddad as well. Anyway, things went quiet for a few days until the weekend. Our town has a big Christmas fair that runs from November through December, and we always go to it with mom, dad, granddad, and Kay's mom. We decided to cheer my mom up a bit by going on Sunday and then out for dinner afterward. My mom was told that if Sarah or Steve showed up, then we would all leave, and she promised they wouldn't be there. Things were a bit awkward at first, but settled down after a while. At one point, Jack got my mom and dad to take him on the giant snow slide, and as my mom walked back over to us, she had tears in her eyes. I pulled her aside to see what was going on, and she said that while waiting in line, Jack had said he was happy Uncle Steve wasn't there. When my mom asked why, he said that Uncle Steve was a bad man. My mom tried to say that he wasn't, but in typical stubborn 4-year-old fashion, he argued back and said he learned in school that people who say mean things all the time are bad people. Since Uncle Steve said mean things all the time, he was a bad man and that he didn't like him. There had been a case of bullying in his class a few weeks ago, and the teacher had done a lesson on how wrong bullying is, so I think that's where this came from. This finally broke through to my mom. If even a 4-year-old can see what a horrible prick the man is, then she has to as well. She said that she felt stuck because she hated Steve and agreed with everything that Kay had said, but she loves Sarah and doesn't want to isolate her. I told her I would always be there for her, but I wasn't putting myself, Jack, or Kay through being around Steve again. She needed to think about what she wants, not what I want, or Dad, or Kay, or Jack, or her parents, or Sarah, or Steve, but what she wants. She went quiet and then said that Kay's mom had told her she was welcome at hers for Christmas if she wanted to, and that she could decide on Christmas Day if she wanted. Kay's mom would save her a plate. We went back to the group, and a little while later, I saw Mom and Kay's mom having a deep discussion while walking behind us. Neither of them will say what they talked about, but Mom seemed a bit happier after their talk. They have also been talking since. Yesterday, my mom told me that she will be coming to Kay's mom's for Christmas and that they've been discussing going shopping together next week. When Mom told Sarah after calling me, Sarah predictably lost her mind and said that Mom was choosing us over her. My mom told her she was choosing to have a good Christmas rather than being belittled and made miserable all for the sake of Steve and his so-called honesty. Sarah then called me and asked if I was happy that I'd won. She then did the unforgivable and used a few homophobic slurs towards me and Kay and called Jack the bastard of a whore. I ended the call, blocked her everywhere, and then let my family know what had happened and that I never wanted to speak to her again. They're all as appalled as I am, and my Granny called Sarah and apparently told her she was dead to her because she won't have a bigot in the family. Sarah has been trying to reach out to apologize because she knows she has crossed an unforgivable line, but I've just kept blocking the fake accounts she's making on Instagram. Steve tried reaching out to my dad after this, and when he eventually answered, Steve tried to say that Sarah was just angry and didn't mean it. According to Mom, Dad ended up giving him a verbal lashing and told him that he was the worst thing that had ever happened to Sarah and our family. My dad has told Sarah he is disgusted with her but will be there for her if she leaves Steve. Until then, good luck. Mom has gone low contact as well, but wants to keep the door open so that Sarah isn't completely isolated. I had a few people saying that Steve may be abusive towards Sarah, but I really don't think he is. He usually acts like a jerk when the attention isn't on him. He knows that when he says jerkish things, all the attention is on him and he revels in it. After Sarah's outburst, I just think they are both toxic and feed off each other's toxicity. She lets him get away with the things he says because she gets pleasure from watching us all bite our tongues and keep quiet. So Mom's angry, Dad's angry, our 3 grandparents are angry, the extended family is angry, and Kay is being my rock. But I can tell she's really upset about what Sarah said towards Jack. I'm just sad and done with it all. At least now I know what she really thinks about Jack, Kay, and me, so there's that. Not the perfect update, but we move on. It will be nice this Christmas to have both sides of the family together for the first time and not have to worry about Steve being a jerk. However, I'm sad that this is how my relationship with my sister has ended. I'm trying to get into the Christmas spirit, but it's a tough one right now. The only things that make me smile are Kay and Jack being goofy idiots to cheer me up. However, the recorder can go to hell. I curse whoever invented that thing. Like, seriously, screw you. Thanks for all the support in my original post and for opening my eyes to a few things. Maybe internet strangers are the way to go for advice after all. Hope you all have a good holiday season. User Cassowary said, Sarah wasn't a good person because she let Steve terrorize every gathering without intervening. She was okay with how he treated your family. Did she ever apologize for his behavior? Steve and Sarah are 2 terrible people. She just let Steve do the dirty work for her until there were consequences and she couldn't hide behind him anymore. I'm glad your family is rallying around you. It's also funny that Steve and Sarah threatened not to come without an apology. User Beautiful Elephant said, honestly, Kay sounds like the hero who saved Christmas. Steve was hurting the whole family, and nothing was being done about it until Kay spoke up. Now Sarah has to live with the consequences of her actions and inactions. Let the 2 miserable people be miserable together rather than make everyone else miserable as well. It's unfortunate, but it is Sarah's choice. She is an adult with agency and is capable of making her own bed. Now she can lie in it. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, My wife abandoned me 2 months ago to find herself. My wife Mary's family has a history of dementia, with relatives developing memory issues in their mid to late 50s. Her mom, grandmother, and several other relatives on her mom's side have developed dementia. Her mom lived with us for 4 years until earlier this year. Our kids are independent and out of the house. Our oldest is in her last semester of college and the younger one has enlisted. The last 4 years were tough on us, our kids, and our marriage. Living with someone with dementia is brutal. We talked a lot over the last year about taking the remaining college funds, our regular savings, selling or renting the house, quitting our jobs, and traveling for a year or until the money runs out. We just had to wait for her mom to move into a home. I understood her anxiety about developing dementia and I was burned out. You live through COVID working remotely, with a wife working remotely, a college student and a high school student taking remote classes, and a mother-in-law with dementia, and see how you hold up. Space finally opened up and we were able to move her mom into a care facility. I finally thought I had a chance to breathe. However, when we moved Mary's mom out, Mary's mental health took a huge downward spiral. I went from caring for her mom to caring for her. She felt guilty about putting her mom in a home and experienced lots of anxiety about developing dementia. Our plan was to start traveling in summer 2024. 2 months ago, I got home to find she had left a note. Basically, she was going on our trip without me. She had quit her job, taken most of our savings, and wasn't sure when she'd be back. Maybe a year, maybe sooner. She knew I'd understand. Her location is turned off, and my calls go directly to voicemail. I texted the kids a picture of the note. We have our own checking accounts for direct deposits of our paychecks, but usually transfer most into a joint account to pay household bills and save. We both had access to the main savings account. We also have joint credit cards we use for household expenses. The 2 cars and the mortgage are joint. We both have our own small savings accounts, our own retirement accounts, and our own credit cards for gifts and fun things. I closed all joint cards and accounts. I waited a month to see if she'd come back. After receiving only one text in the first month, I went to a lawyer. She basically said there was very little to do right now other than change the beneficiaries of my retirement accounts and life insurance. It was only a month, and there was no way to serve her papers. My lawyer advised me to keep paying the mortgage and the car payments. The cost of trying to get a judge to approve the sale of joint assets was more than just making the payments. I didn't want to ruin my credit by letting one of our cars get repossessed, but I can't sell it because she's on the title. I get random texts from her, and she sporadically posts on Instagram. I want to block her so badly, but my lawyer advised me that it's better to maintain a communication channel that doesn't involve our kids. Her last post was from Hawaii. She commented on how great a husband I was for letting her take this trip. Meanwhile, I'm barely making it while paying for 2 cars, the mortgage, household bills, and insurance, hoping there are no emergencies because I have no savings. And she's enjoying our trip. F her. I'm so pissed at her. I helped take care of her mom for 4 years and supported her when she fell apart after her mom moved into a memory care home, and she returns the favor by abandoning me. I'll never get to take this trip and have to put off retirement. My only solace is that the kids are upset with her, but they'll probably forgive her eventually. Double F her. I'm no fool, she's hooking up with guys. She looks good and will have zero problem attracting men. I texted her and asked if she was sleeping around. A week later, she responded that she wasn't. So here I am, drinking alone on a Friday night while she's somewhere, probably on a beach, enjoying life. Edit. My lawyer has given me a bunch of advice and options. It was just way more than I could possibly include in this post. I could definitely push the issue harder, and I might need to at some point, but all that work is very expensive. Finding her, serving her, getting a judge to sign off, that's not cheap. I'm following up soon and plan on discussing the savings and my finances. Until I paid all the bills and realized how little was left, it didn't hit me that I had to worry about money. User King of Leprechaun said, thanking you for letting her take this trip is basically her way of saying, when I'm done living the single life, I'll be coming back to the comfort and security of married life. When she returns, I'd say, welcome home, here are your walking papers. To this comment, OP said, she is 100% under the delusion that she's coming back to a marriage. She's had a few conversations with our daughter, and she's convinced I'll understand and forgive her. User Substantial Youth said, I am so sorry that you are going through this. Have her served and listen to everything your lawyer is telling you. Once she comes back, you will probably face harassment from her. Speak to your lawyer about options to alleviate that issue and consider a cease and desist so she can't smear your character or speak about you. If I were you, I'd have her compensate me for all the money she took without your permission, plus more for emotional distress. You should also change your will. She has financially and emotionally abused you, which can easily be proven in court. It might be different if you are married, but have a forensic accountant handle all of that for you. You helped her with her mother and mental health issues, and in return, she has an identity crisis, taking a majority of the funds to go on a trip that both of you plan to enjoy, leaving you at home to barely pick up the pieces financially. At 50 years old, you now have to push back your retirement and deal with this betrayal. No more communicating through your children. You need to get all of your kids on board to support you. Your daughter also needs to put her foot down and remove herself from the middleman position. They need to understand that what she has done is horrible, selfish, and something no one deserves from a partner. Involving the children is a manipulation tactic on her part. Let her and your family know what she has done and do not sugarcoat anything. Look into therapy. It seems like you have a good group of friends in your corner. I would never do a single thing for that woman again, let alone give her the opportunity to look at me again. User Just Another Dude said, man, this scares the hell out of me. Brother, you need to file for abandonment. This is real and legitimate. Couple this with the fact that she's possibly cheating and she'll lose everything. You could even take her retirement as well. Good luck. Keep your head up and keep us updated. Edit, keep track of all the evidence for your lawyer. Screenshot her Instagram, texts, and emails. Go into her accounts and find everything you can. She thinks you're weak and will take her back, but gather evidence of everything you can. Don't let her screw you over any more than she already has. Stay in control and record everything. She can only screw herself. Edit 2. look into criminal abandonment. You may be able to use this against your STBX because she took both of your savings, quit her job, and had no intention of financially supporting you like a wife should. By the way, brother, stay strong. You did nothing wrong. Your STBX stepped out of the marriage. A marriage is about what both of you want and need. There's always give and take. She took from you and left you to fend for yourself after you promised to take care of her for better or worse in sickness and health. She only thought about herself and didn't consider you. You don't need to let her know anything now. Make this your last text. I'm done waiting for you to show up. You don't text, call, email, etc. You've taken our life savings and tossed me to the curb. This is after I was loyal and dutifully helped take care of your mother while looking out for your emotional well-being. You're currently manipulating, gaslighting, and ignoring me, all while saying it doesn't matter anyway. This is emotional and financial abuse, and I deserve better. Have fun traveling by yourself. I won't be here for you anymore. I'm filing for criminal abandonment. From here on out, don't communicate anymore unless it's related to the divorce. No emotions, nothing else. If she deviates from that, then ghost her. Take whatever assets you can, file for bankruptcy if necessary. Do whatever you can to survive. Explore all your options and do what you can. You also need to control the narrative. Tell your friends and family as well as hers. Show them everything so she can't manipulate you or your family. Once you're done with this chapter, go find a beautiful 30-year-old or younger to have fun with. You deserve happiness. Update. Here's an update from my original post. I'm feeling much more positive now that the financial situation has become a little more manageable. Even with lawyer fees, I have 6 to 8 more months before I have to worry about money. My friend's wife gave me some good advice. Don't go from being a hero to a villain in your kids' eyes. How I talk about and treat my wife will determine my future relationship with my kids. I don't care about my wife, but I don't want to make her a sympathetic figure or drive them away from both of us. I followed up with the lawyer and she basically said we're going to have her pay back the savings she took through a reduction in her share of the assets. Any division of assets will include the savings she took. She'll also have to repay the money I spent maintaining the household while she was gone. There is plenty of equity in her share of the house and her retirement plans to cover that. She mentioned that our finances are so intertwined after nearly 25 years of marriage that my wife will receive some share of the assets. The best case scenario is that she agrees to the terms of the divorce, making it relatively cheap and quick. Otherwise, it gets complicated and expensive. The lawyer gave me a lot of options and an estimate of how much I can expect to spend, so I decided to mostly wait. I got a couple of credit cards with promotional rates for purchases and transfers, which gives me breathing room and allows me to conserve cash. I'll just pay them off when I sell the house. Now that my financial situation is less stressful, I'm actually enjoying her being gone. I'm free to do whatever I want whenever I want. I don't have to cook, clean, or take care of anyone. The house is quiet for the first time I can remember. I loved my wife, but her mental health weighed down our marriage. On balance, it was worth it until now. In the first month or so, I expected her to be there whenever I got home. When someone was at the door, or if I heard noises, I'd think it was her. I'd check the doorbell cam obsessively. I'm not looking forward to her returning. It has to happen, but when she comes back, I'll have to deal with her. The divorce, getting the house ready to sell, dividing all our stuff, and finding a new place to live. I'm hoping she'll stay away until after New Year's, but my daughter said she thinks her mom will be home for Christmas. My lawyer will have papers ready to serve her. Hopefully, she'll just agree to the terms and continue her travels. People had some great advice, renting or selling the house. This isn't really feasible right now since I'd have to fix some things and get it ready to sell or rent. Since I need a place to live, the amount I would net each month isn't worth it. My kids' rooms are still full of their stuff, and I don't want to spend the time and effort to clear them out and put them in storage. Getting a HELOC. This was great advice. I didn't realize I didn't need both parties to get a loan. If I need more money, I can go this route. In the short term, the promotional rates on the credit cards are cheaper and easier than getting a HELOC. Serving my wife divorce papers or getting a divorce in absentia. This is something I might need to do eventually, but the cost in lawyer fees goes up exponentially in cases like this. I'm comfortable just waiting for now, looking at the phone bill to see where she's at and possibly going. I did look at her usage and noticed that she doesn't post on social media until after she leaves a place. For example, when she posted about Hawaii, she made a call that day that originated in Los Angeles. She posted about a cruise and I figured out the dates, but it ended a couple of days before she posted. She tried adding international calling to her line, but I blocked it, so she removed her phone from our account. Final update. My wife texted me in the middle of December that she'd be home for Christmas. I told her that our daughter and I would be at my brother's and that she obviously wasn't welcome. I'd leave her car in the driveway and the fob in the backyard. She wasn't allowed in the house unless I was there, and she didn't have keys to get in. She spent Christmas with her sister. When we got back, I met with her. I decided not to be overly confrontational because I didn't want to give her the satisfaction of thinking I cared enough to be mad. She was taken aback by how detached I was. I could tell it bothered her that I didn't show her much emotion, not even anger. I just wanted her to agree to a divorce. This is a summary of several different meetings both with and without our daughter. I asked why she left without telling anyone. She said she didn't want to wait a year, didn't want anyone talking her out of it, didn't want to work anymore, and wanted to leave before her mental health got worse. I'm sure it was mostly because she didn't want me to stop her from taking the money. She knew I would take care of everything with the kids and the house when she left. We had decided to go in the summer of 2024 for a few reasons. Packing everything and getting the house ready to sell was going to be a lot of work. We wanted to make sure our daughter graduated college, got a job, and was settled. We wanted to ensure we had money when we got back. We wouldn't have a house, cars, or jobs, so we needed money because it could take months to find work and a place to live. We didn't want any worries or messes waiting for us back home. At some point in our planning, she began questioning if she ever wanted to go back to our old life. She didn't want to work full-time or buy a house and stay in one place after we got back. She wasn't sure what she wanted, but didn't think she would figure it out by talking to me. I told her that's the reason we were taking the trip, to figure those things out together and see what we wanted for the next part of our lives. I asked her why she didn't just get a divorce before she left. Then she wouldn't have had to do this behind our backs and would have had plenty of money without stealing our joint savings. She claims that she didn't want a divorce and that she wanted us to live whatever life she figured out. I told her that's not how marriages work. One person can't decide for the other. In talking or texting with our daughter and her family, along with my texts and voicemails, she realized I might not forgive her, so she might have to visualize a future without me. This is where I had hoped she would say something ridiculous like she was going to squander all her money living in a van and making travel vlogs, or that she met some guy who needed her to wire money so they could open an ice cream shop in Alaska. Instead, she wants to be a digital nomad, working part-time, fully remote while living in new places. She tried to convince me to go with her, but I'll never be able to trust her again, plus I don't love her anymore. Traveling like that for a few years doesn't sound bad, but she doesn't have a job or any work lined up. She's not in her 20s, and that way of living will get old quickly. No close friends, no family. I want her to make it work so she won't be here trying to get back into our lives. How are the kids doing? Our son wouldn't have seen us the entire time she was gone anyway. He only responds to her with very short texts. He told me she wanted to see him, but he said he was too busy and wouldn't be able to get away. He lives in the barracks, so it's an easy excuse to avoid her. My daughter has stopped talking and texting her. She's pretty upset. Her worry turned to anger when she realized her mom wasn't having a mental breakdown, but was just being selfish. If her mom had stuck around, they could probably have worked through it eventually. I just care that my daughter is happy, so whatever she decides, I'll support her. Did she spend all the money? About half. I think she realized she needed to figure things out before she completely ran out of money. Did she sleep with anyone? I didn't ask because I didn't care. Asking would imply I wanted her back or that it would matter. Even though I didn't ask, she claims she didn't. I'm not sure if she's lying or not. She might just be saying that because she doesn't want the kids to have another reason to be mad at her. Does she feel bad for what she put us through? She claims she does and wishes she had handled it differently. She said getting away and figuring herself out was best for her. I told her she was just being selfish. When she first left, we were worried something would happen to her and that we would never see her again. She's always been self-centered. I told her she's taking the easy route and letting everyone else handle the difficult parts. If she gets sick, the kids will take care of her. If she goes broke, she'll live with family. If she abandons everyone, they'll forgive her. She thinks her siblings and our children will let her live with them like we let her mom live with us. I'm sure when she visualizes her future, she sees our kids there. They might not be, and definitely not in the same way they were before. Despite how it might sound, I'm actually really happy with how it all turned out. Our divorce is far from final, but we've agreed on the big things. We'll sell the house, how to split the retirement and profit from the house, how to pay back the money she took, and what I spent maintaining the household. I got most of what I wanted from the settlement, and she'll soon be out of my life. I won't have to pay alimony, and because she's choosing to make significantly less money than she was, I won't be forced to support her. That would have been a kick in the teeth. She isn't my responsibility anymore, and I won't have to care for her if she gets sick or goes broke. I figured I'd start dating again. I didn't realize that a 50-year-old man with children out of the house, a good job, and in decent shape would be a catch. I'm not fighting women off with a stick, but I've had a lot more interest than I expected. It's been kind of nice meeting new women. I've worked out the numbers, and I'll be doing pretty well after everything is settled since I only have to support myself. This isn't where I wanted to be, 50, getting divorced, and using Reddit as free therapy sessions, but I'm happier now than I've been in a while. I'm even planning a little vacation of my own. P.S. Thank you to everyone who has responded and reached out. It meant a lot. User Detective Sudden said, I predict she'll be back when she starts having health problems or runs out of money. It only took her a year to burn through half of your life savings. She'll likely burn through whatever she gets from the divorce before 5 years are out. I know some actual digital nomads, and all of them are highly skilled in sought-after tech fields, famous media personalities, or workers. If your STBXW isn't any of those, she'll soon be run to ground somewhere. People this selfish can literally not conceive of a world where they are not the main character, expecting everyone to drop whatever they are doing to help them. User-side Starfish said, the only reason she's not admitting to sleeping with someone else during her self-discovery phase is how it would make her look to friends and family. She still had a small glimmer of hope for not getting divorced, and most importantly, she knows its grounds for divorce. User Kish Bish said, I'm a digital nomad at the moment and have been for close to a year. People have this romanticized view of it, perhaps because of what they see on social media or from influencers trying to sell them a lifestyle, but it will not go the way your wife thinks for reasons that would require a novel-length reply. Make sure you and your children really lock down your finances and living situations, because she will be back very shortly after trying out the nomadic lifestyle and working part-time remotely, and she will absolutely expect someone to look after her. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Boring Committee. The post is titled AITAH for wanting to give up my son after discovering he isn't mine. The situation is nothing short of messed up. I'm angry, depressed, and sad, and I don't know what to do. Throw away. I am shattered and don't know where to turn. My wife passed away last month, only 7 months after giving birth to our son. She developed peripartum cardiomyopathy, a rare and severe form of heart failure that can occur in the months following childbirth. Despite the doctor's best efforts, she didn't survive. Losing her so suddenly has left me heartbroken and in a state of constant grief. 3 weeks ago, my wife's best friend came over to visit. She was visibly nervous and eventually told me she had something sensitive to share. After some hesitation, she revealed that my wife had confided in her that she'd been unfaithful around the time our son was conceived and that there was a chance he might not be mine. I was stunned and angry. My wife's best friend was telling me this only weeks after my wife's death, and it felt like an attempt to tarnish her memory. I couldn't believe it. I told her to leave and not to come back, convinced she was lying or trying to shift blame onto me somehow. The whole thing felt like a betrayal, and I tried to push the thought out of my mind. But once the idea was planted, it wouldn't go away. I kept wondering, what if she was telling the truth? After days of tormenting myself with this possibility, I decided to get a DNA test. It wasn't an easy decision. I felt guilty for even considering it, but I needed closure. Yesterday, the results came back. My worst fears were confirmed. My son isn't biologically mine. Now I'm in turmoil. I loved my wife, and I wanted to believe our son was a piece of her and me together. But knowing he's not biologically mine has left me feeling lost and betrayed. I keep looking at him, trying to feel the same bond, but the pain of my wife's infidelity is so fresh that I don't know if I'll ever be able to move past it. I feel awful even considering it, but I don't know if I can raise him on my own. The betrayal I feel is overwhelming, and I don't know if I'm capable of giving him the love and care he deserves. It's breaking my heart, and I feel like a failure. At the same time, I feel like I'm not equipped to give him the life he deserves. Am I the jerk. Edit, I hadn't thought of contacting the friend, but I will now. The replies have really solidified what I've been feeling. The child is innocent, but I don't think I'd be able to love or care for him as well as I should. Informing the family will be my first step, then contacting the AP if possible. Adoption is going to be my last resort. Many of you may believe I'm a monster, but put yourself in my situation. I hope you all understand. Edit 2, so I called her friend. I apologized for my behavior, but also asked why she did not inform me as soon as she knew. She said her loyalties lay with her friend more than with me. Okay, fine. I asked her about the AP. She said she doesn't know who it is since it was a one-time thing. Apparently, it happened during her work time, whatever that meant, and during the daytime as she'd been told. I'm not fully understanding, but it seems like she slept with a guy when she was supposed to be working. Many of you are suggesting I go through her phone or other social contacts, but I don't know any passwords. I never doubted her. We weren't controlling of each other and had plenty of privacy. The next step is informing the family, both mine and hers. I'm adding one more thing. I don't hate the baby, and I'm not so deranged that I'd throw him out of the house. Whatever happens will happen according to procedure. I'm not going to instantly abandon a kid just because he isn't mine. User McMurm said, have you thought about calling her friend and asking who the father is? It took a lot for her to tell you. She could have chosen never to say anything. The right thing to do first is to attempt to find this guy and inform him. To this, OP said, I haven't contacted her since that day. However, your suggestion is sound, and I definitely reach out to her for his details, if she has any. User Desert Girl said, social worker here. Since OP was married at the time of his wife's death, he is considered the legal father in the eyes of the family court. Although DNA has established that he is not the biological father, he will need to have his parental rights terminated to avoid any legal responsibility for the child from the affair. OP needs to contact a family law attorney and start legal proceedings to identify the biological father and terminate his rights. User Decent Dig said, NTA, I'm sorry this has happened. Unfortunately, he is now a reminder of betrayal and a reminder that your life with your wife was a lie. It might be best to put him up for adoption or let your wife's family take him. You will never have the bond with him that you would have had if this truth had not been uncovered. 4 days later, OP gave us an update. Thanks to everyone who reached out with advice and support. I didn't get to respond to every message, but I really appreciate it. After finding out my son isn't biologically mine, I decided to tell both my family and my in-laws. My family was shocked and angry about everything, but they stood by me. My in-laws were also shocked, but didn't believe it at first. They asked to see the DNA test results, and after seeing them, they suggested we do a second test with both families present, just to be sure. They said that if it confirmed he isn't mine, my late wife's sister, who has a 4-year-old daughter, would adopt him, and I could take my name off the birth certificate if I wanted. I agreed, and we did the test yesterday. The results should come in about a week. Honestly, I'm relieved with how things are playing out. There hasn't been any drama, and everyone has been understanding. I've also talked to a lawyer who said getting my name off the certificate should be straightforward with the test results. Thank you all again for the support and for those who offered to adopt him. I'm sorry, but your kindness means a lot. I'll update when the final results are in. And a week after that, OP gave his final update. Baby's gone. The results came back 2 days ago. As expected, I'm still not the father. By the time the results arrived, I had already packed up most of the baby's things. My mom was staying with me, helping take care of the baby and keeping me sane through all of this. This morning, my late wife's parents, sister, and brother-in-law came to pick him up. The handover was smooth except for a snarky comment from my wife's sister. She said I seemed too eager to let the baby go. I didn't respond, there was no point, but it stung. Despite that, my in-laws were supportive throughout and told me that going no contact would be best for everyone involved. I agreed, it's painful, but I think it's the right choice. I hugged them goodbye and they left. They're good people and I'll miss them. Now, the house feels empty. My mom went back home today but will return tomorrow to stay for about a week until things settle. Honestly, I feel relieved. Call me what you want, but I'm finally breathing again. This whole ordeal has been exhausting, but knowing I can start fresh feels like a weight off my shoulders. As for my wife's belongings, I gave her jewelry to my in-laws. They didn't want anything else except for a few trinkets and pictures, so they told me I could sell or donate the rest. I haven't decided what to do with it yet, but I'll figure it out. I didn't respond to comments on my last post because the hate was overwhelming and I was exhausted. My messages were flooded with some of the vilest messages imaginable just because I chose not to raise a child that isn't mine and was conceived through infidelity. To those who supported me, thank you. Your words helped me make decisions I wasn't confident about before. And to those who criticized me, I appreciate the perspective. Even if I didn't agree, it made me think. For now, I'm taking a break from dating and focusing on myself. Maybe I'll buy a bike and get back into riding or hit the gym again. I just need to move forward. I'll be keeping this account for about a week before I delete it. Thanks again to those who took the time to support or challenge me. It's been a hell of a journey. This story was posted by a user named Mulko in the relationship subreddit. The post is titled, "My boyfriend of 2 years is reverting back to college life. My boyfriend is obsessed with climbing and bouldering. He plans almost his entire life around it. He's very good at it and has even become semi-sponsored. We met through climbing about 4 years ago when we were both already in relationships and became friends. Since then, he has become more and more committed to the lifestyle. He sold his car to fund a climbing trip and he dropped out of his engineering degree because it was getting in the way of competitions. His other real-life friends have all moved on in various ways, so most of his friends are just as obsessed with climbing as he is. He still had other hobbies and a stable income until we relocated. I work for the government and was offered a promotion if I moved out west. My boyfriend was thrilled and very supportive. We decided to take the risk, accept the position, and move in together. The new position required a lot of changes. I'm on call most weekends, so my days of super competitive climbing are cut back. I get hair tested, so no more fun drug times. Some days I have to travel to different work sites, so I won't get home until after midnight. Overall though, the job has been great. It's laid back and fun, and the benefits are phenomenal. I am really happy I made the jump. However, my boyfriend has gone in the total opposite direction. Back home, he had a 40-hour-a-week job with benefits. Out here, one of his climbing buddies got him a job at a sandwich shop working the lunch shift. He explained that it would be temporary while he searched for something better. 6 months later, he's still there with no interest in leaving. Why? Because it works great with his climbing schedule and all his co-workers climb. In his defense, he lives an absolute bare-bones lifestyle. No car, no insurance, minimal possessions. He can get by on very little, which is financially responsible given his income, but he also has no savings. Any extra money goes towards climbing gear, granola, and travel expenses to attend competitions. Don't get me wrong, I'm still a competitive climber and do well at it, but I really just want to have fun and meet people. My boyfriend used to be pretty relaxed about it as well, but since the bar is so much higher out here, he's thrown himself into getting better. The other climbers love it and they all feed off one another. And let me just say, most of those guys aren't great climbers. They are almost all single, broke, and shameless, like musicians but less cool. Last time I hung out there, one of the guys told me I should buy the drinks since I make the big money. When he's not climbing with the guys, he's watching the same climbing videos online, reading climbing forums, researching new gear, or compulsively checking scores on climbing results. I feel like all we ever talk about or do anymore is climbing related activities, and I am getting so frustrated. I've talked about making plans to do other things, but he won't commit because he's waiting to hear about climbing opportunities. I even tried to plan a trip to New York for his birthday, but he says he doesn't know if he can go until he figures out whether he has enough points to attend a world's level climbing competition in August. And then, even though I'm on birth control, I get pregnant. He's supportive in small ways, but is reluctant to cancel a climbing date to go to the gestational ultrasound. When we talk about options, he says he doesn't think we're in the right place. I've never given much thought to having children, but I feel a little heartache at his answer. He thinks I'd be a great mom and wants to have kids someday, just not now. I talk to my parents and friends and decide to terminate. He comes to the procedure and the doctor tells us I couldn't have kept it anyway. My boyfriend is visibly relieved. Now his tone is, we had no choice, we couldn't have had it anyway. He's moved on, but I'm still pretty sad about it. Reddit, I want to talk to him about all of these feelings. We're really growing apart. While I still find him attractive, I don't want to have sex anymore. I'm afraid I'll become pregnant again, and since nothing in his situation is changing, he'll still choose climbing. He's become the kind of person we used to joke about, the ones who live in a van or a tent at prime climbing spots and eat, sleep, and breathe climbing. On one hand, I'm glad he's happy out here. On the other, I've found myself having a harder time relating to him. It feels like something we used to have in common has become really divisive. My parents are furious because he spoke to them before we left about being committed to building a future together, and they don't understand why he's backsliding. For that matter, I don't either. Last month, I told him that I didn't want to hurt his feelings, but I thought his lifestyle was pretty disappointing. He said he would look for different work, but hasn't even tried. In the climbing mansion near us, a room is opening up. I am seriously considering asking him to move out and live with his buddies. However, the other night he told me he was really happy with us and wanted to discuss the future. I'm so confused. I love him and want to support him, but his lack of ambition is such a huge turnoff. How can he even bring up the future when the only goals he has are centered around some crazy sport that could easily end if he were to get hurt? How do I talk to him about this without hitting below the belt? I want to do it soon because he asked one of my close friends about ring shopping. Good sweet lord, I don't want to get engaged right now. Help. User Alt168 said, "Man, this is tough. I have a huge hippie tendency myself. I'm a climber, and I can totally understand what he's fallen into. The vagrant climber lifestyle is so carefree and relaxing that it's hard to imagine going back to a 40-hour-a-week job. Honnold is such an icon in that regard. I have fantasized about living such a life, but I have responsibilities that prevent me from doing so. The best advice I can give you is to be honest. Tell him you aren't able to follow him in this lifestyle. Either he needs to rein it back, or you agree to split amicably due to incompatible lifestyle goals. It's a perfectly justified reason to break up, and it would be better for both of you in the long run." User Soluble Marker said, "All I can suggest to you is to talk to him about it. You never know. Maybe the move scared him and he's now depressed, channeling everything into climbing and holding on to that like a lifeline. Has he moved before? Has he uprooted himself? He could be reacting poorly to the move. The other thing I would mention is that I can empathize with both of you in this situation. I had to grow up too, even though all I'd like to do is boulder all day long, hike mountains, and live in a tent with my partner, but that's not realistic, and it sounds like your boyfriend isn't accepting that. Talk to him about it. Share your concerns. Hopefully he'll open up too." Update. I didn't think people would care that much about an update, but I keep getting private messages asking what happened. I have received more messages than responses on my post. Apparently, a lot of us have dated climbers. For the sake of wrapping up the story, here's how things went after my last post. Work had slowed down a lot, and while I was still putting in overtime here and there, I wasn't really traveling to work sites. We were spending more time together, and I felt like one night in particular was a good time to bring up the subject. The conversation went okay. I told him I was frustrated that he keeps talking about finding a new job, but never follows through. I brought him 2 different job flyers that I thought would be right up his alley. One was for climbing up cellular reception towers, and the other was for an engineering assistant. He basically said that he knows there is no future at his current job, but it pays enough for him to get by and he's having fun. Well, I told him I understood, but I was thinking that maybe we should stop living together. This turned into an argument about chores, money, and what we wanted out of the future. He reiterated that he wants kids and marriage and that he loves me very much, but he doesn't want to do those things right now. I asked him what would happen if I got pregnant again, and he said that was very unlikely. When I told him I felt that he had made climbing his one priority, he balked and said I was exaggerating. I threw open the closet door and pulled out all the camping equipment he bought before we came out here, all still with tags attached. This is hundreds of dollars of gear untouched over an 8-month period. I pointed out his dusty mountain bike. He said he doesn't have a car. What about the Frisbee golf bag that is in our storage container? He hasn't had time. At this point, I just started crying. These were all activities we used to really enjoy doing together. I just feel like an idiot. I told him I understand where he's at in his life and that I want him to be happy, but I'm going to start looking for another apartment. We have a little over a month left on our lease, so by the end, we can part ways amicably. He looks completely devastated. All he says back is, "If that's what you want." I found an apartment and will be moving out in a week. Things have been cordial enough. We share a studio and he keeps the bed while I sleep in the closet on a camping cot. Hey, it finally got some use. He's moving into the climbing house. My parents are worried that I'm falling apart, but I feel okay. Sad, but okay. I still really care about him, but I've realized almost all of the stress in my life was coming from the energy I was putting into our relationship. Maybe it'll sink in when we finally do part ways. So there you have it. User Red Horse Lady said, I don't have a lot of advice, but I wanted to say that I read your first post and I'm really proud of your decision. You will be sad, but you'll get happier with time. I have a feeling he might come around rather quickly when he's in the climbing house and without you. Or he might not. Either way, you made the right decision for yourself, and that's all that matters. User Suddenly the Same said, as someone who has been in more than one relationship that lasted longer than it should have, I greatly admire your ability to make your concerns heard and advocate for yourself in a relationship that meets your needs and makes you happy. It takes more courage and strength than a lot of people realize. Even if it sucks now, or maybe even especially because it does, you'll come through this wiser, stronger, and better equipped for the next person you let into your life. User Hamburger Time said, hang in there, you did the right thing. It's clear what his priorities are based on his response to your confrontation. I think you're being incredibly strong, brave, and mature, and I'm glad you've decided not to settle for less than you deserve. I can't imagine being in your position, and I'm sorry for all the crap you've been put through, but I admire you for your courage and clear-headedness in dealing with it all. You're making good, albeit heartbreaking, decisions for yourself and for the future you want, and that is no small feat. This next post was made by a throwaway account in April of 2023. The post is titled, My husband is claiming that he didn't know my sister is gay. Now he's saying that he doesn't want our kids around her. My husband and I have been married for 9 years and have a son and 2 daughters. I have a very demanding job and work long hours, so my sister watches our kids on weekdays because she works from home. The schedule is that I get the kids up and drop them off at my sister's house at 6:30 a.m. and then I go to work. My sister feeds the kids breakfast and gets them to the bus stop. After school, the bus drops the kids off and my sister gives them snacks and helps with homework until my husband picks them up at 5 p.m. I get home from work around 6:30 or 7 p.m. My sister and I are very close and I'm extremely grateful to her. She loves and spoils my kids. She's basically like a third parent to them. I pay for all her groceries and my kids help her around the house in return. On Monday, I got an urgent call from my husband after he picked up the kids. He said that I needed to leave work immediately so I could come home for an emergency discussion with him. I panicked and rushed home because he wasn't answering any of my calls after he hung up. When I got home, my husband dramatically told me that my sister was gay. Apparently, when he got to her house, her girlfriend was there and they kissed in front of him. I actually laughed when he told me this because my sister has been out since I was a teenager and she and her girlfriend have been together for 3 years. He claims that he thought her girlfriend was just a friend and that mentions of her being gay were just jokes. My sister's girlfriend doesn't come to many family events because she travels for work, and our family doesn't really talk about her being gay that often. Still, I can't believe that he wouldn't have figured this out in the 13 years he's known her. It's been so long that I can't remember if I ever verbally told him that she's gay. My husband said that he doesn't want her around the kids anymore because she will influence them, but he wouldn't explain what that meant. I told him that I wasn't going to cut my sister out of our lives, and he said I could still see her, but not the kids because they are too young. I asked what he expected to do for childcare if we couldn't use my sister, and he suggested I take a week off work while we figure it out, which I absolutely cannot do. I didn't want to yell at him in front of the kids, so I said I was going to take a walk to calm down and that we would discuss this later. When I got back, my daughters were crying and my son was upset. He told me that their father had said they weren't allowed to see their aunt anymore because she was having personal issues. I blew up at my husband and told him that he was being bigoted and selfish and that I wasn't going to cut my kids off from their aunt who loves them just because he was too stupid to notice that she's gay. Then I packed the kids up and went to stay with my sister. I have no idea what to do. I love my husband and I don't want a divorce, but there's no way I'm going to cut my sister off. I can't believe my husband didn't know she was gay, but I don't understand why he would lie about this. He's never said or done anything homophobic before. I know I shouldn't have yelled at him like that, but I was furious that he said that to the kids. Any advice would be appreciated because I'm at a complete loss here. Edit. After reading the comments, I think that unfortunately, you guys are right. This is so out of the blue that I was looking for reasons why he might not be a bigot, but I think he just is. If it comes down to him or my sister, I am choosing my sister. At this point, I am so upset with him that I don't know if I would take him back even if he came begging on his knees. He said what he said and he can't take that back. To answer some questions, we don't really talk about politics because he doesn't engage. I will mention something and he'll just respond with okay or uh-huh. Our life has been so hectic lately that we don't have a lot of alone time together, and when we do, we don't talk about politics. We live in a pretty liberal area and he's never expressed any right-wing beliefs to me before, so I never thought he had any different views. My sister being gay doesn't come up that much. Her girlfriend isn't around us or our kids often, and my sister's sexuality isn't a topic of conversation because it's just something that is. Like, she's gay and that's that, so it doesn't really get discussed. I talked to my sister and she said they don't really interact that much. When he comes to pick up the kids, he usually just says hello and nothing more. He's been ignoring my calls and texts, so I'm going to go over to our house tomorrow when I know he's home and have a discussion with him. I'll post an update. Thanks for all the advice. 3 days later, OP gave us an update. This is an update to a post I made earlier. It got removed, but I posted the original text on my profile if you would like to go and read it. So it turns out a lot of you were right. My husband was lying about not knowing my sister was gay. He wasn't answering any of my calls or texts, so I went over to the house when I knew he'd be there to talk. After we sat down, I said that the only way I would even begin to consider working this out was if he gave me the reason why he was suddenly acting like this, agreed to go to couples and individual therapy to work on his hurtful views, and apologize to me, the kids, and my sister. He started saying all the same stuff about my sister being a bad influence on the kids and not being in line with his moral compass. I got fed up and told him to cut the bullshit right now and tell me what was really going on, or I was going to walk out and he would never see me or his children again. I've never spoken to him like that before, and I think it rattled him because he spilled the whole story. Long story short, he's been having an affair for the past year. Now that I think about it, it makes sense. I thought that maybe he was pulling away from me, but I figured it was just stress from work and kids. He admitted that when he had to go into the office on weekends, it was just an excuse to see her. Sometimes he would take a half day at work to be with her until it was time for him to pick up the kids. In his words, he was neutral about my sister being gay until his girlfriend opened his eyes. Apparently, when he mentioned my sister to her, she was shocked and started sending him lots of podcasts and YouTube videos on the subject. So, for the past year, he's been falling down a right-wing rabbit hole and I had no idea. He said that he knew I wouldn't accept his new beliefs, so he felt forced to hide it from me. He also admitted that he's been wanting a divorce for a while, not just because of the affair. After watching the videos and podcasts, he started to resent me because I'm not a traditional wife who stays at home to cook, clean, and take care of the kids so that he can relax after work. He said that seeing my sister kiss her girlfriend was the final straw because he realized the extent of what his children were being exposed to, so he pretended not to know about it and made it this giant issue. In his mind, this was the perfect solution because he could finally make me see things his way and become a stay-at-home mom, or I would divorce him and he could come away looking like the good guy. Then he said he's going for full custody to protect his kids. I'm not super proud of it, but I flipped out at him. I called him a lot of names and told him that it'd be a cold day in hell before he even got 50-50 custody. I said if he wanted to talk to me again, he'd have to contact my lawyer. Then I stormed out before I could smack him or something. In all honesty, this is a total nightmare, and I feel like I'm partially to blame. 13 years together, and I didn't notice he was changing overnight. I didn't think he was the type to get sucked into this sort of thing, but I guess he's stupider than I thought. I also never expected him to be a cheater, so maybe I didn't know him as well as I thought I did. On the other hand, the comments on my last post have made me do some thinking, and I realized I was not very happy in our marriage. A lot of people were asking what we even talked about, and the honest answer is we don't. We started dating when I was 19, and he was my second ever boyfriend. About a year in, I remember feeling unsure about our relationship, and then bam, I got pregnant with our son. It all happened so fast too. He proposed to me and I said yes. We had never discussed marriage before, and looking back, I'm pretty sure I would have said no if I hadn't been pregnant. We had a long engagement, but we were basically married right after because I moved in with him immediately to raise our son. I feel so stupid. I think I was pretty naive at the start of our relationship. I never thought to have any in-depth conversations about politics, family, and religion. I'm realizing now that I was mostly staying in the marriage because it felt easier than the alternative and better for my kids. I genuinely thought he was a good man and father. Now I'm remembering tons of different moments in our relationship that I brushed off and fights we had that all add up to a bigger picture. Part of why I've been so frazzled and exhausted lately is that he was literally doing the bare minimum and leaving my sister and me to pick up the slack. I don't regret the marriage because it led to my kids, but I regret not seeing everything sooner and getting out. Right now, my kids are my #1 priority. When I got back, I sat them down and we had a long conversation about their father, his views, and LGBTQ rights in general. I made it very clear that I would support them no matter what. I am also looking into getting all 3 of them counseling to help them deal with this. We are temporarily staying with my sister while I sort out the divorce. We have separate bank accounts, but I need to figure out how to sell the house because I don't think I can afford it alone. And he definitely can't. There are some townhomes opening up in my sister's neighborhood that I'm going to try for so my kids can walk to her house. My sister has been so supportive during this entire ordeal. She and I had a long talk about everything, with lots of hugging and crying. I feel awful for bringing a bigot around her, and I don't think I can ever repay her for all the help and love she has given me and my children. She and her girlfriend have been helping out with the kids and the divorce stuff. Since her girlfriend is currently in town, I decided that I wanted my kids and me to get to know her better. So this weekend we are all going to the museum in hopes of taking my kids' minds off everything. What I'm most worried about is custody. I don't want my soon-to-be ex-husband and his girlfriend anywhere near my kids, but I'm not totally sure what to do. He's still their father and I don't want to keep them from having a relationship. I'm going for full custody, but should I ban him from seeing them entirely? My son and older daughter are very upset with him. My son doesn't want to see him at all, and I'm not going to make him if he doesn't want to. I'm sorry that this is long and kind of rambling, but it feels nice to get my thoughts down. This whole situation has been overwhelming, so again, any advice going forward would be appreciated. I might update in the future after everything is settled to let you all know how things are going. But in the meantime, I would like to thank you all for the helpful comments and messages. User Tim Tam said, calling that man a weasel would be an insult to weasels. Damn. Brainless on every level. He was willing to destroy his whole life, just because some festering boil on a dead camel's anus of a woman fed him some propaganda as a side bonus to the affair, even if it meant losing the house, even if it meant devastating his kids. And suddenly believing that tripe after spending so long knowing the sister and seeing how good she is for the kids, how happy they are around her. If you blew in one of his ears, you could extinguish candles held up to the other ear. A spineless, credulous, self-absorbed pile of worthlessness. He should carry a shrub around with him everywhere so at least one lifeform in this world gets some benefit from the fact that he's breathing because he's surely not contributing anything else. User Mango said, the ex is fine with infidelity but has a problem with homosexuality. How useless. He believes the mistress, who is possibly a scammer. When he marries the mistress, he will take everything away from her and come back crying, saying that if she had been a submissive woman, he wouldn't be ruined. This story was posted by a user Glittering Male in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled, Am I in the wrong for telling my ex-husband that our kids are justified in feeling like they don't have a father? I'm 33 and have 2 kids, ages 12 and 8. I divorced their dad when I discovered he was cheating on me with a mom from our younger son's school group. Despite that betrayal, I agreed to shared custody because I wanted my kids to grow up with their father in their lives. However, since the divorce, he's only been around when he's picking them up for visits. He often goes out with his stepchildren, but rarely includes our kids, claiming those outings are spur of the moment, and can't always include them. Eventually, I stopped pushing, but I've always thought it was unfair that he keeps his distance from our children's lives. Recently, I decided to upgrade my older son's computer, and he asked if we could give his old one to his cousin, my brother's son. My brother has been a huge support for my kids. He's always available to take them to their school events when I can't, and often takes them out to the park or on trips when I'm busy. My ex, on the other hand, is rarely available for them. Anytime I ask him to help with an activity, he has an excuse. He's out of town or swamped with work. Ironically though, whenever his stepkids need something, he's there. Once, he even argued with the stepkid's father at a school event, insisting he had the right to be there. When my ex found out I gave the computer to my nephew, he got upset. He complained that if I had money to spare on a gift like that, I should have forgiven 2 months of child support he'd missed since his finances were tight with a new baby. He added that if I could give away a computer, I should have gifted it to either his kids or his stepkids, who share just one computer among the 3 of them. I told him my finances were none of his business and that I owed nothing to his stepchildren. Then his wife jumped into the conversation, accusing me of spoiling my son by giving him a new computer and being petty for letting my son bring it to their house, claiming it was just a show off in front of his step-siblings. I told her she had no right to speak to me that way or question my decisions. I added that I allow my kids to see their father so they can grow up with him in their lives, not so she can interfere with how I parent. My ex was offended, but I told him this whole situation could have been avoided if his wife hadn't inserted herself where she doesn't belong. After that, things seemed to calm down until last week. I went to pick up the kids and my ex was visibly upset. He explained that he tried reading a bedtime story to our youngest. At home, our son still likes to be read to before bed, usually by me, his brother, or my brother. When none of us are around, he listens to audiobooks. Apparently, my ex wanted to make an effort to connect, so he offered to read to him, but our son turned him down, saying he didn't need him for that because he could do it himself. My ex stayed to listen as our son searched for a story for 8-year-olds without a dad on his tablet, and it hit him hard. The next day, my ex offered to take our older son to basketball practice, but he replied that he'd be going with his dad. That made my ex even angrier, and when I came to pick up the kids, he confronted me about it. I told him that if our kids feel like they don't have a father, he has only himself to blame. He tried to shift the blame onto me, saying I was the one pushing him away from his role. I told him it's up to him to show up for his kids. It's not something I can do for him. I reminded him that he was the one who broke our family and that he's chosen to be more involved with his stepkids than with his own children. I told him not to kid himself. The kids are growing up and they're starting to see the reality of who he is as a father. If he keeps this up, he can't expect much from them in the future. After that exchange, his mom called me. While she's always been polite to me, I felt the need to express that I would have appreciated this same concern from her when she supported her son's affair, knowing her grandchildren were losing their father in the process. She hung up and we haven't spoken since. My brother advised me that I had every right to express how I feel, but suggested that maybe this discussion shouldn't have happened in front of the kids. Later, my ex texted me saying that if I weren't so difficult, he'd spend more time with them. I told him his duty as a father doesn't depend on whether I'm easy or not, and that he knows I've never prevented him from seeing the kids. The truth is, when he has to choose, he prefers outings with his stepkids over his own children, and that's something only he can change. Userlap Steel Guitar said, "You can only do so much, and don't let him off the hook for any child support. The fact that it's stretching his budget is a him problem, not a you problem. I agree with your brother that this conversation should not have happened in front of the kids. However, if I understand correctly, your ex chose the time and place, not giving you much choice in the matter. NTA." User Civ Mom said, "So you need to make sure you only communicate in writing from now on. Can you get one of the apps that records everyone's exchanges and has a third party to monitor? Because you are right, but he will start crying alienation any minute now. You need to have no verbal exchanges, and if you do, then follow up in writing. At a minimum, keep a text exchange that you back up regularly. I agree that it's better not to do anything that smells of alienation, but on the other hand, it's good for your kids to feel backed up. It's a tricky place to be. Sending hugs and keep it in writing. Try really hard to keep any tone out of it. If anyone reads it, let it be clear that you are doing everything you are required to do, including allowing access to the kids." User McDonald's cashier said, "Your NTA. You've been honest about your ex's lack of involvement and your kids are noticing it. It's fair to hold him accountable for his actions. While it might have been better to avoid discussing this in front of the kids, your feelings and frustrations are completely justified." Update. These past few days have been a bit unusual. First, I want to thank all of you. I didn't expect to receive so much advice, and I never thought this app would be so useful. It's not very popular in my country. Now, back to the topic. My ex sent me messages saying he wanted to resolve things, stop arguing, and talk to me. I agreed. He came to my house and we didn't beat around the bush. We went straight to the point. He asked me if I really thought he was a bad father. I replied that looking back now, I never would have chosen him to be the father of my children. He said it wasn't easy for him, and I answered that it wasn't easy for me either because I take on both his role and mine. He told me he couldn't leave his stepchildren without a father because he had already broken their family, and I replied that he had left his own children without a father. He started crying and told me it was my fault, saying that when the infidelity happened, I refused to forgive him or go to couples therapy. I kept telling him things. I'll admit they weren't kind, but none of them were lies. He asked me if, given his current state, I didn't feel sorry for him, and I said no. He told me he didn't think I could be so cruel, and I replied that when I changed jobs, pulled my kids out of school 2 months before the end of the term, moved houses, and watched him disappoint our kids over and over again, any empathy I might have felt turned into apathy. He left after that. His mother called me and said she knew what I had told her son, that he hadn't stopped crying, and that she didn't understand how I could carry so much hatred to hurt her son like that. She said I should just get over it. I answered, with all due respect, what I said wasn't out of hatred, but out of truth. If your son is crying, it's because he's finally facing the consequences of his actions. Maybe instead of worrying about how he feels now, you should have taught him to take responsibility and treat people with respect. She said I didn't know what it was like to feel a mother's love and see a child suffer, and I replied that I did understand because I have 2 children who cry over a living father, 2 children who see their dad being a father to other kids when he doesn't have time to be their father. She said he was sorry, and I told her not to put words in his mouth and to stop calling me about anything related to her son. I hung up. I wanted to cry so badly, but I'm a damn mother and I don't have time for that. I want my kids to feel safe, loved, and strong enough not to need anyone, not even me, to be themselves. Last Thursday, I took my kids to their cousin's birthday party hosted by my ex-sister-in-law. I still have a good relationship with her. She was the one who told me about the infidelity and that her mother was already encouraging it. My ex showed up alone and irritated. My kids kept their distance from him. They kissed his hand, but then ignored him completely. My ex-mother-in-law told the kids they should show more respect for their father, and my eldest replied that he doesn't show respect for me since he and his partner talk badly about me. I scolded my son, not for what he said, but for how he addressed his grandmother. I told him it was wrong to eavesdrop on private conversations and repeat them. Then I asked him to gather his things because we were leaving. My ex-mother-in-law asked me not to leave, saying the kids were having fun and we could resolve this as adults. She asked my ex what he had said and he claimed not to remember. I told her I didn't care and she said we should be good parents. I replied that to be good parents, you need to be good people first. My ex was getting agitated. My ex-mother-in-law asked why we couldn't have a civilized co-parenting relationship. I told her everything I've mentioned here about his free will to see the kids and how the second custody agreement isn't working since he only sees them some weekends. My ex didn't want to discuss it, saying he had too many kids at home. My ex-mother-in-law told him the only kids who should feel comfortable are his and the comfort of the others should be provided by their biological father. My ex wanted to end the conversation because his mother was scolding him for being a careless father. He also said it was my fault. I asked him to clarify how it was my fault. You can see the kids whenever you want. What more do you want? He started yelling, claiming I was only being petty because I didn't really need the money since I earned more than he did and had fewer kids to feed. I told him I wouldn't continue the conversation and that I'd show him what being uncivilized looks like by filing for the overdue child support payments. His mother asked what I meant by overdue payments. I explained that he was 3 months behind. She was furious, slapped him, and demanded to know what he had done with the money for his children. He answered, I couldn't let JR miss out on attending the same school as my son. I didn't want him to feel inferior. My ex-mother-in-law said she couldn't believe it, and they started arguing. I left. Yesterday, my ex-mother-in-law came over and said she would pay the overdue fees. She brought the money in cash. I knew my ex would be furious. Here's some context. My ex-mother-in-law doesn't work, doesn't own anything herself, and lives with my ex-sister-in-law. However, she does have significant savings from her inheritance. If she pays the tuition, my ex knows there won't be much left for him when she passes, even though she's still healthy. He's been asking her for years to invest some of that money in his business ideas, but she's always refused. My ex's retaliation was not picking up the kids this weekend. Yesterday, my ex-sister-in-law called me. She doesn't know all the details yet, but apparently my ex's 15-year-old stepson punched him in the mouth. She said she'll let me know exactly what happened once she finds out. And before anyone asks, the new custody agreement will likely take a year to finalize. The court says the overdue payments are the priority and the rest can wait. We have more urgent cases. Update 2. A promise is a promise. As I mentioned earlier, my ex's stepson had an altercation with him because my ex refused to let him go out. Now I have more details. My ex's stepson had plans to go bowling with some friends. His biological father had already given him permission and money for the outing. However, when he told his mother, she said he couldn't go because they needed him to stay home and watch his younger siblings. My ex and his wife had planned an outing and needed someone to stay with the kids. This led to an argument. The boy raised his voice to his mother, and my ex stepped in to demand that he respect her. The boy replied that he wasn't his father. Trying to maintain authority, my ex told him that as long as he lived under his roof, he had to follow his rules. The boy ignored him and turned away. My ex followed him and touched his shoulder to get his attention. At that moment, the boy turned around, punched him, and shouted that he wasn't his father and could never compare to him. The mother scolded him for his behavior, but the boy, still angry, shouted back that he hated her. This version was shared by my ex and his wife with my ex-mother-in-law. My sister-in-law later relayed it to me. They went to see my ex-mother-in-law to try to gain her sympathy and convince her to take care of the 2 stepchildren and the baby so they could go out. However, my ex-mother-in-law told them she would not take care of the children. When I spoke to my ex, he mentioned he was dealing with family issues and claimed that the boy's biological father was turning him against him. He didn't give me many details and omitted most of what my sister-in-law had shared. He simply informed me that due to the situation, he wouldn't be able to pick up our children this weekend. The 15-year-old boy is now staying with his biological father. As for what I mentioned earlier, my ex was 2 months behind on child support, and that same week, he was supposed to make another payment. He didn't, leaving him 3 months behind. In the end, his mother was the one who covered the overdue amount. Regarding the child who attends the same school as my son, it's not the 15-year-old involved in the altercation. It's his younger stepbrother who is 8 years old, the same age as my son. I decided to enroll my son in that school when the affair became public. At the time, I was working as a kindergarten teacher at the same school, and the boy had been one of my students. We all knew each other, and to protect my children from rumors, I transferred them to a private school. This happened 2 months before the school year ended. Thanks to the circumstances and the support of some kind people, we managed to get them admitted. Update 3. First of all, I don't know much about how subreddits work, but someone told me that my profile was shared on one, and I have some words for those involved. The discussion was about how I could afford private school tuition on a kindergarten teacher's salary. To clarify, I am no longer a kindergarten teacher, I am a high school teacher, and salaries in education vary significantly depending on the country. In my country, salaries in education are quite competitive compared to other jobs. The cost of living here is affordable, and I mentioned that in several comments. I am not from the United States, where life is more expensive. In my country, this salary is more than enough to live comfortably. I am not rich, but my kids enjoy an excellent quality of life. Private school tuition varies. There are schools that charge as low as $120 USD per month or less, and of course, there are elite schools that are much more expensive. We use local currency, not dollars. I also have other sources of income that are irrelevant here. Now, to stop the speculation, people assumed I was from multiple countries, calculated my monthly tuition costs, and even tallied up all my expenses. The only thing you missed was calculating the cost of my divorce. Let me save you some trouble. I didn't pay a single cent, and my ex left with nothing but the clothes on his back. Careful not to choke on that. As for my kids not being well cared for, my kids are perfectly fine, and as long as I'm breathing, no one will take that away from them. I saw a lot of concern for my children, but here's a question for you. What about your kids? Are they okay? Did you pay what you owe for their care? When was the last time you saw them? There's no need to worry about my kids. If any of those users want more details, feel free to contact me and I'll happily send over some bills for you to pay since you're so interested in my finances and expenses. Regarding my divorce, it was far from amicable, not because of custody, but because my ex lied at every turn to delay and obstruct the process. I didn't accept it then, I don't accept it now, and I never will, not in a million years. For those still questioning my divorce, here are my words to you. Once there's infidelity, there's no family left. This clarification isn't for those who offered helpful comments or advice on my post. End of the informational break. Now, the actual update: the day after my post here, my ex was arrested for domestic violence and child abuse. The father of the boy involved filed a complaint. My ex's wife defended him, claiming that her son was a brat and that this wasn't the first time her son had been violent with him or his younger siblings. This left me surprised because, as far as I know, my ex had never mentioned that the teenager had been beaten. My ex-sister-in-law said that her brother, meaning my ex, never brought it up. I asked my kids if their stepbrother had ever touched them or been violent with them. Both said no. My children are comfortable telling me anything, and their answer was no. My ex and his wife have since changed their story about the incident. Now, their version is that the boy misbehaved, my ex tried to talk to him, and the boy hit him first. So the mother hit her son to pull him off my ex. Child protection authorities here are usually very strict when a case interests them or when the harm suffered by the child is severe. The teenager has been placed in a shelter for abused youth. Edit: when physical abuse of minors is reported, they are transferred to a safe space until a Jezil chamber interview and a forensic medical evaluation are conducted. Once a safe environment is confirmed, they are returned to the parent. User Drunk Tides said, "Wow, father of the year. No good for biological kids, no good for step kids. Seems like he and his wife are a perfect fit." Under this user, Sophia said the following: "I totally agree with you, a father's denial. Your children have the right to express their feelings, especially if they feel their father isn't present. You've worked hard to provide them with stability and security, and it's fair to acknowledge how their father's actions impact their view of him." User Lady Xanax said, "It's so unfortunate that people are questioning you in this situation when they should be questioning your horrible husband and his behavior. You should not have had to explain everything you detailed in this update before you even got to the updates or felt the need to justify yourself. I'm so sorry people are treating you that way or making you feel that way in this awful situation. You are handling it very well and doing absolutely what is best for your children. It sounds like your husband is getting what is coming to him. I feel awful for the other young man in this situation who has now been placed in a shelter for abused youth. I worry for the other children in that household and hope they are not in any danger. They are innocent in all of this mess." User Verity Skies said, "Wow, you're really educating everyone on the realities of your situation while juggling everything else. Mad respect. It's eye-opening how quickly people jump to conclusions without knowing the full story. Here's to focusing on what really matters, keeping your kids safe and sound. Keep standing your ground. You're doing great." This next story was made in the Off My Chest subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "My wife keeps throwing divorce in my face over everything. I just agreed and left. I am currently staying with my sister. My wife and I have been together for 5 years, married for 4. We had known each other for years prior. We have one child together who is 4. I am the primary breadwinner in the house as she is a stay-at-home mom. It was her choice not to go back to work. For the last year and a half, we have been having arguments about once or twice a month. To be clear, I do help out with our daughter. I clean, cook, and am involved with both of them. The first time she said she wanted a divorce was during an argument when my sister called and asked if she could stay with us for a bit as she was having relationship problems. I said she could. My wife was not happy about that. I pointed out that her friend had stayed with us a couple of months prior for 5 weeks and didn't do anything around the house. Plus, she was just there. No discussion, no nothing. She was a stranger to me and my daughter. My sister is lovely and has a great relationship with our daughter, and I thought my wife was as well. My sister ended up staying with us for a week, helping out around the house, cooking, cleaning, and watching our daughter when needed. I thought we both forgave each other and moved on. The fights are usually over something small. 90% of them are not started by me. I have suggested therapy and counseling, but she always said she and we never needed it. Well, I reached my breaking point last night. She picked a fight saying I was spending too much time at work and that she feels abandoned and that I'm not a good father. She ended her rant with, "I want a divorce." I stood up and told her that the only reason I work so much is because she can't stop spending our money on things we don't need or use. She refused to get a job or go to school to help out. I provide for the family, for my daughter. I'm always there for her important dates, functions, doctor's appointments, anything she needs. She refused to get help through therapy or counseling. I don't want this anymore. I'll have my lawyer send her the papers when she writes them up. I got my daughter's things and left with her to my sister's. It has been 2 days and she keeps calling and texting saying she is sorry. She didn't mean it. She wants to go to counseling and therapy. She needs me, she misses me, etc. I don't know what to do. I love her, she is a good mother, but I can't do this anymore. Internet strangers, please help. User Local GM said, "This is still only a snippet of your life. You know your wife and your life better than we do. Make the best decision for your daughter. That's all you can do. Toxic parents are the worst, especially when they can't get over their issues for their kids' sake. You've got this, King. Always put your daughter first." To this user, Gerbil11th said, "This is a very solid point. I don't think OP has done anything wrong, but honestly, his wife's behavior suggests she is lacking external stimulation. If she had a job or a proper routine outside of the house, maybe she wouldn't be picking fights over everything and anything. My partner got injured last year and couldn't go on runs or swimming sessions with his friends for 3 months, which made him quite unbearable. The same happened to me when I took the work from home option to the extreme. I became a bit annoying too. Thankfully, neither of us called for divorce nor offended each other. I gently told my partner that it was clear he needed time with his friends, and he gently told me that I needed to go to the office more to change my routine. Staying in our comfort zones can be dangerous if we are never challenged. User Flashy Ferret said, "A marriage will only work if both people want it to, make an effort, and there is love, trust, respect, and communication. No one would blame you for leaving. No one can tell you to stay." However, the status quo is unacceptable, and if she isn't truly willing to work on the marriage with you, then you know the answer. If you believe this is the wake-up call she may have needed to finally realize that some things need to change, then you need to decide. Update. Unfortunately, this is not a sunshine and rainbows update. I posted a few months back about how my wife kept throwing divorce in my face on a regular basis. That was until I finally got my daughter and left. I needed to vent, so I posted here. To clarify some questions I have received, I'll refer to one of my comments on my original post. I want to point out some things that seem to have been missed or overlooked. I would do everything again if I had to, including taking my daughter. I have pushed my wife to go out, find a job, get a hobby, meet new friends, and do something. Anything. I asked her about seeing someone for help, but she would not listen or consider anything I presented. She kept saying no or that she was not the problem. My daughter is my priority. I don't fight with my wife in front of her or around her. I grew up in a bad household. I have been in the position where my dad got angry at my mom. My mom left and my dad took it out on me. I don't ever want that for her. I don't know what my wife was going to do that night. You can't force someone to get help. They have to want it, actually want it. If you force someone, they will go through the motions just to make it look like they changed. I'm not blameless in this, but I can't raise my daughter with her thinking this is okay behavior or that this is how relationships are supposed to be. I decided when I was young that I would never be like my dad. Okay, so after I made my post, I had a lot to think about. I decided that I had to make sure she knew how serious I was. We sat down and I flat out told her that I couldn't do this anymore. The fighting and threatening of divorce had to stop. I told her that the next time it was thrown out, it would be the last time. We agreed to go to couples therapy. It was eye-opening. Things were said, feelings were brought up, and outside professional views helped us understand each other better. After a few sessions, I thought we were doing better. She started to apply herself more. She looked for and obtained a job, made some friends, and got a hobby. That was until an argument started because we had plans regarding our daughter that she overlooked and couldn't cancel the other plans she had made with some new co-workers. At what I considered the end of the argument, she said under her breath, "I knew marrying you was a mistake." I looked at her, and the thing I remember most is that I did not recognize the woman standing there. She looked different to my eyes. I didn't know who the woman in front of me was. I asked her to repeat herself. She said, "I should have divorced you years ago." I walked away and took my daughter to our plans alone, just the two of us. I ended up filing for legal separation. Under the terms we both signed, there was something along the lines of, while separated, we are still legally married and will not get involved with anyone during this time period. I would still pay for insurance through work. Other things included continuing therapy sessions both as individuals and as a couple. I would move in with my sister, and we agreed on shared custody of our daughter. One day, when I had my daughter, I needed my wife to take care of her. I let her know a week in advance, and she agreed. That morning at 7:30, I went to drop my daughter off at the house and noticed an unfamiliar car in the driveway. My first thought was, she must have a friend over. I rang the doorbell and waited with my daughter when a shirtless man, about 20 years old, opened the door and asked who I was and what I wanted. I asked for my wife, and he called her. She came around the corner in a robe, and her face went from curious to shocked to horrified to sad. Needless to say, in 3 months' time, when the legal separation ends, I'm filing for a decree of dissolution of marriage. My daughter is safe. She doesn't understand what's going on other than that daddy and mommy are not happy with each other. As stated above, she is my priority. I guess I did do the one thing I never wanted to do, the one thing I promised myself I would never become. But I guess it couldn't be helped. I ended up just like my parents. I don't know what a healthy relationship looks like. I hope I can show how much love I have for my daughter and raise her the best I can. Thanks for the support, comments, love, and criticism. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for yelling at my girlfriend to stop eating. My sister runs a bakery business and she's been struggling lately to keep up with orders because she's been short-staffed. She receives many orders for wedding cakes that require custard or marmalade fillings, and I offered to help her out by making these fillings at home and bringing them to her so she has less work to do. Unfortunately, during the past 4 times I've made these fillings, my girlfriend has literally dipped her fingers into the filling jars and contaminated them because, in her words, she just wanted to try some. I have tried explaining to her that she can't dip her fingers in and contaminate the entire batch because then I have to remake it. I suggested that she use a spoon to take some out if she wants to try it so badly, but she just pouts and says that she likes using her fingers because it takes her back to her childhood. Today I was trying to finish some chocolate custard to send over to my sister really quickly because she was running late on a wedding cake order for an important client. I told my girlfriend beforehand not to eat the custard, and if she really wanted to please use a spoon. I got out of the shower and what do I see? She has her fingers in it again. I completely lost it because this is the 5th time she blatantly disregarded what I said. I yelled at her and told her to stop eating the food I'm making because it's not for her and she's contaminating it. She started crying and got mad at me for fat shaming her, even though I made no comments about her weight and she has no history of weight issues or eating disorders. I know I was harsh, but she kept pushing my limits. Am I the jerk? User Manufacturer Afraid said NTA, she's exhausting and sounds like she's trying to sabotage you helping your sister. User Dirk gently said NTA, calling her out for contaminating food that is intended for commercial sale to other people because she wants to relive her childhood is absolutely appropriate. Hiding behind the fat shaming nonsense seems like a way to try to escape accountability for her total lack of self-control. User Journey into Pressure said NTA. At this point, she is doing it on purpose. Is she doing it in front of you or right when you are about to catch her? Yes, she is purposefully ruining things for some reason. Break up with her. This person is sabotaging and wasting your time, but worse, she is sabotaging your sister. User Linerva said NTA. Your girlfriend is being terribly unhygienic. Nobody cares if it reminds her of her childhood. She cannot stick her filthy fingers in other people's food. This has nothing to do with her weight and everything to do with her inability to follow simple requests and basic food hygiene. This next story was made in the TIFU subreddit by a user named BrightEqual. The post is titled TIFU by telling my cousin that the reason I am moving is because of her husband. I have lived with my cousin Rose and her husband Dumbo for over a year for economic reasons. We have had many issues, but I could handle them. 6 months ago, I began to realize that Dumbo was looking at me more. I've always been sure to wear appropriate clothing in front of him, and I've never been without a bra outside my room. Even so, I noticed that his eyes were constantly going to other places like my boobs, ass, or lower. I thought it was just my imagination, but just in case, I started wearing oversized hoodies and sweatpants around the house and nothing body-fitting. Still, I noticed that when we would have conversations, he would deliberately stare at other places. One night, as I was lying on the couch laughing at a video on my phone, he came up to me, asked what I was laughing at, and before I could answer, he bent down and put his head on my boobs at an angle where he could look at the phone screen. I was in shock, and I am ashamed that I just let it happen. That's when I knew I had to tell someone, especially my parents, but I didn't have the courage, so I stuck it out. More comments were made, but the one that disgusted me the most was when he said, "Hey, is it me or have your boobs gotten bigger?" I asked why the F he was looking at me that way and that he was so off for that, but he just laughed. I got the courage to tell my stepmom and dad, and they were both shocked. They said that I needed to move out ASAP and that I also needed to talk to Rose about Dumbo's behavior, and I would also need to talk to Dumbo. It took a bit of pushing, but I finally got the nerve to sit down with Rose and tell her everything that had happened and that this was the reason I was moving. She said that she would talk to him, but in the end, this was my problem with him and I needed to fix it. I thought that after she spoke to him, he would come to me and apologize or say something at least, but that never happened. 2 days after, I told Rose that I was expecting an apology on his behalf, and I was going to talk to him myself about everything. She said that would be useless because he said he was never going to talk to me again as he claims he did nothing, and apologizing would mean him owning up to what I claimed happened. She said that both of them were going to wait until my dad was back in town so he could solve everything. He claims that I am just trying to turn my family against him and ruin his reputation. I left to go to work after that, but in my mental state, I forgot something, and when I came back, I caught her talking to her mom about how they didn't believe anything I had said and that the three of them would tell my parents that I'm trying to divide the family. With three people ganging up against me, I am worried that they'll manage to change my parents' minds. I think I messed up by bringing this whole thing up. I may have just ruined my whole relationship with everyone, possibly ruined a marriage, and in the end, I'm starting to even doubt my own judgment on what could have just been a misunderstanding. I messed up by not staying quiet. I'll update if it's requested. User ButtFsRUs said, something I tell young people is document, 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 send text messages. Hey, what was up with you putting your head on my chest earlier? Record any interaction you have with the offending party. Keep video, audio, and text evidence of everything. And don't show your hand right away. Let the person deny and let the other people support them. Then show your hand and do what you will with the information you have, who believed you and who sided with the abuser. It's the same thing with car accidents. Have a dash cam. Don't tell the other party you have a dash cam. Let them make as many claims as they want. Let your insurance company know that you have footage of the accident, and their lawyer will know what to do. Your time, money, and safety are cheap and easy for other people to compromise. User Elshies said, honestly, the fact that she's barely willing to listen to your side of the story makes me think your cousin might be in denial. You also have nothing to gain by saying this kind of thing, so I don't understand why she would think you're trying to divide the family. Most likely, you're not the first woman Dumbo has done that kind of thing to, and since it probably happens with people he only sees once, it's swept under the rug or goes unnoticed. You should stick to your guns and aim to move out as soon as possible. If they want to keep things this way, then by all means let them, but you don't need them or this kind of a weird energy, and don't stay quiet about this kind of behavior. That's exactly what he's counting on to keep harassing you. Update. I didn't expect to be updating again. I thought that everything had ended when my parents blocked me, but no. Since my last post, my parents still have me blocked, but only on social media. They have been calling me since and telling me that it's up to me to make this right. Basically, my entire family is mad at me for trying to destroy the family dynamics. They believe that because I still haven't confronted Dumbo, they all think I am lying and that I blew what could have been a simple, awkward moment into a big deal just to have a proper reason to move out and be independent. According to them, unless I speak to Dumbo face to face, I will have proven their theory that I am simply lying to get out of the house without anyone questioning it. They have made it clear that they think I have messed up by bringing this to light, and if I choose not to confront Dumbo, they will proceed to keep me blocked and label me as a liar. Oh my god, the pressure I have been under to speak to this man has been making me sick at this point. Yes, I could simply block my parents on everything as well, but that wouldn't stop them from showing up at my house, and I'm too much of a coward to do so anyway. Even though I'm freaking out, I have decided to talk to Dumbo tonight once I get the courage to do so, just to get my parents off my back because I can't handle another phone call with them where they accuse me of being a liar. Deep down, I know I didn't mess up by telling my family about Dumbo harassing me, but I swear to God that if I had known everything that would come out of this, I would have simply moved out and kept my mouth shut. Any advice is needed, and I deeply appreciate those who personally messaged me to check up on me after my first post. Final update. To begin, I'd like to thank all those who have given me advice and shown support during this hard time. It's given me more strength than you know. I've been asked some questions, so I'll answer a few. 1. Why did I wait 6 months to bring this up? This is a very serious accusation to bring up. I wanted to be absolutely sure that I wasn't imagining anything and that I was certain of this. I was also terrified of how my family would react. 2. Why didn't I speak to Dumbo from the very beginning? I didn't have the courage and didn't know how he'd react, so I went to my parents for guidance. 3. Why didn't I bring this up until after I moved out? Simple, I thought my parents would have my back. Now to the update. After my last post, I spoke to Dumbo. Even though many advised me not to, I caved and confronted him. I recorded the entire conversation like many suggested and even made sure to send it to a few people just in case. Dumbo was quiet the whole time I spoke and apologized, even though he admits he stands by the fact he did nothing. His wife Rose was laughing, snorting, and making side remarks the whole time. The urge to tell her to screw off was big, but I didn't want to make things worse for myself. The conclusion of our talk was this: they don't want to move on from this, but we will be civil. available. We will keep communication to a minimum until and after I move. He will make sure to never be alone around me, and lastly, our conversation was basically pointless. He says that even if I had spoken to him first, like everyone suggested, the results still would have been the same, meaning we would all be divided. I told my parents all of this morning as they wanted to know how the talk went. Even though I told them this was all said by Dumbo, they still said that I was trying to justify my reasons for not wanting to have the conversation with him. Basically, they think I only caved into this to prove that I wasn't lying because in the end, I never showed any signs of abuse or said anything. They have made it clear that I have divided the whole family and that it's going to take time for them to heal from the pain and distress I have caused. They may or may not reach out to me again in the future. After all of this, my biggest mistake was how I went about this. I should have waited until I was in my new place and away from these people. At least that way, a lot of this could have been avoided. Many have said that because I'm 23, I am old enough to deal with this alone. To those who said this, thank you. I have learned that family will not always be there to back you up. Speaking up will never be a mistake, but the way you go about things most definitely can be, as you can see here. If I had done, said, or acted in a few different ways, I think the outcome could have been a bit different. In the end, I know I still have people who love and support me. My move-out date is just around the corner, and eventually my mental health will be okay. In the meantime, I will focus on packing and being around those I love. Thank you once again for all your support. This will be my final update. User Glittering Crow said, the way your parents still found a way to turn what Dumbo said into you making excuses for yourself is incredible. Unfortunately, family won't always stand by you, and I'm so sorry you've had to go through this. At least there are still people who love you. I'm sure you haven't had time to properly process this whole situation, but please, once you move out and settle in, take the time to grieve. In the end, this is still a loss. Sending you so much support, and I'm proud of you. User Just Owls said, who needs enemies when you have a family like this? I'm so sorry that the people who are supposed to love and protect you chose the creep instead. I hope you find somewhere safe. Not just physically safe, but also mentally. Your family is not it. It's beyond horrible that your family expects you to deal with the situation like some sort of professional. You're not a professional and you shouldn't need to be. You're so young. Also, even if you had reacted or acted better, my bet is they would still choose the creep. This final story was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Saltfall. The post is titled AITAH for refusing to cook Thanksgiving lunch after 15 years. For the past 15 years, I have been the one cooking Thanksgiving lunch, or at least the turkey and most of the food. It's been a tradition, but this year I'm completely burnt out. I'm a teacher with 4 kids, and this year has been especially stressful with work, parenting, and school. I just don't have the energy to take on such a big responsibility again. I suggested that my Sil 1, who just moved into a new house, should maybe host this year and make the turkey. She's a stay-at-home mom with 1 child, so I thought it wouldn't be too much to ask. My mother-in-law immediately shut that idea down, saying Sil 1 is unreliable and might not wake up early enough to make it. I then suggested that my brother-in-law's wife could also take on the responsibility. They got married this summer, but have been together for over 5 years. She's never cooked a turkey before, but my mother-in-law said, the turkey cooks itself, so I don't see why she can't give it a try. Everyone else shows up to eat every year without lifting a finger, but when I suggest not cooking this year, it's suddenly a crisis. When I told my husband I wasn't cooking, he said I'm just resentful because his parents helped Sil 1 buy her house. That's not true. I even suggested Sil 2 could make the turkey. Then he brought up that I'm mad because every time we have a date night, his parents tell my older daughter that we're neglecting our responsibilities as parents. I pointed out how unfair that is, but he just said, we're the most stable, so that's why we're always asked to take on more. My husband thinks my decision not to cook has less to do with stress and more to do with his family. He said I only decided not to cook after my mom said she wouldn't be coming over. My mom has been battling breast cancer for the past 10 months and just wants to stay home this year and avoid being around so many people. Last year, my parents spent Thanksgiving with my sister who couldn't travel, but I still cooked for his family. In the past, I hosted Thanksgiving at our house because my family and siblings were coming over, but I've still made the turkey for his family for the last 15 years. even in the years we hosted only his side. So the idea that I'm refusing because it's his family isn't true. My husband also said I have 5 days to rest before Thanksgiving and doesn't understand why I can't just cook the turkey. I explained that I don't want the responsibility of waking up early, making the turkey, and dealing with everyone asking me, is it almost done? For once, I just want to show up, sit down, and eat like everyone else does. He threw in that I've been hosting Thanksgiving for the last 7 years, which I pointed out is exactly why I'm tired. When I told him I didn't want to do it, he accused me of neglecting my motherly duties, which really hurt. Why should I always be expected to take on the stress of cooking when others don't have to because they can't or don't want to? Well, I don't want to this year either. Am I the jerk for refusing to cook this year? A day later, OP gave us an update. Thanks to everyone who weighed in on my original post. I was overwhelmed by the response as this is my first time posting. After a lot of back and forth with my husband, here's where things stand. I told him that for lunch, the kids and I would be going over to my mom's house. She's recovering from breast cancer and just wants a quiet day, so I want to spend time with her. I told my husband he was welcome to join us or not, his choice. He asked if I could meet him halfway by putting the turkey in the oven before leaving for my mom's so his family could eat at 3. I said no, but I'd be willing to cook the turkey if dinner was pushed to 6, giving me more time to prepare on my terms. He said that was too late. He then suggested his mom could cook the sides and I'd just handle the turkey. Again, I said I'd only do it if dinner was moved to 6. When he refused, I stood firm and said no. I want to bring something easy this year, like sodas and desserts, just like everyone else gets to do. I'm tired of being the one responsible for the main dish when others can step up. For context, we live next door to his parents and his sister, so the constant expectations from his family are exhausting. My husband and I share household responsibilities equally. He does all the daily cleaning even when we aren't hosting, and we both handle the kids' baths, school drop-offs, and pickups. I'm not complaining about him at all. The issue is with his family. His family keeps insisting that others can't cook or host because they're incompetent. But the real problem is that my in-laws coddle them and never let them take responsibility for anything. That's not my problem to solve. I just want a break from being the one carrying the load every year. I'm sticking to my boundaries. If they think no one else is capable of cooking, then they can deal with the consequences, not me. Also, I had said since last month that I didn't want to host or cook, so this is not new information to his family. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "Found out my fiance used to sleep with married women when he was younger. His justification has me questioning everything." Hi everyone, I'm feeling really confused and conflicted right now and could use some advice. This is a throwaway account because this feels very personal. My fiance and I have always seemed like the perfect couple. He's attentive, emotionally intelligent, and just gets me. I've always felt so lucky to be with him, but recently I stumbled upon something that has shaken me to my core. We were having a deep conversation about our past when the topic of past relationships came up. He admitted that in his 20s, he used to regularly sleep with married women. His reasoning? They wanted it, and I never pursued women who were in happy marriages. According to him, most of these women approached him, and he claimed that 90% of married women are willing to cheat if the opportunity presents itself. When I asked why he thought that, he told me it was based on his experience. He said some of these women cheated with him for extended periods before he got bored and ended it. It made me feel sick just listening to him describe it so casually, but here's the kicker. He admitted that one reason he's such an amazing partner now is that during those affairs, he kept a sort of mental list of all the things these women would complain about regarding their husbands. He used that information to be better. He even joked that his education came from hearing what not to do in relationships. When I pushed him on whether he felt any guilt or regret about helping to destroy marriages, he brushed it off. He said these women were the ones who wanted to cheat and he only gave them what they wanted. He even framed it like he was doing some kind of service, helping them realize their dissatisfaction. He insists that I changed him and that I'm the reason he wants to settle down and leave all that behind. But I can't shake the feeling that his past says something disturbing about his character. I know people grow and change, but I feel like I've been handed this big, ugly truth that I can't unsee. I don't even know what I'm asking here. How can I talk to him about my feelings? User extension Scar said, "As a man whose wife cheated on me, I have some thoughts. I know my wife did go out with friends on weekends and complain about the things she was unhappy about in our marriage. She should have brought these concerns up to me, but instead, she chose to confide her unhappiness with guys she met at the bar. Then they'd tell her all the things she wanted to hear and gave her validation. Then she'd sleep with them. On one hand, it's very scummy of the men who slept with my wife. They knew she was married and essentially destroyed a family just for a few minutes of sex. But on the other hand, my wife cheated on me with several different men. Even if some of the men were moral and told her no, she would have just cheated with someone else anyway. So essentially, it's all on the cheater for choosing to cheat, and they're going to cheat regardless. Your fiance didn't ruin any marriages, the cheating wives did. But it still shows he has a lack of morals to take advantage of a situation like that. And he apparently has no guilt or remorse about it either. That's definitely a red flag. User Coleman said, "My wife cheated with one of these guys. Their satisfaction partially comes from humiliating the husband, feeling superior, and feeling proud, just like your fiance does. He also seems to believe that you will cheat in the future with a Casanova like him, like 90% of married women do. How does he feel about that?" User Sanguine Psychologist said, "Anyone who takes no responsibility for their actions and assumes cheating is only a crime for the committed person. Absolving the one knowingly cheating with a committed person of any fault would not be a person of integrity worth marrying. His past is not as much a problem as his current attitude toward cheating is. He doesn't see that he's done anything wrong, so what change is he talking about? Part of growing is accepting past transgressions and doing better." But he feels he hasn't done anything wrong. To this, OP said, "This is, I think, what's bothering me. He's done it, and the past is the past. We all have one. He's not just saying he doesn't feel guilty, he also claims that it made him better. When he said this to me, he even looked proud of himself." A day later, OP gave us an update. "I've received hundreds of messages over the past day. I've tried to answer as many as possible, but it was very difficult to respond to all of you. Just know that I've read through every single comment sent to me. Many of you advised me to leave immediately due to differing morals and ethics. Others said that my fiance will eventually cheat on me, so I might as well leave him. Just to be clear, he has never cheated on me, and I don't believe he will. There were many comments from men telling me they were like my fiance and that they enjoyed the attention. They all said they changed and that you do stupid things at that age. Now on to the update. I sat down with my fiance last night and told him we needed to talk more about what he told me. We've always been open about each other's past and have zero jealousy. He knows about my ex-partners and even some one-night stands. We have a policy of only giving information when asked, and what started this whole conversation was me asking a question that led to this. I don't believe he hid this from me on purpose. It just never came up until now. I asked him why he thought 90% of women cheat, and he said it's just what he's noticed, but admitted the number is probably inflated. The sector he worked in is very cutthroat, and he thinks the type of environment he was in led to this happening a lot. I asked him how he felt zero remorse about this. He said his policy is that regret is something that holds you back. He doesn't spare any thought on anything he's done in the past. He just believes in learning from experiences and that there are no bad experiences. He also said he is really proud of the growth he's had since then and how it made him appreciate a lot of small things in our relationship that he wouldn't have valued had he not gone through this. I also asked him about the women. Did he pursue them hard? He said no, not really. Some he worked with, but a lot he met at bars after work hours or through conferences. He mentioned that many of them were out looking to cheat. He's had a lot of female friends who are in relationships that he never even flirted with because he could tell their relationships were strong. I asked him how many exactly he slept with, and he said he doesn't know, but probably over 20 to 30. Most were older than him and mostly one-night stands, but with a few of them, it happened over a period of a year or so. I asked if any got divorced eventually or got found out. He said he never kept in touch with any of them or even stalked them, so he genuinely doesn't know, but while he was involved, no one ever got found out. I asked him what kind of problems these women were facing. Many of them felt neglected and were in long-distance relationships or marriages. Many of them had husbands who hadn't called them beautiful in years, and many of them suspected their husbands were cheating on them. Overall, I still feel a bit weird about this, but I decided to give him a chance. He's never shown me anything but love and adoration. He's been a wonderful partner. He moved with me for a job. He supported me during very tough patches in my career. He always buys me flowers and plans dates for me. My parents adore him, and I adore his parents. I can't stop describing how amazing of a man he is. It will take me some time to get over this slight ick I had, but I think I understand more where he's coming from. He's also seen how miserable women who cheat are and said that he never wants me or himself to find ourselves in a situation where this is the solution. He's a great communicator as a result, and a few times when we got into arguments, he articulated his points to me perfectly and we got over things. We will still get married and I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with him. User Mediocre Ravenclaw said, shame and regret are important emotions to feel. They're not comfortable and no one likes experiencing them, but they inform us. Feeling regret tells us we aren't proud of our actions and that we didn't act according to our values and morals. Regret doesn't hold him back, suppressing it does. User Adrenaline Anxiety said, so he has absolutely no empathy for the men in these relationships and doesn't feel bad in any way for his part in hurting other people. The only thing that seems to matter to him is himself. I can't say I agree with your decision, but good luck. This next story was made by a user named Icy Clouds in the Relationship Advice subreddit. The post is titled, "My family wants me to join them for Christmas after disowning me over 8 years ago. After being disowned 8 years ago, my family has invited me, my wife, and daughter for Christmas. After getting conflicting advice from my friends, one of my buddies told me to post my dilemma here to see what random internet strangers would say. I am the youngest of 4 kids between my mom and dad. My siblings are Michael, Sarah, and my twin brother Casey. For context, growing up I was the black sheep of the family, and I knew that from a very young age. See, my family is full of athletes. My dad was a star basketball player for a D2 school. My mom played volleyball, Michael played soccer, Sarah played softball, and Casey was the star running back for the football team. I was never really interested in any of those physical sports, but rather I was interested in archery, which my family called a wimpy sport. My parents were always invested in my siblings and rarely ever attended my events to the point where I basically had to beg for them to come to my tournaments. Between the ages of 14, 16, I had taken part in about 20 tournaments while my parents only showed up to 1. I was never neglected by them, but they were never emotionally there for me as they were for my siblings, and as a teenager I resented that. Whenever I tried to bring this up to them, they would always call me an attention seeker. However, this is not why I was disowned from my family. When I was 15, I began dating Amy, who was in the same grade as me at the time. After about 6 to 7 months of dating, I introduced her to my folks and my siblings and they really liked her. I know I was young, but I could see myself having a future with her. Almost 2 years later, one of Amy's ex-friends told me that she had been cheating on me for a couple of months. At the time, I didn't know who the guy was, but after confronting her, she told me that it was my twin brother. She basically told me that while at first she loved me, the love she had for my brother surpasses that. Later that day, when I confronted Casey at home, I was so enraged that I sucker punched him and knocked him out. I admit that I should not have gotten violent, but years of resentment towards him and the rest of the family just burst open. In exchange for my family not pressing charges on me as I could have been tried as an adult in court, I was sent to live with my paternal aunt, who at this point was estranged from the family and lived in another city about 2 hours away. From then on, I have not had any contact with them. At first it was tough, but later on, with support from my aunt and her husband, I moved on from wanting a relationship with them. I transferred to a different high school and attended a university in my aunt's city where I graduated as an electrical engineer. I later met my wife and married her. At the time of my wedding, I thought about inviting my family, but decided against it because I did not want any sort of drama at my wedding. From that point on, my wife and I bought a house an hour away from my aunt, and we were blessed with a daughter a year ago. About a week ago, I received a Facebook message from my mother and father wanting to reconnect over Christmas at their house. I told them that I would consider it as I possibly have other plans, but I would give them a clear answer soon. Later on, both Michael and Sarah sent me friend requests, which felt weird to me. My wife has told me that if I decide to go, she and my daughter will spend Christmas at my father-in-law's house, as she does not want to deal with unwanted stress since she is 2 months pregnant, and I agree with her. My question to those reading this is whether I should go and try to reconcile with my family or not. I am very conflicted about what to do. On one hand, they may feel bad about what they did to me and want to apologize. On the other hand, if I go there, they might try to make me apologize to Casey, which I do not want to do. Any advice would be helpful. Update. I wanted to post earlier, but some things got in the way. 2 days after Christmas, my wife began to experience unbearable pain in her abdominal area, and she could hardly stand on her 2 feet. My wife's sister and I rushed her to the hospital, where we found out that my wife had suffered a miscarriage and that the fetus had to be removed right away. Honestly, the worst part for me was explaining to my wife what had happened. Due to complications surrounding the operation, my wife was forced to stay for 2 more days. I have been trying to stay strong for my wife and my daughter, but honestly, I am struggling right now. On to the update of the original post. Most of you who commented on the same day I posted told me not to spend Christmas with them because of the significance of that holiday. I agreed and decided I would spend the rest of the holidays with my wife. They never made time for me, so why should I make time for them? When I texted them this, I assumed they would try to argue with me, but rather they said they respected my opinion and could not wait to see me after the holidays. I began to do some digging into my family to try to figure out why they have reached out. Michael is a corporate lawyer who works for a major company in my hometown. By looking through his Facebook page, I saw he has 2 daughters and was married to his wife in 2016. Sarah appears to be married to a doctor, and they have a son together. I have a friend who lives in my hometown and has parents who are friends with my parents. When I asked her about Sarah, she told me that Sarah had divorced her first husband after he had committed mail fraud. Casey got married to Amy right after high school, and together they have 2 kids. I could not exactly figure out what he or his wife does for a living through Facebook, but judging that they bought a big house last year in the midst of a pandemic tells me they are not really struggling. My dad seems to be going through a midlife crisis, and my mother is really into the wellness community. I then began to list the reasons why they possibly wanted to reach out to me now. Money. Unlikely, because 8 years ago, my parents' combined salary was higher than my wife's and my salary, and given that my siblings are not struggling financially, makes me think money is not the reason. 2. Organ donation. Could be the case, but seems unlikely. A Redditor said that Casey, given he is my twin, would be my most likely match, and I think it's unlikely because he was tagged in a Facebook post skiing just a week before Christmas. Regarding my daughter, they could possibly be reaching out to me to have a relationship with my daughter, but I honestly am not sure. My daughter is not the first granddaughter for my parents, so I do not know why they want to meet her. They most likely found out my daughter existed because my wife's Facebook account was public. I then contacted my aunt informing her about the situation, and she explained to me why they were reaching out to me after all this time. To understand this situation, you need to understand why my aunt was estranged. My paternal grandpa and grandma had 4 children. My dad was the second oldest and my aunt was the third. My aunt, after college, came out to her parents as bisexual and began dating her girlfriend. My grandparents immediately disowned her and refused to have any contact with her. However, about 4 years ago, my grandpa began to reach out. About a month ago, my grandpa had been asking about me and what I was doing in life and whether I was married or had kids. My aunt responded by calling my grandpa out for wanting to know about me after he supported Casey for what he did. That is when the whole situation changed. My grandpa told my aunt that because I had cheated on Amy with one of her close friends, I deserved to be estranged. My grandpa is a religious nut, so he looks down on cheating. He had been told by my family that after the friend who I allegedly cheated with confessed to Amy, she went to Casey and Sarah for support and comfort. And when I found out about this, I confronted and brutally attacked Casey and Sarah. While Sarah was the one who tried to break me and Casey apart, I did not lay a finger on her, and I did not brutally attack Casey. When my aunt was telling me this, my jaw dropped. I could not believe that they hated me so much that they were willing to make up a terrible lie about me and spread it around. My aunt later told Grandpa the full truth on what truly happened, and my aunt told me he was shocked because he always thought Casey was a good kid. My grandpa then asked my aunt for my number, which she declined to give. I figured out why my parents and siblings wanted to get in touch with me. It turns out my grandpa had told my parents and my siblings that if they did not apologize for what they did to me and have me over for the family Christmas dinner, they would be cut off from his will. So that is why they reached out to me, not to apologize about how they all wronged me in the past, but rather because if they did not, they would not get anything from Grandpa. What a bunch of greedy people. After hearing about this from my aunt, I decided to block all of them. Why should I respond to them? At this point, all of them are dead to me. I have a wife to support after what she went through and a family that respects me in my in-laws. However, this does not end here, as 3 days after New Year's Eve, I received a call from an unknown number on my work phone. I am used to getting calls from unknown numbers because of my career, and when I picked up, I heard my grandfather's voice. He most likely got my number from my company website. The first thing he did was apologize for not trying to get into contact with me for the past 8 years. He told me he was sorry that he could not be there for important events such as my graduation, my wedding, and the birth of my daughter. I was not really close to him before, so him cutting me off did not bother me. Later in the call, he told me he was so disgusted with the rest of my family that he is cutting them off his will and adding me to it. I honestly do not know how to feel about that, as the money would be helpful, but at the same time, I do not want him to use this as a way to force a relationship between me and my daughter. We talked for about half an hour. The way the call went made me think that perhaps I could build a good relationship with my grandpa, but then he told me something that got me really pissed. He told me that he was disappointed that my daughter had not taken the family name. For context, after I got married to my wife, the issue of what last name to use as a couple came up. For some legal reasons, I was unable to change my last name to my wife's last name, but we decided as a couple that all of our future children would have her last name. At this point, I unloaded on my grandpa, calling him a senile old man and many other hurtful things, and told him to never contact me ever again. The audacity of this man to say that after what I went through is something. I will not let him use the money I receive in the will to control me. Even if I receive the money, I will donate it to a local charity, but he is a man of false promises, so this is unlikely. These past few weeks have been really tough for me, and I hope to make it to the other side. My wife has made her Facebook account private, and her in-laws have done the same. What they do to try to contact me is beyond me. Hell, they would probably hire a private detective to try to find me. I believe they do not know where I live, but you never know. I have thought of getting a restraining order, but given that there are lawyers within the family means getting an RO will be hard. I did not really get any time to answer any questions given in my last post before it was deleted for some reason. I will do my best to answer any questions for the next day or two, but after this, I am done using Reddit for a while. Thank you all for your advice, and I wish you all the best in this new year. User Fun Tourist said, "You know what's funny? OP's #1 reason for why they wanted to reach out was actually money. They appeared to have it all on social media, but in the end, they only wanted to reconnect because of Grandpa's money. I hope they all get nothing." User Quicksilver said, "All I can say is F off family, and good for him for telling Grandpa to f off too. The dude didn't even wait for feelings to be truly felt and went in for the knife." User Dog is my god said, "I think that OP made the right decision in the end. Grandpa cut him off for years, never bothered to ask his side or anything, and in their first communication since that date, he starts in on being disappointed about OP's choices. Plus, he set OP up for harassment by the people who neglected and abandoned him. There's no reason to believe that Grandpa wouldn't change his mind, and that puts OP back where he was, with rotten people who mistreat him in his life again." This story was posted by a deleted account in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, "Yesterday I went to a furry event with my boyfriend. I think I now got the ick. I feel bad for that. I didn't even know what a furry exactly was before I met him. We were together for literally 3 whole years until we moved in together. I found one of his furry outfits while I was helping him move his clothes into our apartment. At first, I thought that maybe at some point he had worked in children's shows or selling things in the subway. Then I also found a common foxtail and thought it was something kinky, but it's not. He got nervous and confessed to me that he is a furry. I looked at him like, what the hell is a furry? Anyway, he explained to me that years ago he created his fursona, and it is a hobby that makes him feel at ease and happy. He said that he hid it from me because he was embarrassed and scared that I might leave him or laugh at him. He's a serious and professional man, not the kind of person who would dress like that. I assured him that I wasn't going to leave him and that I love him, that knowing my boyfriend uses a fox suit was the least attractive thing in the world, but I support his hobby. I didn't really think much about it. Did it seem weird to me? Yes, but at the time I thought I loved him so much that I was going to support him. It's just a hobby he does rarely, so it's not like he talks about that in our day-to-day, neither is it his way of being himself. He said he just likes to do the character and it's not something with a deep meaning. It's been a year since that, and he's invited me to a furry event for the first time. I've never gotten into furry events because it's not my thing at all, but he invited me really excited and shy. I couldn't refuse to go with him because I also wanted to go and see what it's like and know that world. But when we got there, it was like, oh, this is getting real when I saw him park the car and put on his suit. I didn't have a suit, so my face was totally visible when we got out of the car a few streets back and had to walk through the city center like that. I felt embarrassed even if it's awful to say that. First, we met his furry friends who were waiting in a park for him, and I found out that my boyfriend has a name that he uses when he's in character. They were nice, but no, it's not an everyday thing to see your boyfriend using a pet name, dressed as a fox, and talking to other people who are also like that. Although some didn't have a suit, just a tail or nothing. I felt embarrassed because people around obviously walked by and laughed or looked curiously. A few minutes later, we finally went to the place of the event, and it wasn't that many people, but a large group, most of them without a suit and just wearing tails or just a mask. I know it's wrong to say it, but a lot of those people smelled musty, and some had long hair so greasy you could fry an egg on it. They were just weird people. Years ago, I accompanied my sister to an otaku event, and it was 95% the same kind of people, like weird in the wrong way. I have never been in that kind of environment. My boyfriend isn't like that at all. He's attractive, smells good, has a normal life and job, and I don't think anyone would expect him to be a furry. So it was my first time seeing other furries in person besides him. At one point, some of them started playing at removing each other's tails. Some were doing choreographies and TikToks, and some like to do high jumps on all fours. You know what it's like to see your boyfriend do a choreo dressed as a blue fox while asking you to call him by his furry name and pet his head. I do know it, and it was impossible for me not to change the way I see him. I didn't feel comfortable in the place. It bothered me a lot since there were some using harnesses in their suits. What is sexy about an animal? Some artist stands had furry art that was pretty explicit, so I just felt even weirder because they're animals, even if they call that a fursona. Since yesterday, every time I see my boyfriend, I can't help but think of him being part of those people and dressed like that. I really love him, but I just feel like I got the ick, and I hate that because I always wanted to be the supportive girlfriend. But this is just too much. I don't want to talk about this with my boyfriend and make him feel ashamed of who he is and what he likes. I don't want to make him feel bad about my feelings. He's a great man. The only time I felt tenderness yesterday was when he hugged me, thanking me for supporting him in this. I just feel like the worst person in the world, and the last thing I want is to hurt his heart, even if his friends are too weird for me. I just hope I can get over this icky feeling fast. He's really happy and shows me pictures of the event, telling me that we should go to another event together, and I just can't tell him that the last thing I want to do is go to one of those events again. I always supported him. I don't feel manipulated like some people say in the comments. I did want to go with him because I thought that maybe it was going to be fun. Edit, he's not into anything. He told me that his character is a performative thing that he enjoys doing from time to time, but doesn't find it exciting or comfortable fetishizing a fursona because at the end of the day, he's just creating a character. Then he told me that for him, it's like a person getting aroused by being dressed as Mickey for a play. He can't feel like that and finds it weird. We literally live together and share the PC. If he had strange movements, I would notice them. He goes to those events very occasionally because he doesn't like the weird side of furry culture. I know he's not a pervert, and no, my intuition doesn't tell me that he is. My intuition just tells me that the people at that event smelled funny and that I don't want to set foot in that place again. User LL said, I think it's time for a sit-down conversation. Tell him that you support his hobby, but that you're not interested in taking part because it makes you personally uncomfortable. Not him, but the other people and the vibe. Hopefully he understands and you'll be able to get over the weird memory. If the ick sticks though, unfortunately, it is what it is and you're not compatible. But if he's as good as you say he is, I think you can probably get past this as long as you're not involved. To this, OP said, yes, I think what stops me from doing it is that he told me his previous girlfriends laughed at his hobby or criticized him because he doesn't look like the kind of person who's into that. It was very difficult for him to show himself that way with me. I never really expected to be in this situation, and I don't know how to broach the subject without making him feel bad because he just wants my support. User Not Night said, I really think you should find a way to excuse yourself from future events. You are uncomfortable and it makes you feel a way about your boyfriend that you don't like. It can't be good for your relationship to just pretend you like something you really don't, just to make someone else happy. User Writer Last said, as a nerd or otaku who's friends with furries, I completely understand if you got the ick. I know I personally caused the ick in some men because I was into fanfiction, and being neurodivergent doesn't help. But I want to say that not everyone is a musty and greasy basement dweller. Cons are often like this to the point that some have to display signs reminding people to put on deodorant. These spaces are definitely not for everyone. You can easily tell him that you didn't enjoy going to a con. I think he'd understand. One of my more normie friends said that to me and I completely understood them. The vibe definitely isn't for everyone. This next story was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, I told my wife that our roles are far from equal in our relationship, and that I'm not missing seeing my brother so she can go on a 2-week vacation with her friends. How do I get through to her? We have been together for 17 years. I'll try to keep this short. We are both in our 30s and have been together for 17 years. I am the sole provider for my family of 6. I work 5 days a week and sometimes work on weekends if we need a little extra cash. My partner is a stay-at-home mom and hasn't worked since our eldest was born. I wake up at 5 a.m., take the dogs out, prepare the kids' lunches and snacks, ensure all school essentials such as bags are at the front door, and then head to work in a physically demanding job. The kids are picked up for daycare and school at 7 a.m. Due to after-school activities and clubs, they're not home until 6 p.m. I come home at 7 p.m. and make dinner most nights. I help with homework, do bedtime for the little ones, wash dishes, take the dogs out for a longer walk again, and if the house is a mess, I will clean it. I pay for everything: mortgage, bills, insurance, groceries, clothes, toys, technology, after-school activities, dates, and I even hire a woman to deep clean the house once a month. My partner wants to go on a 2-week vacation with her friends, which will overlap with the weekend away I had planned with my brother, whom I rarely get to see as we live so far apart. She wants me to cancel my trip because she's tired and needs a break. We got into an argument over it in which unkind things were said on both sides, but I am unwilling to budge on this. How do I get through to her that I need some rest? I pay for everything and handle housework and childcare while my wife is a SAHM. She wants to go on a 2-week vacation with her friends, which means I won't be able to go on a weekend trip with my brother that was planned well in advance. We argued in which she told me I need to help out more, and I basically said what's in the title, how do I get through to her? Additional info. Sorry, I haven't replied to many comments, but I have read most of them. I've seen a couple of questions I'd like to answer and figured that making a post would be better than replying to individual comments. My children are between 16 and 6 years old. My wife doesn't take anyone to their clubs and activities. The younger children's school finishes at 3 p.m. Their clubs are in the school. The older kids' school finishes at 3:30 p.m. They stay in a club until 4:30 p.m. and then go to a youth group with their cousins until they come home. My eldest makes their way to and from school on their own, while my youngest is picked up and dropped off. The kids can eat breakfast at home, but often enjoy eating with their friends before school starts at 8 a.m. My wife doesn't walk the dogs because she doesn't like to, and frankly, they don't like her. I enjoy my time walking the dogs because it allows me some time to think. We have a large yard with dog houses, toys, and some agility equipment for them to use while I'm gone. They also get mental stimulation through Kongs and puzzle toys that have been prepared and stored in the freezer. What does my wife do all day? Honestly, she's not isolated. She often tells me about things she's done with her friends, sister, mother, etc. She goes to the gym and enjoys hobbies such as embroidery, knitting, and some jewelry design. She changes what she likes to do. She says it keeps things fresh. In terms of housework, she does the laundry, gives the dogs water, and prepares their meals and enrichment. We have robot vacuums and air purifiers to deal with dog hair, but my wife will vacuum if needed. I wipe countertops and put dishes in the dishwasher after meals. The older kids take care of their own rooms and bathrooms for an allowance. Have you ever not truly noticed something until it's right in front of your face? I was so mad because I wanted to see my brother while she wanted to go on vacation with her friends. Things have been like this for so long that I didn't see how unfair and imbalanced they were until I truly started looking at how our duties were distributed. User Perma Throwaway said, I think at this point you should ask her what she does on a daily basis. If your kids are out of the house from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. most days, what is she doing? It may seem petty, but what you need to do is chart every responsibility you have and what you do in the household for the next week or so. Everything from going to work to cleaning, cooking, and putting the kids to bed, everything. Then you can compare notes with her about the week and discuss why she thinks you should do more around the house. User Grunt Bugly said, your wife isn't tired, she's bored, which is its own kind of fatigue, and you sound more like a single father of 5 than a married father of 4. To This Acceptable Pops said, I came to say this. She's bored with being a wife and now she wants a 2-week reward for doing the bare minimum. Red flags all over. User Toon Army said, you had plans for that weekend first. That's it. That's how it goes in relationships. You planned a trip, scheduled the dates, and have it already on the calendar. You were first. She can either have her friends reschedule or skip this particular trip. That's how I would approach it personally. If she fights you on it, I would stand firm and offer to go to counseling to sort out the disconnect here, but nothing else. Don't offer to compromise. Asking you to cancel your trip so she can take hers would need a really good reason, and that's simply not the case here. She just doesn't want to miss this trip with her friends, and I get that, I really do, but she's being selfish by asking you to miss yours. Very selfish, actually. Is this a pattern of hers? Because you know you don't have to put up with that. Just refuse to cancel your trip. I will say that you clearly have resentment building towards her over how little she is contributing to the family, and it will eventually blow up if you leave it alone. Counseling to communicate about this better would likely help your relationship. Update. Some of you have suggested that I enable her behavior, and I'd like to address that to explain how things got this way to begin with. My wife worked from age 16 to 20, but I'd often come home after work during the early stages of her pregnancy, and she would tell me how bad the morning sickness had been and how she was getting in trouble at work for being late or not showing up due to the issues she was having. One night, after a long discussion about things, she suggested that it would be easier and better for her and the baby if she stayed home during the pregnancy. I was reluctant at first because we weren't exactly swimming in cash, but ultimately the health of my wife and child was more important than a few months of added stress. To save money, we moved in with my wife's older sister and her husband. The pregnancy wasn't easy on her. She was often cranky and uncomfortable, which made her quite mean, rude, and a bit handsy. After further discussions with my wife and her sisters, I took on more of the household duties such as cooking. When my eldest was born, my wife's sister helped with childcare while I was at work for the first year. However, after she and my wife had a fight when our son was about a year old, we moved into our own place. My wife struggled during the day when I wasn't there to help, so we ultimately decided to put him in another daycare facility. I would drop him off on my way to work and pick him up on my way back home when I finished. Once home, one of us would cook dinner while the other watched the baby. Back then, we had no pets, so household duties weren't too much and could be handled by a couple of hours of cleaning on Saturday or Sunday when we could split it between us. When my son was 3, my wife's sister offered to help her get a job where she worked. My wife had to do an interview, but my sister-in-law was confident she'd get the position. My wife was reluctant and nervous about returning to work, but attended the interview and was offered the job. I don't remember much of our celebrations that night, but it ended in the conception of our second child. My wife told me that when she'd been at her new job for just over a month, she stuck it out for a couple more weeks, but was fired due to not showing up for shifts. I asked one of her doctors about the issues she was having so early in the pregnancy: back pain, leg pain, nausea, but my wife cut me off before I could finish and asked me to leave the room. When we got home, she berated me for speaking to her doctor like she was a child and told me that if she wanted something brought up with her doctor regarding her pregnancy, she'd do it herself. I had embarrassed her because she knew her body and what was normal and what wasn't. I still thought the issues needed to be addressed with her doctor, but whenever I brought it up, her mood swings would get worse. My mother-in-law came to live with us for a short while when my second child was born, while I returned to work after my paternity leave. When my daughter was about 4 months old, my wife expressed that she was having difficulty looking after her by herself during the day. However, my mother-in-law, who had her own life and responsibilities, couldn't come back and stay indefinitely. We had a 2-bedroom apartment then, and having her sleep on the couch didn't seem fair to me. So we enrolled my daughter in daycare while my son was at nursery. My son went to daycare after nursery as well, so I'd pick them both up around 6 p.m. and head home. My wife promised she would speak to her doctor about the possibility of depression, etc., and her mood did improve with the additional help with the children. My wife took on cooking and cleaning duties then, but she struggled as well. I would often come home to burned or ruined food and would need to make something else anyway, so I ended up cooking dinner most nights to avoid wasting food. During a weekend away for a friend's wedding when my daughter was 5, I suggested that my wife go back to work. Both kids were in school now, and I thought we could improve our lifestyle with 2 incomes. We had recently bought a house because the apartment was too small for us, and the children needed their own rooms. She seemed hesitant, which I understood after being out of work for so long, but she agreed. She applied for several positions, but had no luck with interviews or callbacks. Not long after that, we found out she was pregnant with our 3rd child, and returning to work was put on hold again. The pregnancy was difficult as expected, but again, my mother-in-law came to stay when I had to return to work. She stayed for a while, but eventually had to return to her own home. Before she left, my wife told me that she feared she would struggle with our 2nd daughter, just as she had with the 1st. I tried to reassure her, but she seemed to become incredibly depressed the second her mother left. I would return home with the 8 and 5-year-olds to a screaming baby and nothing done around the house. Her mood and actions affected the entire household. So reluctantly, I put her 2nd daughter in daycare as well. I told my wife she had to talk to her doctor and that we'd no longer be having any more children. She was upset and we had a huge fight about it, but I got a vasectomy and she accepted it. We've always used protection, my wife is on birth control, and I always use condoms. However, given that it had already failed twice for us, I didn't want it to happen again. But obviously the universe had other plans for us, and our 3rd daughter was born 2 years after our 2nd when we were celebrating a promotion I'd gotten at work. Obviously, this is a brief summary of events, and there have been several other moments through the years when I've suggested she go back to work. I thought I'd try to provide further background for those who are curious about how we got to where we are. Someone asked if my wife has had a break recently. She has never taken 2 weeks away before, but she goes away a couple of times every year for weekend trips with family and friends. The longest she has been gone is a week. Regarding the dogs and why they don't like her, she doesn't like them. She thinks the mental stimulation I provide through Kong toys, games, puzzles, etc. is unnecessary, but freaks out if their energy levels are too high. One is a German Shepherd that I was gifted for my birthday, and the other is a German Shepherd Malinois mix that my wife brought home because she thought our GSD needed a friend. Yes, they have been to training and were originally in doggy daycare for the first couple of years. On to the update, I suppose. So as one of you suggested, I took a day off work. I genuinely wasn't feeling too good either, but I intended to speak to my wife about the situation while the children were at school. The kids all left for school by 7 a.m. and my wife came downstairs at 11:45 a.m. seeming very shocked to see me. She asked what I was doing at home, and I explained that I took a sick day as I wasn't feeling well. The first words out of her mouth were, "But we need the money, you don't look that bad." I made a face and she quickly asked what was wrong and if she could get me anything. I asked for water and we sat on the couch, but soon her phone rang and she went off into the kitchen to talk. She came back a while later and asked if I wanted to get something to eat. I said we could make something from the kitchen. She said she wanted to go out and I suggested we could order takeout, but I wasn't in the mood to go out. The dogs had been sitting by the chest freezer waiting for their lunchtime enrichment for 10 minutes now, and I asked if she was going to feed them. She flopped onto the couch and asked me to get it. I said no. She asked again, and I said no again. She glared at me, but eventually got up and fed them. She asked me to take her out several times, and I kept saying no. I was starting to get a migraine, which I told her, but she kept asking, suggesting we could go shopping, she could get her nails done, and we could enjoy the day together. I refused again, saying we had something to talk about. She said we would talk later and then went upstairs. She came back down 40 minutes later, dressed up, and said if I wasn't going to take her out, she'd go herself. I tried to get her to sit down so we could talk, but she blew me a kiss at the door and rushed outside without even locking it. While she was out, I took some of your advice and canceled the cleaning lady we have. I apologized to her as I really did like her, but she was very understanding, and I think we parted on good terms. My wife returned home at 8 p.m. and immediately asked where dinner was. I told her the kids and I had already eaten. She asked where her dinner was, and I told her she'd have to make something for herself. She said she'd just order something, and I told her no. This gave her pause. She looked at me like I just told her she had to starve. She said she couldn't cook, and I told her I knew she was perfectly capable of making something. We have plenty of food. It's not like she has to be Gordon Ramsay to heat up a tin of soup or something on the stove. She left again and returned 30 minutes later with McDonald's for herself, which set the younger kids off. Yes, they'd already eaten, but she walked in the door, finishing her burger and drink with an empty bag and McFlurry tub. Our youngest asked why she didn't bring any ice cream for them, and my wife said, "Daddy said I wasn't allowed to." I did not say this, and it took more strength than I'd like to admit not to yell at her in front of our daughter. When the kids were in bed, I asked her to sit down so we could talk about the situation regarding our trips. She asked if I'd rescheduled with my brother, and I firmly told her no and that I wouldn't be rescheduling. I tried to have a conversation. I explained that our duties were incredibly uneven and that I'd like for her to take on more responsibilities with the children and the house. She argued that she does enough, so I asked her to make a list. She put down laundry duties, feeding the dogs, making doctor's appointments, and grocery shopping. Then I brought out my own list with everything I've told you guys so far. That I create the dogs' meals, that I fold and distribute laundry, take kids to doctor's appointments, and that groceries are ordered through an app on her phone, delivered to the house, and that I put them away. She got up then. When I asked what she was doing, she said she was going upstairs. I didn't argue. I didn't want it to escalate into an argument that would wake the kids up. She was visibly shaking with anger. A while later, I went upstairs as well. She was on the phone with someone, and when I entered the room, she demanded that I leave and go sleep on the couch. I refused and climbed into bed. She hung up the phone and demanded again that I sleep on the couch, and again I refused. She grabbed me and physically tried to drag me out. That resulted in a fight, and I ended up sleeping on the couch because she was going to wake the kids up again. The following days were much the same. I have stopped folding and putting away her laundry. I do it for myself and the younger kids, and my two oldest take their piles and put them away themselves. I still cook for the kids, but have told my wife that she has to make her own meals. Petty, I know. I think my eldest heard us arguing because he asked if he could take the dogs out for a couple of walks with his friend during the week. He hazes and he says he's enjoying it, but I think he and my wife had an argument the other day because he's been very distant with her and things just feel off. He's asked me about 3 times if I love him. Of course, I've told him there is nothing he could ever do to make me stop loving him. Yes, I've tried to talk to him about it, but he doesn't want to talk yet, and I need to respect that. I think pushing him could be a mistake. Thursday night, my wife asked if we could have a drink since I had to leave on Friday to see my brother. I had one drink, but honestly, it went right to my head, and I just wanted to sleep. She kept trying to initiate sex, but I wasn't in the mood. I woke up Friday morning and my wife was gone. So was her suitcase. I've texted and called, but there's been no answer other than a text telling me we'd talk about it when she's back. She ignored me and went on her trip regardless, and I am furious. I have left her some cash in the bank account she has the card for, but have removed everything else into another account. I had to call my brother to explain why I wouldn't be coming to see him, and he arrived here on Saturday with my nephew and 2 nieces. The house is very full, but honestly, it feels more open than it has in a long time. The kids seem relaxed, and so do the dogs. I don't know what will happen with my wife, but I am done. I can't afford a lawyer right now, and unfortunately, I don't know anyone who could give me a deal or do me a favor. But this marriage is over. It should have been a long time ago. Update 2. I'm sorry it's taken so long to update. Things are not good. While this update will be small, I will try to do a longer one when things are a little better. Yes, we are separated and will be getting a divorce. My father-in-law has graciously offered to help. It's taken me so long to update because, as most of you already knew, some of the children aren't mine. My eldest, my son, is mine. My 3 daughters are not. I found out not long after my first update, and while I thought I could handle the news, clearly my body couldn't, and I had a heart attack. Thankfully, my brother was with me and called an ambulance. I am recovering, but Jesus Christ, it scared the shit out of me and my family. As some of you may remember, when my ex left for vacation, I took the majority of the money out of the account she used, but left some as I didn't want to leave her stranded. That money, about $500, was gone in a few days. She used her own money that she's been making from OnlyFans to fund her trip. Yes, I'm serious. She has an OnlyFans account. My son had offered to take the dogs out for me during his lunch or free class time and walked in on his mother making content in the living room. She told him that I wasn't making enough money for the family to survive and that she had to do OnlyFans to help support us. She told him I was ashamed and embarrassed and that I would be very unhappy and hurt if he mentioned it. She said that doing so could ruin our marriage and lead us to divorce. My in-laws know everything, as my brother had to call them to help watch my kids while I was in the hospital. My father-in-law is furious and my mother-in-law is just devastated. She keeps apologizing to me as if she's the one who betrayed me. My ex moved out. She tried to make me leave so she could stay in the house with the kids. but after a conversation with her father, she's renting a place. My eldest daughter and my son know the girls aren't mine. My ex told them after they said they didn't want to go live with her at her new place. My mother-in-law was with them at the time and, according to my daughter, began screaming at my wife for her behavior. My youngest two don't know yet, but they will. This isn't something I can keep from them forever. They already know that something is up. I've cut my hours back at work and have been able to work from home. It's obviously a desk job for now, but I am thankful to my boss for working with me on this. I came home to find out that my mother-in-law and one of my sisters-in-law had cleared out my wife's hobby space and made it an office or den for me. I am very grateful for their support during this. I know it can't be easy to take the side of your daughter/sister's ex-partner during a breakup, but I appreciate them. While things aren't great by any stretch of the imagination, I feel strange. Things seem calmer without my ex in the house. There seems to be more laughter around the place, even the dogs appear more at ease. But I am so angry, which obviously isn't good for my heart, but I've wasted a huge chunk of my life raising kids that aren't mine in a marriage that was fucked from the beginning. Now, please don't take what I said as me saying I regret my girls. I don't at all. They are smart, beautiful, cheeky little weirdos whom I love with all of my heart, but the betrayal stings. The fact that I've been working my ass off for years while she's been making thousands on OnlyFans and keeping it all to herself stings. I am ashamed, humiliated, embarrassed, angry, relieved. It's a mess of emotions in my head, but I know I'll get through it. Hopefully, I need to for my kids and dogs. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "I adopted my little sister after our parents passed away. My GF isn't excited about it. Last month, when my parents were driving back from my uncle's house outside the city, they encountered a moose on a remote road in the forest. My father, who was driving, swerved at high speed and crashed into a tree. They both died at the scene. Because it was not a frequently used road, they were only discovered the next day by a passerby. My sister has been staying with my grandmother, who I'm not particularly fond of. She would hit me when I was a kid, most of the time deservedly so, but often it was unjustified. My grandmother said she doesn't want to adopt my sister, so the next option was me. I agreed without question. We are very close, and in the end, she's my family, and I love her to the ends of the earth. My sister moved in with my girlfriend 2 weeks ago. Obviously, she is very traumatized from what happened to our parents. We were both very close to them. They were great people. She still doesn't talk much, only to me and sometimes to my girlfriend. We take her to therapy twice a week, and there have been improvements, even in such a short amount of time. Yesterday, after I stayed with my sister in her bed until she fell asleep, I went to my room with my girlfriend. She said we need to talk about our situation. She pointed out that we don't really have time for each other since my sister moved in. It's a fair point. We've only had sex once since then, and that was when my sister was away. Even then, I wasn't really into it at all. My girlfriend suggested that I reconsider the adoption and maybe hand my sister over to my uncle and aunt. I refused because they are already busy as it is. My uncle isn't allowed to work due to a heart condition, and since he didn't work long before being diagnosed, his disability fund isn't very large. My aunt works at a retirement home, which obviously doesn't pay well. They also pay for my cousin's university expenses while juggling care for my younger cousin, who is only 5. My girlfriend is in her last year of university, so we don't have much money either. Fortunately, I found a job in my field after university that pays pretty well, but it's been tough financially. Soon enough, I will start receiving funds from the government for adopting my sister. My girlfriend said she isn't ready to become a mother, and that having all these responsibilities as a parent is overwhelming for her, which I can understand. It has indeed put a significant strain on our relationship. Before this, we would get back from work and university and enjoy our evenings together. Now, we have to pick my sister up from school, drive her to therapy, and take care of her when she's home since she doesn't like being alone. I told her that while she makes valid points, all of that goes out the window when it comes to my sister. I can't just abandon her because it's not easy. It won't be easy for anyone involved. I have to write it out even if she doesn't have to face this responsibility. Perhaps it wasn't the right thing to say because it set her off. She then asked me who I would choose between her and my sister. I didn't answer, and we got into a bit of a verbal fight, after which I went to sleep on the couch. I ended up breaking down from everything that has been going on lately. I should add that my girlfriend and I have been together for 9 years. She knew my parents and they loved her. She also knows my sister from birth, and I can't understand how she could make me choose between them. I love both of them and don't want to lose either. I think I need advice on what to do or say to my girlfriend because I'm at a loss. Edit. I also want to add, because people seem to think that I just suddenly took my sister without even talking to my girlfriend, that's not the case. We discussed it at length, and she said that we need to bring my sister home to us no matter what. That's why I was really surprised by what she had to say. Edit 2. I want to thank everyone for the great advice and for all the condolences. Even though we're all strangers here, seeing words of encouragement is impactful and helpful. Thank you. Update. I'm taking my sister to therapy shortly. After I get back home, my girlfriend and I will talk about all this. Update 2. We ended up talking about it for a while, and this is how it went down. At first, my girlfriend apologized profusely for the other night. She said she acted like a spoiled child and that it wasn't acceptable at all. I told her that I still love her the same, even though what she said was hurtful. I explained that it's a huge adjustment for her and that she doesn't need to be a mother, just a friend or big sister to my sister. I don't want to push any responsibilities on her. I suggested that if she'd like, we could both take a break from each other to process this, but she refused. She said she had already processed it and admitted that what she said resulted from everything changing so quickly. She realized she was in the wrong. She expressed regret for what she said almost immediately, but thought the damage was done and was scared I would break up with her because of it. Next, she told me that she didn't mean to make me pick between them. She acknowledged that if someone posed her that question in a similar situation, she would drop them, and she was thankful I withheld that decision until we had a chance to talk about it. She explained that her feelings arose from feeling distance from me and jealousy over how much time I was spending with my sister instead of her. However, she understands why it's necessary for me to take care of my sister while she's hurting. She expressed a desire to help me with that as much as possible and wants to support me through this. She admitted that for the past 13 years, I've been her everything, and during those 2 weeks, she thought she was losing me, which terrified her. After talking with some of her close friends, she realized that she wasn't losing me. Rather, a very important situation had arisen in my life that needed attention that had previously been mostly focused on her. She wants me to know that I can depend on her regarding responsibilities for my sister, and that she will do her best to be good to her. I can see this change. Compared to yesterday or the day before, my girlfriend really tried with my sister today. She initiated conversations with her and helped her with homework and picking out clothes before going to therapy. It felt like watching my girlfriend grow from being a child into an adult in just one day. I also admitted some of my faults, such as unintentionally neglecting her over the past few weeks. I realize this can impact a person, and I also acknowledge not giving her much of a say in whether my sister would come here to stay. We came up with a few things, namely that we must definitely go to therapy sooner rather than later. She suggested leaving my sister with my aunt and uncle for a few hours over the weekend while we sort that out. We also agreed that we need to balance our time more efficiently so we can have at least a bit more time to reconnect with each other. Then she told me that she's sorry for not helping me grieve or finding time to do so, and that our fight was a wake-up call for her regarding her lack of support through what has happened recently. She promised to do whatever she can to make up for her recent overstepping. At this point, the weight of the entire month hit me like a train. I cried a lot while she hugged me and offered words of reassurance and comfort, allowing me to release what I had been holding onto for the past month. This was the girlfriend I knew, a very caring person. I really hope that what she showed 2 days ago wasn't her true self, as some people are saying, but merely a reaction stemming from insecurity. I guess only time will tell. I think it was a positive step forward, and while there's still a lot more work to be done, it's a step in the right direction. When I came back home with my sister, we all played cards and I felt like we were a family. It was a good feeling. As I write this, I've put my sister to sleep, and today she didn't take much time at all to fall asleep. She pretty much drifted off after a forehead kiss and some cuddling. I'm in the living room on the couch right now. My girlfriend is taking a shower and we're planning to watch a movie together. Honestly, I'm thankful to everyone who gave me advice over the past few hours. I don't think I could have kept such a level head if so many hadn't offered different points of view and sound advice. One thing I learned from this ordeal is that communication, especially in times of stress like this, is vital. Before making important decisions, it's good to talk to your partner and see if they might have an explanation for their actions while also being ready for the worst. I went into the conversation with my girlfriend prepared to break up if her view hadn't changed because, like it or not, my sister is a priority for me right now. 2 days ago, my girlfriend didn't understand why and couldn't accept it. But after talking with her and explaining why I have to take care of my sister in this way, she now understands and accepts it. Once again, thanks to everyone who offered advice. While this is a great community, I hope I'm never in such a difficult position again where I have to ask for advice, though who knows what will happen in the future. User Hot Monkey Love said, your girlfriend has a choice, your sister doesn't. To this user Arcade said, the really sad part in all of this is that the original poster is also grieving the death of both parents. However, because he has taken on the overwhelming responsibility of caring for his sister, his feelings are not even being discussed. If my partner lost both of her parents, I wouldn't be criticizing her for the lack of intercourse 30 days later. The request to choose was completely asinine. User Otto said, choose your sister. Your sister has no choice in this matter, while your girlfriend has the option to stay or leave. Under this comment, OP said the following, oh, I already know that if she makes me choose, I will stick with my sister. I guess I just want some advice on how to prevent splitting from my girlfriend so that I don't have to make that choice. I hope we can find common ground, but from what people have been saying, that's likely not going to be possible. User Ms. said, you're not into because your parents died recently. She is being selfish and not supportive regarding their death. Even if the issue with your sister is real for her, she should have at least waited for you to mourn first. Update. Hey everyone, it's been a while since my original post and I have some free time today with not much to do, so I thought I'd write an update. A lot has happened since my first post. In the end, my girlfriend, now my ex I guess, couldn't deal with the fact that I had a new priority. I admit that I wasn't the best at managing my time between the two of them, and I spent a lot more time with my sister than with my girlfriend, but I think that's understandable. My girlfriend was often on and off with my sister. One day she would be the nicest person to her, and the next day she would completely blow her off and be borderline mean. I had several conversations with her about how this needed to stop, but it would only work for maybe the rest of the week before we were back to square one. About 3 weeks ago, things erupted into a big argument. She accused me of not loving her anymore and said that I was playing favorites. I told her they're not my children to be playing favorites and that obviously for some time my sister is going to need a lot more attention since she lost her parents. In the end, she returned to her ultimatum, sister or her. At that point, I was angry because she had been mean to my sister that day. I told her she could pack her things and find a place to sleep that night. I haven't seen her since, and quite frankly, I don't really want to. We texted for a bit, essentially confirming that it's over and arranging when she can come for the rest of her belongings. As for my sister, she's doing a lot better. She doesn't stay in her room all day anymore and is slowly returning to her talkative old self. She still doesn't like being alone, but that was the case even before the accident. Since my girlfriend moved out, we've been sharing a bed for comfort. She still wakes up crying sometimes at night, so it's better when I'm there. Frankly, it's a lot more comfortable for both of us. One thing I really regret is that my sister heard our whole fight. She started apologizing to me for breaking me and my girlfriend up. I assured her it's not her fault at all. If anything, she helped me see who my girlfriend really was. My sister still goes to therapy, which has really helped a lot. She doesn't need me to be there while she falls asleep anymore and doesn't panic when I go to the shop for 15 minutes. All in all, these past 3 months have been the hardest time of my life, but also eye-opening regarding my ex's disregard for my family and for me too. Sorry there's no happy ending, I guess this is just how real life is. Edit. I would love to thank everyone for their kind words individually, but with this many responses, it's crazy. So I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who offered advice and support. You're all amazing. The overwhelming numbers have left me speechless. I can't express how it feels to know that so many people care. It's truly something else. I didn't expect that strangers on the internet could make me cry either, so once again, a huge thank you. User Clue said, this is one of the most mature and sensible posts I have read in a long time. How very lucky your sister is to have you in her life. Keep guiding and supporting her in this exact manner and she'll be just fine. A deleted user said, thank you so much for being the kind of man this world needs, especially in such a tough position. Have you thought about joining a group for newly single parents or a grief support group? I think it would be beneficial for you to be around people who appreciate what you're doing and can empathize with your struggle. This next story was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Ornery Bookkeeper. The post is titled AITAH for refusing to go to confession so I can take communion in my brother's wedding. I have 3 siblings and we have a good relationship despite the age gaps between some of us. My older siblings are both married and so am I. The wedding in question is my younger brother's. My younger brother Luke is engaged to his girlfriend of a year, Emma. She is nice, I guess, but we have never really clicked and are just polite to each other. Something important to note is that we are all Catholic, though not particularly devout, and some of us are even lapsed. I believe this whole situation started when I met her for the first time. I look younger than Luke, and it has always been a running joke that I am truly the baby of the family. Most people who meet us assume he is older than me, but nobody has had issues with it until Emma. The day I met her, she scoffed when I said I was happy that the baby had a proper girlfriend. She has this weird thing about being the eldest in her family and refused to believe I was older than her until I showed her my ID. Since then, she has been hot and cold with me, often infantilizing me or trying to adopt a bossy attitude. I just let her be and usually ignore her since I have no time to beg for her friendship. I remain polite and civil, always including her when planning things, but not really making an effort. The family knows about it, but we shrugged it off as different personalities. Then the wedding planning started. Emma decided that I could not be in the wedding party since I was not married in a church, fine by me. Then she requested that immediate family submit their dress plans so she could ensure they fit the wedding dress code, whatever. You see where this is going, right? I haven't gone to confession or taken communion in over a decade. If I go to mass for whatever reason, I am respectful and simply sit or stand during the rites without participating. Well, this isn't good enough for her. She insists that I need to take communion during their wedding. I said no, and she hasn't taken it well. For the most part, I avoid her as I mentioned before, but this time I wasn't going to say yes or risk an issue. I told her that taking communion requires going to confession first, which I didn't want to do. She argued that all immediate family members are doing it and that it would look bad if I didn't participate. I told her fine, then I'll just take communion in front of everyone but won't go to confession. She said if this was going to be my attitude, then I was uninvited from the wedding because I clearly wanted to ruin the day for her. I turned to my brother, thanked him, gave him a thumbs up, and went home. My family understands my reasoning and respects everyone's choices, but feels that I shouldn't have said what I did. I told them that I really don't want to go to the wedding anymore and that I don't owe Emma any explanations about my life. I only called my grandma because she heard what happened and asked me not to disrespect the church by taking communion without confession. I promised her that I wouldn't do it, and she is fine with me now. I received a text from my brother wanting to compromise, so I replied by asking if the other lapsed family members were being required to take confession too. He said no because it was only nuclear family members. I find it funny since all the others are clearly older than Emma, yet she only behaves this way with me and the younger siblings. Am I the jerk? User Beautiful Report said, you should alert the priest to her behavior. He will ensure that she stops her actions. She cannot make rules that do not exist in the church. I recommend sending a quick email to him and letting her deal with the consequences of her own actions. To this, OP said, I actually considered it, but I don't think I will, since my grandma might be doing it herself. She is lapsed, but doesn't want me to be disrespectful. However, she knows the priest who will be officiating and is not really happy with all the drama. User Big It said NTA. However, demand an apology from her or you still won't go. As an atheist, I have been requested to attend various religious ceremonies. I generally just stand silently in the back and have an inner monologue about the proceedings. She wanted to make your personal decision her responsibility and she can go away. Tell your brother you want a sincere apology or you won't attend the wedding. None of that insincere, half-hearted sorry and walking away. Update. Things have progressed, but I wouldn't call any of it positive. I would like to clarify something I keep seeing in the comments. I won't request a special blessing or wait in line for communion. It isn't about the blessing or the compromise, but rather about being singled out. I often stay quiet or accept a general family blessing when we go to weddings, etc. I have no issue with compromises. My issue is with Emma and her ridiculous behavior. I don't know why she has this thing against me. I look young, but not like a teenager or a child, obviously. She has 2 younger sisters and is very authoritative with them. I have witnessed her being very my way or the highway with younger people, so she definitely has issues. The confrontation from my last post was on Tuesday, and today we had lunch at my grandma's. I think you should also know that my brothers have a tricky relationship. They are not as close with each other as they are with other siblings. My older brother Robert is very no-nonsense and has never been a fan of Emma, but he didn't think he should intervene because Luke is an adult and capable of navigating his own relationships. All of this will be relevant, I promise. We visit Grandma often since she lives by herself, and we truly enjoy her company. Today, we were all there because she is already over this drama. After a lunch that was more like snacking, to be honest, she asked us all to clear the air. Emma continued her rant about me being disrespectful and claimed that she was asking the bare minimum from me. My grandma asked her why she had no issue with Robert not taking communion, and Emma replied that she was his elder and that her reasons were more substantial than what she described as a tantrum in my case. She also repeated that she was asking this of all the siblings and that I was the only one being difficult with her tiny request. This is where everything crumbled for her. I mentioned in the comments that Robert is also lapsed and was already exhausted by this situation. He asked Emma why she had no issues with him not taking communion, and she looked like a child caught in a lie. She didn't have a proper answer. Robert then asked her if she even knew why he and Grandma became lapsed. She shook her head and looked at Luke for help. Luke, on the other hand, was staring angrily at Robert and me, but said nothing. Robert explained to Emma that he was the reason Grandma became lapsed. When Robert was a teenager, he came out as gay and was very worried about our grandparents' reaction since they were very active in the Catholic Church. Grandma felt awful about it, especially after speaking with the then priest of her church. That priest was very old school and told her that Robert was committing sins, going to hell, and needed to find his way. The whole 9 yards. Grandma didn't take that well. She simply stopped going to church and started spending that time with her grandchildren. Over the years, she began reconnecting with the community, but decided she was done taking the sacraments. She respects parts of the church, but can't fully reconcile with it. Emma was a bit confused since Robert is married to a woman, and he explained that he is bisexual and ended up with a woman just as he could have ended up with a man. He also commented that they are not married in the church, but that didn't matter to her like it mattered when it came to me. He asked her directly what her problem with me was. Long story short, she said I was rude from the beginning and kept treating Luke poorly. Oh, and I also was very snarky about looking younger than her. Crickets. She is a beautiful, successful woman, so I still don't understand her obsession, but it seems like she wants people to see that I respect her and what she says. I just started laughing. She started crying and saying I turned my grandmother against her. My grandmother told her to stop blaming people for her being a negative person and that she was always going to side with me over her. Luke got upset at that and asked her why she was not supporting him. She simply said she doesn't support him being a lapdog for a crazy woman. More was said, but nothing was truly resolved. I was kind of invited again, but declined going. My grandmother is undecided if she even wants to go at all. My older siblings told Luke they will go to the ceremony if he seeks couples therapy or at least individual therapy. My parents are having headaches and now dislike Emma so much they can't hide it. Oh, and yes, my grandmother spoke with the priest and he wants them to do extra premarital counseling or he won't officiate. I hope they don't get married, but he is old enough to derail his life if he wants. I thank you for letting me vent, and my grandmother loved the Pope joke. Update 2. My brother has gone too far, and I have decided to be done with him. He made our grandma cry, and I think he has permanently damaged many of his relationships. I want to mention that some of my cousins and other family members thought I was just being stubborn and creating drama, but now there is no longer just my side or Emma's side. Maybe he always felt this way, but the issue he has with Robert is absolutely ridiculous. He was so upset with what grandma said about him being Emma's lapdog that he called her to discuss it. I was obviously not present for the conversation, but grandma told me what happened and Luke confirmed it. He told her that it was unfair of me to ask Robert for help since he was her favorite grandchild and would get her to side with me no matter how wrong I was. He also claimed that many of the cousins believed this and that it was obvious since she even left her religion for him. He asserted that the other LGBTQ members of the family doubted whether she would do the same for them. In response, Grandma explained to Luke and then called every single one of her grandchildren to ask how they felt and to clarify parts of the situation we didn't know. She shared that when Robert came out and she spoke with the old priest, he hinted at knowing places to straighten Robert out. Grandma had heard horror stories about those places, as had Robert, and they both spoke with my parents together about that not being an option at all. My parents never intended to send Robert there and are very casual Catholics, but Grandma wanted to cover all bases just in case. I was told that Grandma sounded like she had been crying on the phone, and after the first couple of calls, going from oldest to youngest, the group group chat started blowing up. Robert is livid, our LGBTQ cousins are livid and say Luke lied, and even the cousins who were telling me to stop being stubborn are now angry. By the time I was up for my call, I was already on my way to grandma's. 2 of my cousins were already there, and the youngest one, Sarah, was ready to literally fight Luke. For a bit of levity, Sarah is about 35 centimeters shorter than Luke, and the image of her swinging at him made me laugh a bit. When she asked if I was making fun of her, I explained the whole mental image of her trying to hit him, and she admitted it was kind of funny. What I didn't tell her is that I would love to slap some sense into Luke. My grandma has been through so much in her life, and this is not what we want for her. She looked puffy-faced and kept asking everybody if they truly felt unloved by her, saying she would do everything for any of us. She explained how Robert was the oldest grandchild, but that didn't mean she loved the rest of us any less. She is a strong woman, but I think something inside her broke a little at the thought that she had hurt her grandchildren. It was a complete mess, a big one, and I am just so done with Luke. My parents have been passive regarding the situation so far because I asked them to be, but after they heard what happened, they told Luke that they need time away from him. Robert is simply disgusted and has decided not to speak with him anymore, which he communicated through the cousin group chat. Luke's response was that this is why Emma's help in managing all of us would be so beneficial if we just let her. He also added that Robert never cared for him or anyone, really, and that he just tries to be the center of attention all the time. He cited Robert's coming out, his announcement that he was going to marry a woman, and the birth of his child as examples. It was ridiculous. Robert came out when Luke was a toddler, and for many years, only our parents and grandparents knew. He announced he was going to marry his now wife through a text, but didn't interfere with or take attention away from anyone else. His child was born 4 months before Luke's graduation, and apparently that was a big issue for Luke that he never commented on. Maybe I am biased, maybe I am selfish like Emma claims, but I call bullshit on his tantrum. Every single one of the cousins has been helped, babysat, tutored, or gotten out of trouble by Robert. You name it. He isn't perfect, but he isn't the conniving jerk Luke is claiming he is. Maybe Luke has always felt inadequate and we didn't notice. Maybe this was his last-ditch effort. Maybe Emma has manipulated him so much that he can't come back. It doesn't matter anymore. If he does marry Emma, I wish him the best. If he doesn't, I hope he goes to therapy. Regardless of what he decides, he has burned so many bridges and hurt so many people that I don't see this resolving anytime soon. For now, I will focus on my grandma and making her feel better. I feel extremely guilty because it was Emma's situation with me that opened this can of worms. I know I shouldn't feel this way, but it's hard not to. Final update. I want to start by saying that Grandma is in better spirits now. I am overwhelmed by the amount of people supporting her and very grateful for it, even if it's online. I have talked about this on some chats and direct messages, but please know that the situation with Emma is not about her being parentified or her family being strict Catholics, it's just her being herself. They were already going to get premarital counseling and an extra session was added. Oh, and all cousins don't live in the same city or town. Some are a bit farther than others, but we keep in touch through the group chat. The reason for the update is mainly to let people know that Grandma is okay, her health is fine, and she had a blast with my cousin Sarah. I also want to update what has happened with the cousins and the maternal side of our family. Some of our paternal cousins from Grandma's side have relented and feel a bit bad about excluding Luke from things. The compromise was met. He can be invited to everything, just don't force people to interact. These cousins are mainly on the older side and have soft spots for the younger ones. My youngest cousin, Sarah, said she was okay with it all, but wanted them to keep him away from her since she can't stand him anymore. Our maternal side was a complete mess because of course we needed one. Some were very upset, but others told me I should try to understand where he was coming from. My mom was the one who told them everything, and some told her she was at fault for making Robert the star of the family. This was so uncalled for and brought some issues to our family, particularly when one of my maternal cousins asked me if I could behave enough if seated at the same table as Luke for his wedding. It makes us doubt ourselves, but really this is a cousin that Robert has bailed out of near bankruptcy twice, and he's the problem. I haven't said much about my sister Lucy since she voiced nothing different before. She was always very close to Luke and even had a great relationship with Emma before the debacle. She decided to stay out of it because she was so disappointed. While she was never made to babysit or anything like that, she was always so into Luke since he was her baby brother. She loved him the most, and I know that because she literally told me when I was a kid. We have a good relationship now because her kids are my buddies, but it was rough for a while before that. She was upset about the whole thing, but when our maternal family, or at least a part of it, started excusing Luke, she lost it. She is a very calm person, the type you don't expect a bad word from, but she lost it, and I think it was the last straw that broke the camel's back for Luke. She sent a massive message about what has been happening, detailing every single thing and daring people to come at her if they disagreed. She made sure to include every nasty comment, every bad word, and every eye roll. She sent it to so many people because she was tired of the half-information telephone game. She is upset with me because my refusals led to this situation, and she said she knows she shouldn't feel this way, but she needs time to sort out her feelings, so she is not speaking with me right now. My parents decided they were out of the wedding and told Luke he is on his own. There was never a monetary issue. They were willing to contribute, but both Luke and Emma are pretty well off, so there was no need for that. Now, to what maybe most people want to know, and the only conflict I'm interested in anymore, my grandma is feeling better. Having Sarah with her has been very positive. It was lovely to see the eldest and youngest members of our family so in tune, but then again, they have always been close. She requested that Sarah invite Luke to her birthday party in December, and after a lot of back and forth, he is going to be invited. We will see if he comes or not. As a small aside, I showed my grandma the joke about the knife, sword, etc., and she was so giddy. Thank you. I mentioned before that Robert would pick up Sarah if she needed it. That is still true. What I might not have mentioned is that she, of course, gets a weird lecture from him and an even weirder discussion about how he rates certain drugs. As I said, he is no saint, but he is not a jerk either. Lastly, yes, he has photos with my sister and me on the newborn wall. People love to take pictures of him holding the new family members, and he collected them and put them together when he got his own house.